Chapter 1, Hayato Hyuga, Osamu. Konoha's 59 years, the autumn is high and refreshing. The outskirts of the death forest. A wooden pile stood on the flat and compacted ground. The wooden stakes are specially made, with 361 red dots all over them, which represent the chakra points of the human body. A gray-haired young man put on a gossip palm, standing in front of the wooden pile intently. Soft fist. 8 diagrams 64 palms. From the voice. The gray-haired youth abruptly rose up, turning from static, moving like a rabbit, so fast that it brought up an after-image. 2 palms. 4 palms. 64 palms. The gray-haired boy has a light and elegant footwork, walking through the clouds and flowing water, which is simply pleasing to the eye. Tuck, tuck, tuck. For a time, the palm shadows flew, like a butterfly dancing among the flowers. Every palm of the gray-haired boy literally hits the wooden stake, and the sound is clear and sweet, like a stream flowing in a mountain stream, and like a pearl falling on a jade plate, in which the wonderful rhythm is immersive. The voice falls. The gray-haired boy had taken his palms and stood still, and his sweet voice stopped abruptly. He panted slightly, sweat dripping from his forehead. The red dots of the wooden piles are painted with special red paint. When the chakras become white, the chakras dissipate and turn back to red. The gray-haired boy wiped off his sweat, then carefully checked the wooden stakes and counted the number of white spots. There are 59 white spots. It's okay. This meant that 5 of the 64 palms were missed. The boy exhaled and said, "No." The seemingly inconsistent statement is not contradictory. Said okay because the time he practiced 64 palms was short, and he was able to hit 59 without getting black. Say no because the pile is dead and the person is alive. The living enemy will not only move, but also release various ninjutsu. In other words, the hit rate of his gossip 64 palms in actual combat will be further reduced. The gray-haired teenager has a beautiful face, and the white pupils and the blue veins bulging around the eye sockets are the hallmarks of the Hyuga. The gray-haired boy is only 12 years old this year, and the Hyuga people of the same age are still learning 8 trigrams and 16 palms, and those with high talent can barely use 32 palms. As for the 64 palms. Sorry. The 64 palms and the 128 palms above are all patents of the zone family. Want to learn from a family? Comprehend it yourself or wait for the clan's alms. Being able to comprehend and use 64 gossip palms at this age is a talent that is comparable to that of Hyuga Ninkai, who can be regarded as a super genius of the Hyuga family that has not been born in a century. Based on this alone, the young man is proud of himself. But the boy knew, the story of Hokage has begun, and the seemingly blooming Konoha will usher in several crises of destruction. This is no longer a safe shelter. The Fourth Ninja World War broke out, and even the Shadow class was not as good as a dog, and walked all over the floor. A genius like Hyuga Ninji could not avoid the tragedy of falling down. The gray-haired boy is not reconciled, unwilling to follow the crowd, unwilling to rebirth once, or a bystander, surrendering his destiny to the so-called prophetic son. Reality is not a comic, there is no protagonist, and there is no law of immortality for the protagonist. If people are killed, they will die. This is the reality. The words have reached this point, and the identity of the gray-haired teenager who has traveled through is clearly revealed. The gray-haired boy was originally an ordinary official ape of the Blue Star Daxia, known as a certain officer in a certain street. With no background, no financial resources and no bright future, he has a mentality like a retired veteran cotter. One day, when I revisited Hokage during working hours, a ball of lightning fell in the sky. Since then, the earth has lost a salted fish official ape, and there has been an additional traverser in the Naruto world. The young name Hyuga Hayato, a member of the Hyuga branch, whose parents died in the Kyuubi rebellion, was still a baby at that time. Over the past 10 years, there is no system and no reincarnation. Hayato relies only on hard work and the insights of many Naruto fans on the forum. You can't actually tease Nagato, hang Lord Madara, let alone molesting people. Wife Kaguya him really loses the face of the traveler. Hyuga Hayato, you can leave the group. Hayato was playing in the small theater in his mind, amusing himself. Happy, reduce psychological pressure. For a moment, the chakra left on the wooden stake dissipated, and the white spots disappeared. The Hayato put on a gossip palm, ready to push the wooden stake again. At this time, the Hayato faintly heard a sound, and at the same time a signal flare sprang out from the center of the death forest, and when it rose into the air, a puff of red smoke was exploded. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. This is a distress signal? The death forest is outside Konoha and is usually used as a training ground. There is a tall tower in the middle of the forest, where 1 or 2 ninjas reside. In addition, occasionally ninja squads go in to remove overbred poisonous insects and beasts. In short, except for those who are lost and those who do not want to live, no civilians will enter the death forest. Enemy attack. Grow your eyes. Jian condensed the chakras and transported them to the eyes. Suddenly, the blue veins around the Hayabusa's eye sockets burst, and the vision became farther and wider. White eyes is a pupil technique that originated from the Daitongmu family. There are 3 basic abilities: telescopic eyes, perspective eyes, and insight eyes. Looking into the distance, you can see things 1 kilometer away. Through the perspective of the eye, you can see the target's meridians and the flow of chakras, and you can even distinguish whose chakras are. Insight, the zone family has a 360 degrees angle of view. Because of the caged bird, there is a blind spot that spreads out from a small spot just behind the first thoracic vertebra. In terms of only 3 basic abilities, white eyes and riding wheel eyes are not the same, each has its own merits. However, after the various upgrades of the riding wheel in the later period, how does Suzaki face break? Under the blind investigation, nearly 1 kilometer radius is in control. There are no enemies nearby. It was 3 or 4 miles away from the launch site of the flare. There was no enemy in reason. He opened his eyes out of caution. Maybe the enemy was a road idiot, and he slammed into the edge of Konoha's core. While breathing a sigh of relief, Hayato was considering whether to rescue. Don't rescue it, no one can accuse him. After all, Hayato is just a student of the ninja school, not a ninja. Rescue, the number of enemies is unknown, the strength is unknown, one is not careful, maybe he got in. There is no obligation, and there is danger. Then, Hayata Hyuga walked cautiously towards the center of the death forest, leaning on his cat. What's the difference between every day and every day? The tree and the stake are different from the simulation of the 5-year college entrance examination every 3 years. Obligations, dangers, how can you manage so much? At this moment, Hayato wanted to find a real person to make a shot, or the one who would not pay for it. Soon, Hayato found the enemy. There are 3 people, looking at the amount of chakra, one is forbearance, and the other is for forbearance. A Syoren curled up in an underground cave, and several detonating talisman traps were arranged near the entrance of the cave. I don't know what I think, I am not afraid of exploding and burying myself alive. There was another squatting down on the tree trunk, twisting his body slightly. It might be urgency, or it might have been squatting for too long and his legs were numb. Hayato almost laughed. As for Zhongren, he squatted in the grass, motionless, and his ninja quality was significantly higher than the other 2. The positions of the 3 enemies are in a 3-dimensional triangular formation, which can support each other at any time, which is a bit tricky. Without forbearance, do you want to skin it? Hayato touched his chin and thought, the enemy is not very strong, and while walking, feels like he can show off. The premise: seduce, lead people out of the trap, and then interrupt their formation. Otherwise, if you stand in the spring water on the opposite side, you won't be able to stand it up. After thinking for just a few seconds, a figure behind him entered the field of vision of the white eyes. This direction should be Konoha reinforcements. Chakra, who is very familiar, seems to be an acquaintance. However, Hayato did not relax. When someone approached, he threw a stone far away. Who? The visitor stopped and asked in a low voice. He held Konoha in his hand and looked at where Hayato was hiding. The visitor wears a green vest suit and Konoha head guard. It is Hayato's teacher at the ninja school, named Shimizu Shunsuke. He is especially shinobu and has participated in the Third Ninja World War. It's me, Teacher Shimizu. Hayato stepped out and asked, why is the teacher here? At this time, the ninja school was not over yet, and the timing of Shimizu Shunsuke's appearance was a bit strange. Shunsuke Shimizu glared at Hayato, it's not you yet. I'm about to graduate from the exam, I can't even see the personal image. Do you want to stay in school for another year? Also, put away the detonating talisman behind you, you didn't in illusion, I am not transformed by other people's transformation. The heart of defense is indispensable. Hayato smiled and put the detonating talisman into the ninja bag. Shimizu Shunsuke said again, but you are right to be so cautious. As I said in class, the essence of ninjutsu is deception. Ninjas who believe in others will live soon. Oh. Shimizu Shunsuke did say this in class, and he emphasized more than once that Hayato finally confirmed the identity of Shimizu Shunsuke. He flipped his wrist and put the other detonating talisman into the ninja bag. Shimizu Shunsuke, you are overly cautious. Without further ado, Hayato immediately described the situation detected by the white eye one by one, and drew a schematic diagram on the ground. Hayato, you did a good job, beyond the teacher's imagination. After listening, Shimizu Shunsuke said, but then leave it to the teacher. You return to the village the same way and hand over the information to the follow-up reinforcements. Hyuga Hayato. Under what circumstances, cross the river to demolish the bridge? This is definitely not what Hayato wanted. He quickly said, teacher, I am also a ninja, I want to fight. Shimizu Shunsuke said, what kind of ninja are you? You don't even have a forehead. Wait until you graduate from school. Hayato hurriedly pulled out the banner, and Yoshimasa said, Shimizu-sensei, the fate of the Hyuga clan is a ninja, and the fate of a ninja is battle. Now the companions in the village need help, how can I escape? Don't worry, I promise not. The burden of being a teacher, don't forget, Hyuga is Konoha's strongest clan. The strongest family. Having been in Naruto for so many years, Hayato knows that the Hyuga clan is definitely better than what is shown in the anime. But at the same time it is more certain that the so-called strongest is nothing but a fictional castle in the sky of the Hyuga clan. To call out the strongest family. But having said that, among Konoha's grassroots ninjas, Hyuga's claim that he is the strongest is actually very marketable, especially after the fall of Senju and Uchiha's nearly extinction. After thinking about it, Shimizu Shunsuke nodded and agreed. First of all, Shimizu Shunsuke has confidence in his own strength. Secondly, the investigative ability with a blind eye is really easy to use. In the end, from the beginning, Hayato was very calm and did not behave like ordinary shinobu students. This is not a drill. You must obey the command and don't be reckless. Otherwise, you don't want to graduate from school, understand? Shimizu Shunsuke finally solemnly confessed. Hayato nodded, obediently like a little quail. Chapter 2, The King Abuses Bronze, Repair. Hayato praised his wit. Shunsuke Shimizu asked Hayato, there are more than one enemy, but there are 3 in front of you. The tower is unknown. Do you have a combat plan? This is the Hayato in the exam school. Hayato thought for a moment, and said, go around from the side and avoid the ambush team. The mission goal is to rescue. You don't need to pay attention to the ambushing enemy. Well, it's a way. Shimizu nodded and shook his head. If there is an enemy in ambush on the side. Hayabusa said, no. The ninja resident in the Death Forest has two classes, one science class, and one guard class. The frontal combat ability of the science class is negligible. The guard class is led by the upper ninja and the three under the ninja. If the enemy has the ability to ambush in many places, it would be better to attack the tower directly. It is not always the intention to encircle and fight aid. Here is the hinterland of the country of fire, and the periphery of Konoha. This is not the way to die. It makes sense. Shimizu asked again, what if the ambushing ninja abandons the trap and returns to the tower for support? Hayabusa said, don't be afraid. We only need to rely on the high tower and hold on for a while, wait for the village reinforcements to arrive, and fight a backhand. Again, the enemy is not strong. If they are smart enough, they should give up the mission the moment they sneak in and fail. N. Shimizu Shunsuke completely agreed with Hayato's statement, and asked, are there any other plans? Hayabusa said, ambush the squad head-on. If the enemy attacking the tower doesn't want to be made dumplings, they can only retreat. Well, startle the snake. It's a very apt name for the battle plan. The enemy is not strong, there is no reason for counseling, saying it will damage Konoha's reputation. Shimizu Shunsuke participated in the Third Ninja World War, and it is impossible for anyone who has seen the big scene to be courageous and capable. Well, fight head-on. Leave the one in the pit to you, and leave the remaining two to me, don't be careless. Shimizu Shunsuke said, took out two detonating charms, and gave them to Hayato, save some use, expensive. After finishing speaking, Shimizu Shunsuke disappeared into the dense forest with his cat. At the same time, Hayato also approached the enemy cautiously. Suzuki Nakanobu hides his body behind the bushes as much as possible, the legendary Yinbi squatting in the bushes. When he saw Konoha's distress signal, he had already begun to retreat, but his companion did not give a retreat signal. That arrogant BD. Suzuki Nakanobu secretly cursed Narita Kaminino who led the team. Suzuki Nakanin admits Narita's strength as Shangnin, but he can't get used to his arrogant appearance, showing off his feathers all day long like a peacock. Wandering ninja, selling force for money, even soul, what pride is there? As time passed, Suzuki Nakanobu's ominous premonition became stronger and stronger. Glancing at Kato Shida Shinobu not far away, that guy was so nervous that his fingers were dipped into the bark, and Suzuki Naka Shinobu's face grew gloomy. Brush. An unobtrusive one flew out of the bushes. Ding. Sparks flew in the air, Kato Shida Shinobu threw Konao to intercept. Successful interception. Just as Kato Shidajin smiled triumphantly, a Konao with a detonating talisman appeared in the shadows. Boom. The detonator exploded. Bang, bang. The detonating talisman detonates the detonating talisman trap, and the deafening series of explosions make the surrounding dusty, and the visibility is lower than that of the fog hiding technique, and this has no effect on the white eyes. In an instant, the home and away games were transposed. That's it? Suzuki Nakanobuki's face changed drastically. Seeing Kato Shida Shinobu standing up from where he was hiding, he shouted, Akita. Akita is Shimaninu hiding in a trap, and has a good relationship with Kato Shimanin. After that, Kato's hideous expression paused, showing confusion and pain, and then he fell from the tree, threw himself on the ground, and stuck a few needles senbon on his back. A few needles chiban pierced Suzuki Nakanin at the same time. Unable to avoid it, Suzuki Nakanobu was horrified. Bang! A piece of wood appeared at Suzuki Nakanobuki's position, all the needles were nailed to the wood, and Suzuki Nakanobuki disappeared. Stand-in surgery. The explosion caused no harm to Akita Shinobu. When setting up the trap, he used soil to harden the surrounding soil. But the shockwave made his chest stuffy and his ears buzzed. Earth Escape. The Art of Earth Clone. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Akita Shinobu resisted the discomfort and quickly closed the seal. After the successful release of ninjutsu, Akita's dirt clone jumped out, but the body was still hidden in the dirt pit. That's right, Akita Shinobu is a pit bee that can be compared with yin bee. Tu-chan clutched his chest and coughed, and looked around with Kunao vigilantly. The acting is good. In all fairness, Akita Shinobu's tactics are very thoughtful, and can even be said to be unexpected. It's a pity that Akita Shinobu faced Hayato. In front of his eyes, everything he did was doomed to be futile and wasted chakra. Oh, it doesn't seem to be an ordinary ninja. Hayato directly rushed up and confronted A with the doppelganger. It's powerful, but a little cumbersome. After several tentative attacks and defenses, Hayato had a preliminary understanding of the enemy. If you use Soft Fist at the beginning, the Earth clone is estimated to last 2 rounds. The Soil clone only defends but not attack, and leads the Hayabusa up to the trap as planned. Snapped. The doppelganger deliberately exposed the flaws, and Hayato slapped the doppelganger's chest with a palm. The Soil clone turned into a puddle of soft mud. Have a chance. Akita's entity jumped out. Akita had a good timing, but the angle of view was nearly 360 degrees, and Hayato was prepared. So Akita jumped out and saw Hayato in a soft fist stance. The other person was smiling, and the white pupils looked a little oozing. White pupils. The Hyuga clan. Akita's companion once mentioned the Hyuga clan and said, "Never fight close quarters with the ninjas of the Hyuga clan." At that time, Akita asked, "What should I do if I get close?" At that time, his companion just smiled, and then walked away. Akita's heart sank bit by bit, but the arrow was forced to shoot. Retreat and die faster. Progress, there is still a glimmer of life. 2 done. Blast Rock Fist. Akita's fist was wrapped in a layer of rock, and it was a full circle, which looked a little scary. However, the rock-wrapped fist was slower, and it looked like slow motion in Hayato's eyes. Soft Fist. 8 diagrams and 32 palms. The cumbersome Akita couldn't hide, so he could only watch Hayato show operating. After 32 palms, Akita couldn't move. He caught a glimpse of Kato, who was lying on his stomach not far away, who didn't know his life or death. His fear was replaced by anger. "Kato." Hayato slapped his face and interrupted him, "What do you want to say? You obviously invaded Konoha, why? Konoha's ninjas stole your food and ate your rice." Akita Shinobu's eyes dimmed, and said, "The winner, the loser, kill me." Seeing Akita's heart ashamed, Hayato suddenly felt dull, and cut Akita's neck with a palm, knocking him out. On the other side, the battle between Shimizu Shunsuke and Suzuki Nakanin is still in full swing. 2 done. Too long gun. Shimizu Shunsuke quickly sealed. A sharp rock thorn burst out of the bushes not far away. A figure sprang out from the bushes, hiding Suzuki after the replacement. This ninjutsu saw Hayabusa in a cold sweat. If Suzuki moved a little bit slowly just now, Kikukawa was hurt all over the ground. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. Shimizu Shunsuke made a seal and vomited a big fireball. 2 done. 2 Lyubi. Suzuki pressed his hand on the ground, and a wall of soil rose on the ground, which was dangerously blocking the fireball. The fireball hit the dirt wall, and the heat wave rolled. The earth wall was overwhelmed and collapsed. Fire Escape. The Art of Dragon Fire. Shimizu did not give the enemy a chance to breathe, and immediately released a more powerful fire escape. Water Escape. Water burst into waves. Suzuki knows this truth well. Therefore, he did not use soil to escape defense, but used both offensive and defensive water escape. Bursting water to rush waves. This is the conventional ninjutsu ninja battle mode. Two people play ninjutsu at a long distance, and the victory depends on who gets the seal fast, who releases the ninjutsu more reasonable, and who has more chakra. The process of the battle is very beautiful, but how to say it is a bit like a turn-based game. Wind escape. Suppress damage. Suzuki Nakanoyuki was halfway through and heard a voice behind him. Suppress. Suzuki Nakatabuki was so scared that he almost lost his soul. The seal was interrupted, and the bursting wave failed to release. Who? Suzuki turned his head and saw a gray-haired boy. The gray-haired boy said with a smile, "Oh, it seems that the wind will not escape." Sorry. What? Suzuki Nakanobu knew that he had been fooled, and then, no more, the dragon fire technique instantly swallowed him. Hayato guessed that one might be familiar with it. Awful. 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 The flame dissipated, and unexpectedly, Suzuki Nakanobuki didn't die. It should have been a critical moment when he released Shui Dun on himself. It's still miserable from barbecue to boiled. Awful. One less miserable. Because at least survived. Counting from throwing kunao, the battle is over in about a minute. Without a drop of sweat, it felt like a king abused bronze, and Hayato couldn't get excited at all. Shimizu Shunsuke released several powerful ninjutsu, and chakra consumed half of it. He took out the military ration pill and knocked one. Go. Shimizu Shunsuke didn't plan to rest. How to deal with these three people? Hayato asked. Suzuki Nakanobu and Okada Shida fainted, but Kato, who had been hit by the needle, shed blood all over the floor. The strong smell of blood is easy to attract carnivorous beasts, and the most indispensable thing in Death Forest is carnivorous beasts. Let it go, hand it to the people behind. Shimizu Shunsuke said, the detonation talisman made such a big noise, someone must come and check it. With the mobility of a ninja, it will arrive soon. Hayato asked casually like that, and regretted it after he asked, for fear that Shimizu Shunsuke would leave him to take care of the prisoners. Hearing Shimizu Shunsuke's words, Hayato happily followed and left. Please recommend and collect. Chapter 3, Rescue Mission Completed, Repair. Shunsuke Shimizu and Hayato marched towards the tower together. The enemy was very cautious, and under Falcon's white eyes, several traps were found along the way. If he didn't roll his eyes, these traps would obviously cause Shimizu Shunsuke a lot of trouble, so Shimizu Shunsuke was very thankful and felt that bringing Hayato was the right decision. When the two arrived at the tower, the enemy had already retreated. There are obvious signs of fighting in the open space outside, and blood is stained. The gate of the tower was closed tightly. As soon as the two of them approached, several kiwiavia flew out of the window, with a slightly poor accuracy, and nailed them crookedly under their feet. Who? Don't come over. Behind the door someone shouted loudly, his voice was immature, it should be one of them. Shunsuke Shimizu took a step back and said that he was not malicious, and then pointed to his ninja guard and said, "Don't be afraid, I am a helper in the village, a teacher at the ninja school, especially Shinsuke Shimizu. How is the situation? Lead the team. Who is Shangnan and why is he not?" The person behind the door replied, "Ms. Hospi is not here. I will patrol the tower and come back soon." Hospi. Shimizu Toshisuke said, "Is it Hospi Kazu-senpai?" "Yes. Do you know Mr. Hospi?" The voice behind the door asked excitedly. Shimizu Shunsuke said, "Yes, I have fought with Hospi-senpai. Are you Fukuda Yuta or Yamadabe-me?" When meeting with Shimizu Shunsuke occasionally, Hospi and Teru liked talking about his three lovely subordinates, so Shimizu Shunsuke was impressed. The gate of the tower opened a little, a head poked out, and then quickly retracted. Behind the door, Yuta Fukuda, the one who probed his head, he said to his companion Yamadabi, he knows our name, and he has Konoha's forward guard. There is a guy with white pupils next to him, he is the famous Hyuga clan of Konoha, not enemy. Crunch, the door opened. The two teenagers crawled around, and finally couldn't bear the pressure, howling and crying, Ms. Hospi is injured. Find out the situation in a few words. It turned out that Hospi and Teru did not go on patrol, but lay down injured and were taken care of by a Kazuhiro. A boy named Fukuyama Yuta led Shimizu Shunsuke and Hayato inside. Soon, Hayato saw Kazuki Hospi. Hospi and Terui are bigger than Shimizu Shunsuke. At this moment he was lying on the bed, his face was pale, and his chest was wrapped in bloody gauze, a bit miserable. After seeing Shunsuke, Shimizu, Hospi, and Teru twitched at the corners of their mouths, unable to speak, and finally squeezed out an ugly smile. There was a girl with a single ponytail next to her, her eyes flushed. Her hands exuded a pale green chakra, which was pressed against Hospi and Teru's chest. Shunsuke Shimizu asked, "How is the injury?" The girl shook her head, her dry tears streaming down again. Shunsuke Shimizu looked at Hayato. "Grow your eyes." Hayato carefully observed for a while, and said, "I hurt my lungs and internally bleeds. I haven't been out of danger." Hayato looked at the single ponytail girl and asked, "Are you a medical ninja?" Read more at hotantillenovel.xyz. Kazuki Hospi's wound was diamond-shaped, and it was caused by nothing. Kyu accidentally cut the artery in the lungs. If there is no one to deal with it, Hospi and Teru have died early, so Hayabusa has this question. The girl cried and nodded. Hayabusa said, "Internal bleeding is still going on. Even if Hospi-senpai survives until the arrival of a high-level medical ninja, there will be serious sequelae." The girl cried harder. Shimizu asked, "How serious is it?" Hayato whispered his name, Moonlight and Wind. Moonlight gusts, Konoha's special shinobu, skilled use of Konoha's sword art and 3 sun moon dance. The dance of the 3 days and the moon and the blood of the moonlight blast are bounded by the bounds of the blood through the escape is simply a match made in heaven. If it is not for the lung injury, leaving serious sequelae, with the qualifications of Moonlight and Wind, the proper elite will be forbearance. No more explanation is needed, Shimizu understands. His face was ugly, and he asked, "Do you have a way?" "There is no way, how can you say so much?" Hayabusa said, "Let me try it, at least it won't get worse." The words of the two were spoken in front of Hospi Kazu, in fact they were meant to Hospi Kazu. Shunsuke Shimizu looked at Hospi and waited for him to make a decision. After all, it's normal to give yourself to a stranger shimonin, Hospi thought Hayato was shimonin, and it was normal to hesitate. Finally, Hospi and Teru nodded to Shimizu, Shunsuke and Hayato. "I'm starting." Hayato gathered needle-shaped chakras in his hands. In the white-eyed field of vision, he manipulated the chakra needle to lightly tap the blood vessel. There were many damaged blood vessels, and it was still a delicate job. After a while, the Hayabusa was sweating profusely, and the ponytail girl helped wipe the sweat next to him from time to time. Fortunately, no accidents happened. After a while, Konoha's reinforcements arrived, and Hospi Kazu's treatment was taken over by a more professional medical ninja. A large number of ninjas arrived, and the survey on the scene was carried out in an orderly manner. Hayato's white eyes also saw several ninjas wearing animal masks guarding the surroundings. They hide in the darkness, watching with cold eyes. Dark part or rude? I have to say that these people walking in the dark are very keen, and the Hayato's gaze stops for a while, they are aware of it. Hayato hurriedly looked away. After further treatment, Hospi Kazu was carried back to Konoha to continue treatment. The 3 ninjas couldn't leave yet. Shunsuke Shimizu and Hayato, as the fastest supporters, were inquired at the same time. During the 3 intermittent narrations, Hayato got a general idea of the invasion. The enemy has 1 upper ninja, 2 middle ninja, and 5 lower ninja. The one who sneaked into the tower was the upper ninja and the 3 lower ninjas. 1 middle ninja was outside the tower, and the remaining 1 and 2 lower ninjas set ambush in the direction of Konoha. During the dive, the enemy accidentally triggered the sirens. Fight broke out between the two sides. Kazuki Hospi fought against the enemy Kaminin. The two of them were about the same strength, and it was difficult to distinguish the winner or loser in a short time. The enemy were 3 to endure each other, the rookie pecking at each other, the same stalemate. After that, the enemy's Nakanin came into the arena and attacked Hospi. Hospi was injured, just as Hayato detonated the trap, and the enemy ninja retreated unwillingly. Afterwards, the questioning staff explained something and let them leave after preventing them from leaving Konoha for the time being. Finally, the parents of the 3 shinobu came to pick him up, and thanked Shimizu Shunsuke and Hayato a lot of kindness. If there were no Shunsuke, Shimizu and Hayato, today they would send a white-haired person to a black-haired person. Only Shunsuke, Shimizu and Hayato were left. Hayato stretched his waist and said, "It's more tiring than fighting." Shimizu Shunsuke said, "This is Konoha's procedure." Procrastination. Trivial. Hayato commented. Shimizu Shunsuke smiled and said, "If you don't like it, become Hokage and change it." To lie to me as Hokage again, Hayato laughed. Do the Hyuga clan people become Hokage? Don't they think the extermination is not fast enough? What's more, for a separated child, the first slap to be photographed is definitely the Hyuga sect family. When reading comics in his previous life, Hayato thought from the perspective of conspiracy theories. If Senjutsu Nasha didn't always talk about being Hokage, maybe he wouldn't die, at least he wouldn't die so fast. Compare Konoha to a company. Established the company in the column, managed the company scientifically, and finally developed the corporate culture. Kinshaojian was the one who made these procedures. How could a ninja school student have the right to comment on Naruto? Hayato quickly changed the subject. Is this the end of this matter? It's over for us. But the interrogation department interrogates the captives and finds out the employer behind the scenes. The chasing troops will hunt down the escaped enemy. Speaking of this, Shimizu Shunsuke sneered, "Where is Konoha? Come and go if you want." Looking at the way Shimizu Shunsuke is proud of Konoha, Hayato sighed. In terms of credit, Sarutobi Hisaki is no worse than the first and second generations of Naruto. As long as the Konoha ninja like Shimizu does not die, the leaves will not perish. Just as Sarutobi Rasen said, as long as there is a place where leaves fly, the fire will burn. The fire light shines on the village and allows the tree to sprout new buds. The will of fire will never be extinguished. Maybe that's why Sarutobi Hizen is called the strongest Hokage. At 8 p.m. in the next chapter, the new book asks for recommendation and collection. Chapter 4, Follow-up to the Death Forest, Repair. At the entrance of the village, Shimizu Daisuke and Hayato parted ways. The land of the Hyuga clan is in the center of Konoha village, which is the opposite of the widows of the Uchiha clan. However, a wealthy family is a wealthy family. The mansion of Shanzong's family alone occupies half a street, and the entire settlement of the Hyuga family is like a village in a village. Hayato's house is a 2-story wooden building with a small courtyard. After his parents died in the Kyuubi rebellion, the house was returned to the family management, and Hayato returned it when he was 5 years old. Children in Hokage are generally precocious, and it is not surprising that they can live independently at the age of 5. Moreover, Hayabusa can receive 2 pensions per month, one from the village and one from the family, at least for food and clothing. Hayato lay in the living room, breathing evenly. When it got dark, he got up and took out the bread and milk from the refrigerator, ready to make do with it. Someone knocked on the door. The courtyard door was not locked, and Hayato said loudly, "Please come in." A young man came in, wearing a kimono and clogs, with a plate in his hand. "Brother, why are you here?" A smile appeared on Hayato's face. Hyuga Takuma, Hayato's cousin, and his family take good care of Hayato. Hyuga Takuma put down the plate, saw the bread and milk on the table, frowned and said, "Mother fried some tempura and brought you some. Will I have this for dinner? You are still growing up, so it won't work." Hayato picked up a piece of tempura, put it in his mouth and chewed it. The batter was fried just right. After eating a few pieces in a row, Hayato sucked his fingers and said, "Auntie's craftsmanship is still so good. Don't worry, something happened today. I'm too lazy to eat outside." Usually, Hayabusa eats light meals in restaurants and occasionally cooks their own meals. For a while, Hayato was keen to reproduce Hyuga cuisine. However, no matter how delicious food is for one person, it is impossible to eat the feeling of a family. Hyuga Takuma asked, "What happened?" Hayato recounted what happened today in the Death Forest. "Next time you encounter something like this, don't go up, you are not a ninja." Hyuga Takuma said something similar to Shimizu Shunsuk. The village is preparing to clear the Death Forest and use it as a venue for the ninja exam next year. This should be confidential, right? This is a well-known secret. Hayato's thoughts were written on his face, so Hyuga Takuma explained with a smile, "The ninja who invaded today should be trying to steal information from the Death Forest. Other ninjas from Ninja Village. It's just a wandering ninja who is hired, and it must be other villages behind the scenes. Other shinobu villages are doing this kind of thing, and Konoha is doing the same. Everyone knows it well. There must be more than one wave of invaders like today. Stay away from the Death Forest and change your practice place." Hyuga Takuma thought for a while, and said, "There are several open spaces under the Hokage Rock. You can go and take a look." Hyuga Takuma is attached to the investigative force, and his teammates Mutien and Lanhua are oil girls. He knows Konoha and its surroundings well. After sending off Hyuga Takuma, Hayato sliced the bread and ate the remaining tempura. Unexpectedly delicious. Then the chakra was refined monotonously, until the night was quiet and Wanlai was silent. No words for a night, sleep till dawn. Hayato saw a familiar figure from the back on the street. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Ning Ci. Hayato walked a few steps quickly and stepped forward to say hello. Hyuga Niji turned his head and responded faintly, "Morning Hayato, long time no see." It's been a long time." Even though he was in the same class, Hayato was absent from class for several days, and Niji said that there was nothing wrong with it. When she arrived at the school gate, a young girl in a pink cheongsam and a small skirt was leaning against the door. The girl's eyes brightened when she saw Niji. "Ning Ci." The girl greeted Xiao Sheng. "Every day." Ning Ci nodded very coldly, his eyes warmed a lot. Hayato smiled and joked, "Every day, I am here. Do you have only Niji in your eyes, so sad to say? What are you doing here, waiting for Niji?" "No." Tian's cheeks are slightly red, just about to explain. At this time, a figure appeared at the end of the street, a green tights, a watermelon head, and thick eyebrows. "Ningji, Hayato, Tian, youth runs with all his strength." Li Look raised his legs, quickly swung his arms, and ran in this peculiar posture. Before the person arrives, the sound arrives first, and the embarrassment of fascination permeates a radius of 1 kilometer. As long as Li Look appears, such a scene is really everyday, embarrassing and embarrassing. Anyway, it's still embarrassing, and I can't get used to it. Covering his face every day, he put the notebook into Li Look's hand, and said, "A good look, it's all about the point. Is there so much? I know, I will work hard, and my youth will never shrink back." Li Look was hit by the thick notes, and then quickly became alive and well. Hayato just remembered that the ninja school graduation exam is a written exam. Hayato asked Niji Hyuga, "Where are your notes, lend me a look. Hyuga Ningji proudly said, I will remember after reading it again. What is the note? I feel a little itchy in my fist, what should I do if I want to punch someone? As the graduation exam approaches, the children of the family are still talking and laughing, the children of the common people are nervous, and the atmosphere of the school has become delicate. The morning is a theory class, and the afternoon is a practical class. The morning was basically spent in his sleep, and the afternoon was sunny. Hayato remembered the open space under the Hokage rock mentioned by Takuma Hyuga. I am idle as I am idle, so it's better to go and see. Hayato was ready to absenteeism again. Naruto Building. Sarutobi Raisin was wearing a red and white imperial robe, with a pipe in his mouth, and his expression was dull. What's the matter? Sarutobi Raisin said suddenly. An Anbi ninja with a fox mask suddenly appeared. He bowed his head, knelt on one knee, and said, Heiji Kakashi, please. Hearing Heiki Kakashi, Sarutobi Raisin looked a little better, and said, let him come in. After a while, the Anbi ninja came in with Heiji Kakashi. Raisin waved his hand, and the Anbi ninja bang turned into smoke and disappeared. Seeing Heima Kakashi's appearance, Sarutobi cut his words, thanks, how is the task? Flag Mu Kakashi nodded. Fortunately, it's done. The task is to hunt down the ninjas who invaded the Forest of Death, 1 each for the upper ninja and the middle ninja, and 3 for the lower ninja, regardless of life or death. The task has been completed. Heiji Kakashi took out the task receipt and received the task reward after Hokage signed and sealed it. Sarutobi Raisin carefully read the quest receipt, and said, very good, not missing one, hand over Marino Ibiki and Yamanaka Kiyaki, and interrogate immediately. Yes. Sarutobi Raisin sighed, this kind of invasion will not stop before the Zongnan exam next year. Now Konoha has insufficient manpower, please work harder. Heima Kakashi even said, it's not hard. Sarutobi Raisin said again, the injured Hospikazu is your predecessor, please visit when you have time. Originally such a matter was a private matter, and Sarutobi Hisaki should not interfere, but Heiji Kakashi was a talent he fancied, and this was helping Kakashi to accumulate contacts. One day, if Kakashi wants to compete for the position of Naruto or is already seated, then the role of contacts will become apparent. After Higaki Kakashi left, Sarutobi Hidezumi picked up another mission receipt, which was a B-level rescue mission receipt. The one who completed the mission was a student of the ninja school and a child of the Hyuga clan. Should I cover this seal? The new book asks for recommendation, asks for collection, the next chapter, tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, thanks. Chapter 5, Golden Finger appears, repair. Pass by Konoha Hospital on the way to Hokage Rock. Konoha Hospital is a 3 or 4-story building. A round plaque with a red background is hung above the gate, with the word medicine written in black on it. The Hyuga clan has its own medical ninja, and Hayato has never been inside Konoha Hospital. A little curious. Hayato thought of the injured Hospikazu. Why don't you visit Hospi-senpai? Well, satisfying curiosity is just by the way. But how can I visit the patient empty-handed? So Hayato strolled around the hospital and found a flower shop. Welcome. The long-haired shawl greeted the girl warmly. Yellow hair, melon seed face, big eyes, a bit familiar. Hayato looked at the girl, but still had no impression. The girl frowned slightly and said, what do the guests need? Hayato regained his senses, a senior was injured and was hospitalized. I'm going to visit and want to buy some flowers. In fact, in the Hokage world, there are many taboos when visiting patients to buy flowers. It is better to buy magazines or fruits. However, Hayato did not see a bookstore or a fruit shop, so he could only ask for second best. For the elders, carnations. The girl picked up a bunch of yellow flowers. Hayato nodded, yes. After paying the money and leaving the flower shop, Hayato finally remembered, it's Yamanaka Ino. His hair is not tied into a single ponytail, so he didn't recognize it. Holding the flowers to the entrance of Konoha Hospital, Hayato was in trouble again because he didn't know which ward Hospikazu was in. Excuse me. When Hayabusa was in trouble, a soft voice next to him asked. The talking was a girl with a single ponytail, pink hair, and it was the medical ninja girl who was the subordinate of Kazu Hospi in the Death Forest yesterday. Hayabusa said, "It's you, remember me, yesterday, the Death Forest." The single ponytail girl bowed deeply 90 degrees, and said, "How can I forget it, thank you very much yesterday, if it weren't for you, the consequences would be disastrous. I am Morita Tomomi, please take care of me." Hayabusa said, "I'm Hyuga Hayato, please advise." "Hospi-san is okay." The girl bowed deeply again and said, "Thanks to you, Hospi teacher is back in good health." Hayato raised the carnation and motioned, "Which room is Senior Hospi in? Is it convenient to visit now?" "Trouble you, please follow me." Morita Tomomi led the way. In the corridor of the hospital, Hayabusa and a silver-haired dead fish eye met head-on. Morita Tomomi bowed again, and nodded with deathly eyes. When he saw Hayabusa, his eyes narrowed. After Blinky left, Tomomi Morita explained, "This is Senior Kakashi who came to visit Hospi-sensei." Hayato smiled and said, 5-5, well known. Morita Tomomi. I don't understand. After a night of treatment, Hospikazu was able to speak enough. I have to lament the physique of the ninja and the magic of medical ninjutsu. Yesterday, it was like stepping into a coffin. Today, I have been talking and laughing. Hayabusa said, "It seems that Senior is recovering well, and it won't be long before he will be discharged from the hospital." Kazuki Hospi was in a good mood and said, "I really want to thank you this time." Hayato waved his hand again and again, "Don't you say that. It must be said that it is not only you who helped me stop internal bleeding and saved my ninja career." Hospi and Teru solemnly said, "Shunsuke came this morning, I know. If it wasn't you, not only you, I'm afraid my 3 subordinates." The context of the matter is very clear. Hayato is absent from school. Rightward arrow Shimizu Shunsuke goes to the Death Forest to find someone. Rightward arrow the two start to frighten the snake and scare the enemy back to Shinobu. Rightward arrow the tower is saved. Ignore the intermediate process, and briefly summarize, Hayabusa saved everyone from the tower by absenteeism. Therefore, absenteeism is not necessarily a bad thing, he. After talking for a while, Hospi and Teru were in a bad spirit, and Hayato left. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Morita Tomomi was very polite and wanted to send Hayato to the hospital door. Hayato declined, and then walked around Konoha Hospital alone for a while. During the period, there were a few chi machines faintly locked on the Hayabusa, and the guards of Konoha Hospital were tight and loose. Out of the hospital, the shadow of the building suddenly squirmed, and an Anbi ninja wearing a civet mask came out. Hyuga Hayato. Yes. Master Naruto wants to see you. Right now? Yes. After speaking, the Anbi ninja returned to the shadows, slowly sinking and disappearing. Pineapple Head, Shadow Ninjutsu, is the ninja of the Nara clan. Hayato trot all the way to the Naruto building, and the Anbi ninja of the Nara clan waited at the door. Nara's Anbi said solemnly, "Follow me, don't run around." Soon, Hayato saw 3 generations of Hokage. Sarutobi Raisin was old when he looked from a distance, with folds and old spots on his face. If he took off his Hokage robe, he looked like a kind old man. This is the first time Hayato has observed 3 generations of Hokage at such close distance. Master Naruto. Hayato bowed his head and saluted, with respect from the heart. In the opinion of Naruto fans in the original world, Tobaru's ruling policy was criticized by some people, but there is a consensus that Sarutobi really did his best for Konoha, and died. Sarutobi Hizen handed Hayato a document and said, "You are Hyuga Hayato, take a look. It is the mission report of Shimizu Shunsuke. Calmness, quick thinking, clear strategy, and efficient tactics." 4 consecutive beautiful words. The 2 generations of Hayato couldn't help laughing out of a pig cry. Cough, cough. Hayato quickly concealed his pride. Sarutobi Hizen saw it in his eyes and smiled, "You did a good job, look down." Next is a report from Konoha Hospital, which mentioned Hayato's treatment of internal bleeding, and the evaluation was also quite high. Sarutobi slashed, "Konoha Hospital also has related techniques. You are not using medical ninjutsu." Hayato replied truthfully, "The blood-cutting technique, the technique I thought about by myself is still under development, and it needs cooperating with my eyes." Sarutobi slashed, "It turns out to be like this. I have developed ninjutsu by myself at this age, and there is not much I can do." What does Hayato want to do after graduation? Hayato replied, "I haven't thought about it for the time being, the family. Under normal circumstances, the Hyuga sect family will not interfere with the career intentions of the children of the separation, but once an order is issued, the children of the separation must obey. For example, Hyuga Takuma, it is his own wish to join the investigative force, and Hinata Takashi is the guard of Hinata. This is a family order. After all, the destiny of the division is in the hands of the Zone family." Sarutobi-san saw Hayato's expression in his eyes, his gentle face revealed a gentler smile, and said, "How about joining my direct troops? Hokage's direct unit is NB." Hayato moved a little. Joining NB means accepting the asylum of Naruto, and the task of NB is more challenging. Kakashi Heiji, Shisui of Uchiha, and Itaka were all elites of NB. Sarutobi slashed, "If you are willing, I will personally talk to your patriarch for the Hyuga clan." At this point, Hayato can only nod his head. If you don't nod, you won't give Hokage face, and if you don't give Hokage face, you will die. The Hayato, who has always liked to die, would not do such a death. However, Sarutobi Hitashi's solicitation was too diligent, and it felt weird. Hayato didn't feel that the strength he showed was worthy of Sarutobi Hizen himself. After thinking about it, Hayato feels that Sarutobi Rizu is mostly due to the internal relationship of the village. Continue to look down at the file. At the end of the document, Hayato saw a mission receipt for the B-level mission. He was stunned, because the executor of the task above said, "Hayata Hyuga, the receipt is stamped with the big seal of Hokage, which means that this mission has been approved by Hokage." Ding! A crisp voice rang in Hayato's mind, and a virtual panel appeared in his mind. The Hokage World Mission Lottery Fusion System is now open. Host, Hyuga Hayato. Age, 12. Grade, Ninja School Student. Physical Skills, 7.41. Ninjutsu, 6.23. Illusion, 4.08. Chakra Amount, 5.84. Current Task, None. Currently available Lottery, B level 1 time. This. Hayato was shocked. This is the Golden Finger, the legendary system. Hayato was ecstatic. It turned out that the Golden Finger was always there, but it was not triggered. Sure enough, the Traverser and the Golden Finger are better. Seeing Hayato overjoyed, Sarutobi thought he was stunned by this receipt, and said with a smile, "Yes, you are the only student who completed the B-level mission during the school since the establishment of Shinin School. System, haha. P.S. The new book has not been signed. For the time being, it will be updated twice a day. The next chapter is at 4 p.m, please look forward to it, please collect it and recommend it." Chapter 6, Line Fruit, Repair. Sarutobi dipped his pipe and looked out the window with deep eyes. An Umbu ninja appeared in the room. He took off the mask, revealing the national character face, thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a mustache, which is somewhat similar to Sarutobi Hizen when he was young. Sarutobi Tombamamura taking off the mask is the eldest son of Sarutobi Hisaki, and the left and right arm at work, and wearing the mask is the personal guard of 3 generations of Naruto. Father, smoke less. Sarutobi Danbo watched his father's increasingly rickety back, his nose sour. Sarutobi Razan sighed. After all, he put down his pipe. Sarutobi Tombagard poured a cup of hot water and said, "Is it the problem of the Hyuga clan?" "Yes, although Hyuga and Uchiha dislike each other, Uchiha's dying of the clan, Hyuga will inevitably die." Sarutobi slobbered and continued, "The incident of Hyuga and Uchiha that year, how Nissa handled the village. Very dissatisfied, Nisara is his twin brother after all. Would you like to arrange for someone to monitor Hyuga's movements?" "No. Nippon is a smart man. He is not what he wants to see against the village, especially the cowardly females of the contemporary clan. It is in Nippon's interest to relax the relationship with the village." Sarutobi said, "Hayato is a Hayato. Signal, a signal that the relationship between the village and the Hyuga clan has eased. I hope that the Hyuga clan will not repeat the mistakes of Uchiha. In case that time comes, Hayato is a nail." The Uchiha Shisui and Itaka were the nails arranged by Sarutobi Hizen. Sarutobi Tombashao asked, "Will Hayato stand on the side of the village?" Sarutobi Hizumi affirmed, "Yes, there was a black hand behind the Hyuga Takia couple's sacrifice that year. Hyuga Takia, Hayato's father. This is the real reason why Sarutobi Hitachi recruits Hayato. I don't know what Hayato would think if he knew it." Below the Konoha Naruto cliff, there is a clearing there with traces of man-made use, but it looks abandoned again. The open space is compacted and the weeds grow sparsely, and the coarser gravel can be cleaned up as a practice field. Hayato was very happy, but it was insignificant compared with the golden finger. After coming out of the Hokage building, Hayato's mouth never closed. Hayato looked at the virtual attribute panel, concentrated his thoughts, and a 9-square grid flop interface appeared. Lottery. Ding. After the clear tone, the white light flourished, and one of the cards was turned over. This. There is a fruit pattern on the brand, which looks like a pear, but the color is gray, and there is a hook-like S pattern on the surface. Devil fruit. Hayato recognized what was in the pattern at a glance. The problem is that I don't know what kind of fruit, and I haven't studied the devil fruit illustration book. Whether to integrate the prize draw. Do you want to merge? Hayato hesitated. Devil fruit is called the secret treasure of the sea. According to legend, it is the incarnation of the demon of the sea. After eating it, it will gain different abilities, but as a price, those who eat it will become land ducks. The eater of the line fruit is Tianyasha Don Quixote da Flamingo, and the fruit ability is the free operation line, which is undoubtedly powerful. Fusion. Hayato thought about it for a while. There are pros and cons, there can be no cheats. In short, take one step at a time. Ding. With a crisp sound, the devil fruit in the pattern appeared in Hayato's hand. Eat more. It is said that the devil fruit is as unpalatable as siang. Hayato smiled happily at that time. How do you know that it is as unpalatable as siang? Have you ever eaten siang? How do I feel retribution is coming now? Hayato closed his eyes and took a bite. Without chewing, he swallowed hard with his neck. Read more at hottentalnovel.xyz. Oh. The mere residual smell left in his mouth almost made Hayato spit out. How should I put it? It is worthy of the devil fruit, and it should not be humiliating. The devil fruit only needs one bite to have the full power of the fruit, and Hayato really doesn't have the courage to taste it. 10 seconds later, the remaining devil fruit disappeared without leaving a trace. The system prompts, successful fusion of line and line fruit. Hayato feels very strange. It seems that the body has more instincts. He stretched out his palm and spun the chakra naturally, and 5 thin lines came out from between his fingers and stretched longer and longer. Hayato looked at the virtual interface of the system again, and the attributes changed. Host, Hyuga Hayato. Age, 12. Grade, Ninja School Student. Physical Skills, 7.41. Ninjutsu, 6.23. Illusion, 4.08. Chakra Amount, 5.84. String Fruit, Primary 5-color thread 0%, Overstrike Twist Whip 0%, Elastic Thread 0%. Current Task, none. Currently available Lottery, none. 5-color line. Hayato's 5 fingers formed into claws, and 5 thin, almost transparent lines stretched out between his fingers, and he grasped the nearby tree trunk hard. Snapped. Like the sound of a whiplash, 5 thin wires cut the trunk. The bark flies flying around, leaving shallow traces on the trunk. The 5-color line is 0.01%. Again. The 5-color line is 0.02%. The 5-color line is 0.11%. The 5-color line is 0.11%. Yep. No change in proficiency? Try again. The 5-color line is 0.12%. That's how it is. Hayato tried several times and understood, only by exhausting all his strength can he increase his proficiency, and the power and attack distance of the 5-color line increases with the increase of his proficiency. Super Strike Whip. Dozens of thin chakra threads were twisted to form a thick strand of hair. Hayato stretched his palm back and threw the thick thread behind him. When it reached the limit, he slammed it back. Boom. The thick line hits the trunk, leaving a small pit as large as a button. Super Strike Whip 0.01%. Bounce the line. Hayato raised his index finger and put away the other fingers, and the thin line of the fingertip slammed out. Laugh. A small sound caused much smaller movement than the Super Strike Whip. In the observation with the eyes, the elastic thread pierced the tree trunk with a finger length, leaving a small pinhole. Stretch line 0.01%. The Overstrike Whip has a long distance and great power, but the front action is obvious, and it is difficult to hit people from the front. It is suitable for long-range sniping. The bullet line launches fast, the movement is concealed, the piercing power is strong, and the frontal combat practicability is strong. The 3 abilities obtained by the fusion of the line fruit are very practical, making up for the shortcomings of the Hayato's poor long-range combat ability. This is almost a common shortcoming of the Hyuga tribe, until they learn Gossip Empty Palm and more advanced skills. At the same time, Hayato found that the thread made by the thread fruit cannot be separated from the body. Once it leaves the body, no matter the thin thread or the thick thread, it will immediately disintegrate. Hayato feels that his strength has improved by at least 10%, and this is just starting the system. No wonder everyone likes the system. Once the cheat is turned on, it feels like flying. In this way, throughout the afternoon, the Hayabusa frantically abused the tree. After dusk, the setting sun shone diagonally. A tree with its leaves falling, branches broken, bark peeling off, and its trunk pitted, it is such a tree that is so miserable that it cannot be called a tree, standing abruptly and tenaciously in the bloody setting sun, it seems to be accusing, which abnormal. The chakra who abused the tree Mad Falcon was almost exhausted, and he rushed into the ramen shop excitedly. Seafood ramen, big bowl. Hayato can't wait to yell. Almost at the same time, another voice yelled, Tonkotsu ramen, a huge bowl. Hayato narrowed his eyes, yellow-haired monster. The yellow monster squinted his eyes, cataract. A dangerous light flashed in Hayato's eyes. Would you like to beat him before you can beat him now? Huangmao stared roundly. Hey, cataracts, I feel like you are thinking about something dangerous. The new book has 2 guaranteed updates, please recommend and collect, and the next chapter will be updated at 8:30 tomorrow, so stay tuned. Chapter 7, Uzumaki Naruto, Repair. It is impossible to fight now. If you accidentally fight something good or bad, who will save the world? And hitting a small one might lead to the old Sarutobi Raisin, or even the old one, the 6-Dao Immortal. So far, Hayato's goal is to be small, that is, to survive and save Niji by the way. The big goal of saving the world should be given to the Sons of Plains. Eel ramen is large in quantity and affordable. As for the taste, in the poor food world of Hokage, eel ramen can be regarded as the general among the short ones, short and long. If there is no such thing as the Daetongmyo people and their descendants, maybe the Hayabusa will open hotels, shop chains, conquer the world with gourmet food, and embark on the pinnacle of life. Is Atsuki messing up? Trouble. Special trouble. Especially the big tube placenta, not only secretly engages in trouble, but also instigates and deceives others to cause trouble. Lord Ban is the downline for the development of Hyuga. As a downline, Banya developed the belt soil into his own downline. As the downline of the downline, not to be outdone by the soil, not only developed Nagato to be downline, but also established the multinational organization Xiao to pit the world. To sum up, this is the story of an MLM organization that harmed the world. Hayato, who occasionally came to have fun, and Naruto, who came often, had a close face. Would you like to be my little brother? Naruto boss covers you, no one dares to bully you. Naruto looked at Hayato and said. Hayato looked at himself. There were a lot of tears in the clothes, and blood stains were faintly visible. This was the injury caused by the chakra line after the rebound was not controlled. It looked a little embarrassed, but it was actually a skin trauma. With the physique of a ninja, one night was enough to recover. Look at Naruto again. The orange clothes were full of dust. It should have been a fight with others, and belonged to the party who was blown up by the hammer. Logically speaking, Naruto should have a blue nose and swollen face at this time, but except for the goggles a bit crooked, and his hairstyle is not messy, it is good to carry the old man with him, even if the old man is an arrogant fox. Hayato was taken aback and laughed. From today, we are also men with portable systems. From tomorrow on, facing the sea, spring will bloom. Don't you believe me, Naruto Uzumaki? I will become Naruto. And it is the Naruto that surpasses Naruto of the past. Naruto Uzumaki thought that Hayato didn't believe it, jumped from the chair, the beard on the side of his cheeks turned up. Believe, I believe. Hayato said with a smile. Hello, Seven Dame. Do you really believe it? He was probably used to being ridiculed and attacked, but Hayato's approval made him unable to adapt for a while and froze in place. Of course, I am going to be the man of One Piece. Hayato gave a thumbs up and pointed at himself. One Piece, I am determined. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes gradually lit up, and his lips trembled with excitement. He pointed to Hayato and said loudly, although I don't know what One Piece is, it feels like it is very powerful. I also recognize you as a mutually recognized companion. I have ramen. Hayato wiped the saliva stars from his face and said, really? Of course. Naruto said loudly again, if you have something to say and do what you say, this is me, Naruto Uzumaki, who has blocked dignity and life, and will endure to death. Oh, it's really a shindo with brand noodles. Hayato said with a smile, then, the boss adds a Naruto roll and a bowl of red bean soup. After eating the ramen, Hayato hiccups and flicks his teeth. Naruto is holding the green frog wallet, counting the scattered coins over and over again, doubting life. That. Haha, the money is not enough, read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Also losing his parents in the Kyuubi rebellion, Hayato received a double pension, so he had nothing to worry about, and he could even save money to buy a ninja. As a fourth-generation posthumous child, Naruto has been lonely since he was a child. he was so ridiculed that he finally grew into a passionate boy with lofty views and lofty ideals. It is really a jaw-dropping miracle in the Hokage world. News. The world in the simulcast doesn't dare to act like this. Hayato really didn't understand what Sarutobi Hizaki thought, how cruel he was. I am sorry. Naruto bowed to apologize 90 degrees. Forget it, just one meal. In the end Hayato paid for his meal and bought Naruto's bill by the way. I am sorry. Don't worry about it, money is something outside of your body, isn't the bond between us worth the money for a meal? Hayato said with his arm around Naruto's shoulder. The Hayato. Naruto's eyes filled with tears. Amount. Suddenly, Hayato didn't feel very good, and there was a kind of kick that would often be slapped. I'm here. Naruto said reluctantly. Naruto lives in a small house facing the street. The wooden house commonly seen in Konoha is a bit crude, but shelter from wind and rain is enough. See you next time. Hayato waved his hand. Goodbye. Naruto jumped on the second floor and climbed in through the window. I don't know where I learned the habit, but I don't know where to go. The window on the second floor opened a gap. Naruto looked at the back of Hayato leaving, wiped a tear from his eyes, and then smiled silly. For people walking in the dark, even a little light is precious. In the following days, Hayato had a very fulfilling life. 3 more ninjutsu means that more energy is needed to review the past and learn the new. I finally understand why Kakashi copied thousands of ninjutsu, and the ones that he used the most were still those. It's simple, people have limited energy. If it is not for the existence of the system, it would be a conservative estimate to simply condense the chakras into a line and spend a year. How long did it take for Bofeng Shuman to develop the spiral pill? 3 years. Still an unevolved version. So, how long does it take for Hayato to develop 5-color, elastic, and overstrike stranded wires based on the chakra wire? 3 years and 3 years, maybe it can't keep up with the 4th Ninja War. Why does Dashimaru want to live forever? Just to have enough time to learn all the ninjutsu in the world. Therefore, the key point is, the system is really fragrant. The fulfilling days always flew fast, and it was the eve of the graduation exam in the blink of an eye. Although it was only a few days, Hayato's life changed again. Host, Hyuga Hayato. Age, 12. Grade, Ninja School student. Physical skills, 7.44 upward arrow. Ninjutsu, 6.22 upward arrow. Illusion, 4.08. Chakra amount, 5.87 upward arrow. String fruit, primary 5-color thread 8.03% upward arrow, overstrike twist whip 0.58% upward arrow, elastic thread 11.555% upward arrow. Current task, none. Currently available lottery, none. Although the progress of the line fruit is obvious, as the proficiency increases, the ascent speed becomes slower, and it is often released only a few times to increase 0.01%. There have also been slight improvements in other areas. This is very small and can hardly be felt in normal days. Now it is reflected in the form of data, which seems to have a sense of accomplishment and motivation. Is Hayato here? Yeah. Hayato exited from the virtual interface and found 3 people outside the door. Uncle, aunt, brother, why are you here? Please come in. Outside the door is Hyuga Toku's family. Uncle Takea Hyuga, a middle-aged man who looked unsmiling. Aunt Keiko Hyuga, who used to be a ninja, retired after getting married, and is now a virtuous and capable full-time housewife. Hyuga Takuma was also there, looking weird. Thank you for your favorite friends. The next chapter will be at 8 p.m., so stay tuned. In the afternoon, an original character profile will be compiled and updated from time to time. Chapter 8, Shock. Hyugaryu exam secret skills, do not regret it, repair. In the living room. Keiko lined up the bento boxes. And Keiko, I have eaten it, you see, the stomach is still swollen. Hayato said, touching his stomach. The bento is very rich, the golden fried pork chops, and the ruddy sausages, you can see the falcon swallowing his saliva. However, I was full. No way, the portion of eel ramen is too hardcore. Isn't there a test tomorrow? Keiko explained with a smile, pork chop. Sausage. In Japanese, the pronunciation of pork chop is the same as victory. Eating pork chop before the exam means wishing the exam a success. The same goes for sausages. Keiko winked at her husband. Cough. Takashi Hyuga suddenly bends his knees, folds his feet, and puts on the unique posture of no, and covers his face with his sleeves. Chiang, Chiang, Chiang. Takaya Hyuga verbally dubbed, slowly lowering his sleeves, revealing a new bento box with takoyaki inside. Hinata Takashi also said in a strange voice, look, there is takoyaki in it. Oh. According to the pronunciation of takoyaki's foreign words, it can be extended to mean that you will pass the exam if you put the takoyaki. Hayato. At last he knew why Hyuga Takuma looked weird. Although Takashi Hyuga looks serious, he is actually a funny joke in nature. He likes to tell jokes and is good at telling all funny jokes into cold jokes. Hinata Takaya leaned over with a thief-like national character face, and said, this is the latest no performance method I saw in Damning Few, how about it? How about it? As long as you are happy. Hayato looked at Hyuga Takuma, and Hyuga Takuma did not squint, and his face was expressionless. Very good. Hayato smiled stiffly, it is not an exaggeration to say that you are an actor who was delayed by a ninja. As long as you practice more, your future achievements are limitless. Hinata Takashi also held Hayato deeply, and said excitedly, the Hayato understands me. Hyuga Takuma pointed to the heart with a dull look in his eyes, meaning, does your conscience hurt? Hayato grinned, showing white Sensen's teeth. In the end, Hayato was no match for Keiko Hyuga's diligence, so he had to say, I'm going. Facts have proved that the stomach is the same as the chest, and there is still a squeeze. Soon, the bento box was empty and smiled. Keiko Hyuga watched Hayato eating with a smile. Hinata Takashi also held the tea, doing deep thinking, but anyone who knew him would know that he must be thinking about those unreliable jokes. Hyuga Takuma is still constipated. Thank you for the hospitality. Hayato felt he was overwhelmed. Keiko Hyuga stopped Hayato from packing up the food box and said, I'll come on, you men talk about business. Takashi Hyuga also waved, come here. Hayato passed over obediently. Hinata Takashi also asked, how did you prepare for the graduation exam? Hayabusa said, no problem. Hyuga Tokoma said on the side, Hyuga's own students in ninja school, there is no failure to pass the graduation exam. For a long time since the ninja school was established, only civilian students have slowly joined the ninja family. Hyuga Takuma means that the graduation exam is not only a personal matter, but also related to the honor of the family, which should not be lost. Hayato thought for a while and said, Master Naruto wanted me to join Anbi, just a few days ago. This means that Hayato has taken the special trick, even if the written test is a blank paper, he can pass. After all, Naruto world respects strength. Lee Look failed the written test. Can't graduate from ninjutsu and illusion school without knowing ninjutsu. Since Matt Dai used his own power to beat the 7 ninja swords to death and the autistic ones. Medi's personal disciple, Lee Look, heir of Baemon Dungia, was the one who registered at Hokage. Can't graduate? Non-existent. Hinata Takaya said, oh, there's this thing, let's talk about it. Hayato fully described the experience of the Hokage building. After listening, Takashi Hyuga also sighed, it's too hasty. It's too sloppy. At that time, Hayato considered the situation of himself and Enbi, and did not consider the relationship between the village and the Hyuga clan. However, in the past few days, combining the experience of the Traverser and the information collected, Hayato has come up with a clue. If you go back in time, you can make another choice, and Hayato will still choose to join Umbu. Read more at hotantillnovel.xyz. The Hyuga clan is the natural backing of Hayabusa, but this backing is not solid. Think about the Hyuga Nissa. Although the village demanded sacrifices from the Hyuga clan out of political considerations. However, as the Konoha clan, if the attitude of the Hyuga clan is a bit tougher, and even the clan supports the Konoha war, will Konoha's confidence be firmer, and will there be no need for sacrifice? Konoha was weak at that time, isn't Union weak? Why don't you just go to war if you are not weak? If a war breaks out, Konoha is worried about other shinobu villages uniting. Other shinobu villages need knives from worrying about plastic love allies. Obviously it is who persuades who suffers. Konoha's decision not only wasted the life of an excellent Changren, but also exposed his own weakness. What's more, as the children of the separation, the family is not only a shield, but also a shackle and cage. The bird in the cage is like a thorn, buried in the hearts of the separated children. Finally, Takashi Hyuga thought for a while, and said, since it happened, there is no way. This matter can be big or small, and I will report it to the patriarch in advance, lest you are not a human inside or outside when things change. Thank you, uncle. Hayato thanked him sincerely. Hinata Takashi finally said, Hayato, you have been very smart and independent since you were young. This is very similar to your father. But you have to think twice when you speak, don't be impulsive, and always remember 3 identities: Konoha ninja, the Hyuga clan and the Hyuga branch. After leaving his uncle's family away, Hayato sat alone in the hall, thinking about what Hyuga Takeya had said. What does Hinata Takashi mean? Others may think that Hinata Takashi is also reminding Hayato to love the village and family, but Hayato knows that his uncle is not that kind of traditional staid person. Takashi Hyuga should also remind Hayato, don't get involved in conflicts of interest between the village and the family. The identity of the separation is weak in the face of the first 2. In the face of interests, what is the rich family? Where is Uzushio village, the former hardcore Konoha ally? Destroy the country and the village. Where is Konoha giant Uchiha now? Almost annihilated. The reasons for this are of course very complicated, and Konoha can't all be blamed for the black pot, but only in terms of results. They are all sacrificed in front of the village's interests. Can the family be trusted? Trust is mutual. Does the clan trust the division of families? What is the bird in the cage? Don't talk about protecting the white eyes. If the caged bird is useful, then what is the white eyes held by the misty green? It was a slap severely on the face of the Hyuga clan. If you can't trust it, then why should the clan ask the branch to be unconditionally loyal to the clan? Hayato couldn't help wondering whether the bird in the cage was part of the old Yinbai conspiracy for thousands of years. It can't protect the eyes, limit the strength of the tribe, and provoke the internal conflicts of the Hyuga clan. It is really the style of the big tube placenta. Hayato took a book from the shelf, and the cover read, The Customs of the 5 Great Nations. Open the book, there is a universe inside. The home page is a bird curse pattern in a light blue cage, a cross mark and 2 reverse hook patterns. Next is the study of various sealing techniques, curse seals, and the analysis of caged birds. This is not Hayato's, but his father Hyuga Takeya left. Many Hyuga branch houses hide a copy or a box of things like this. After turning a few pages, Hayato silently put the book back on the shelf. The next day, the first day of the graduation exam. Hayato woke up early as usual, and after a while, exercised in his yard until he sweated. I took a cold shower and ate breakfast. On the street. Every day, what a coincidence. Hayato once again ran into the little rich woman every day. Hayato, good morning. Every day, she slung a pink small bag and held a paper umbrella, her face filled with a youthful smile. She was followed by Li-look. Li-look held the note, frowning, his two rich eyebrows almost touched together. He lowered his head, muttered words in his mouth, immersed in his own world. This is why Hayato did not greet him the first time. I'm in a good mood, it looks like I'm very sure about the exam. Hayato said casually, unexpectedly. Tian smiled and said, yes, according to reliable sources, in addition to the 3 Shenzhen technique, it is extremely possible to test the use of ninjas. Oh, then congratulations. Ninja is the best subject every day, no wonder she is so happy. Hayato looked at Li-look and asked in a low voice, is it too late to hold the Buddha's feet temporarily at this time? Speaking of this, Tian gritted his teeth and said, I clearly handed over the notes and key points to him a few days ago. This idiot doesn't need to talk about the whole book, even if one page, no, not a single word was memorized. At this moment, Li-look raised his head, watery tears rolled in his eyes, and said pitifully, Falcon, I may not be able to graduate this year, oh. Hayato took the notebook from his hand, turned 2 pages, and threw it into the trash can. What are you doing, Hayato? Li-look wailed, my notebook, my youth. Tian said with a gloomy face on the side, although I don't know what you want to do, Hayato, but I kindly remind you that the notebook belongs to me. Hayato stiffened his movements and made a ipe lip, then patted Li-look's shoulder, and said earnestly, Xiaoli, reading is useless at this time, so. So give up. Ah. Li-look was struck by lightning, my youth is really grey. But. For the sake of youth and passion, I decided to teach you the secret skills of the Hyuga clan that have not been passed on for thousands of years. Listen. Hayato approached Li-look and whispered, 3 longs and 1 short, choose the shortest. 3 shorts. 1 long election is the longest. 2 long and 2 short, choose B, the same length and the same short, choose A, different lengths, choose D, uneven C is invincible. Remember? I didn't remember. Sure enough, God opened a window to people and inevitably closed a door. Xiaoli's talent is all about physical skills. Follow me, 3 long and 1 short, choose the shortest. 3 longs and 1 short, choose the shortest. A cataract, a watermelon head, cataracts are serious nonsense, the watermelon head nods frequently, tears and nasal mucus fly together, the brain is the same color as a walnut, how I look at this picture, how touching IQ. How can I say that children with intellectual disabilities have a lot of fun, especially two? A beautiful girl followed, and once a pedestrian looked over, she waved her hand again and again to show that she didn't recognize it. P.S. During the lunch break, I was pleasantly surprised to find 2 more recommendations. First of all, I would like to thank the author after reading the main text and spending precious time reading the author's P.S. and this chapter. I don't know who cast the first vote for this book, as it is tied for the first row, right? In any case, I will wish the 2 handsome guys or beautiful women who voted to have a good life and good health, and all friends who read these words will be promoted and wealthy, and the family will be safe. See you tomorrow at 8:30 for the next chapter, so stay tuned. Chapter 9, The Technique of Cicada Sloughing, Repair. There are more than 30 graduates of this year, sitting quietly in their seats, looking forward to it, like a nestling in a bird's nest, waiting for parents to return to the nest. Boom. The examiner in the Konoha green vest appeared on the podium like a ninja. He looks 25 or 16 years old, tall and thin, wearing green sunglasses, with a forehead slanted on his forehead, and he is quite handsome. Yamashiro Aoba was once one of the 4 generations of Hokage's guards, and now he is a special kind of forbearance, deeply trusted by the 3rd generation of Hokage. While fulfilling the task of invigorating the exam, Yamashiro Aoba also accepted the assignment of 3 generations of Hokage to observe the current graduates and identify potential students among them. After meticulously checking the candidates' information and distributing the test papers, Yamashiro Aoba solemnly announced, "The exam begins." Ding. Host, Hyuga Hayato. Special Achievement Task, pass the exam and become a ninja. Success Reward, randomly draw a C-level ninjutsu. Failure Penalty, randomly disable a ninjutsu for 1 month. Special Title Task, the strongest to play ninja, the first in total score, graduated from ninja school. Success Reward, B-level special items will be drawn once. Failure Penalty, all fusion skill proficiency is cleared. Do you accept the task? Although C-level ninjutsu and B-level items do not know what they are and how valuable they are, the penalty for mission failure is also very light, there is no irreversible loss, and there is no reason not to accept them. Accept. In the plan, Hayato intends to behave well, and since he has accepted the task, he has to take it seriously. Hayato was the key observation object of Yamashiro Aoba, and even Hokage personally explained it. Yamashiro Aoba wondered, he was still sluggish just now, did it change in a blink of an eye? What happened? When he passed by Hayato, he found that Hayato was writing like flying, and all of them were correct, but, the words were a bit ugly. In less than half an hour, Hayato finished all the answers and checked them one by one. Hayato was hesitating whether to hand in the paper in advance, and a small black beetle landed on the paper. Hayato was bored, he stretched out his fingers and gently pressed the beetle's back shell. The little beetle stroked 6 small short legs in vain, dogging on the spot, very funny. Yep. I don't know if it is an illusion, Hayato feels that the chakra between his fingers is a little less. This worm is familiar. Hayato turned his head. Sure enough. In the corner, a man in a trench coat and green glasses was looking at him bitterly. You envies Ishin, one of Hayato's few friends, you envies worms. The Yunya clan is Konoha's secret technique family. They signed a contract with certain insects, using the body as a nest and chakra as food to nurture the insects. Once, Hayato couldn't help but see Yunyu's Ishin with white eyes. Although he was mentally prepared, Hayato almost dug his eyes on the spot. I go. UNV's Ishin's body is like an ant nest, with countless insects, densely packed, climbing up and down. Hayato has lost 10 years of goosebumps at once. Among the opponents Hayato didn't want to meet last, Yuina's Ishin was definitely among the best. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. When UNV Shen didn't speak, she didn't have any sense of existence. She brought her own buff, but as long as she opened her mouth, her painting style changed suddenly, and she was able to talk to Hayato. Could it be a stalemate? Shivering, Hayato removed his finger. The regained worm swings its tentacles left and right, and then wanders around the test paper eagerly. Cheat. I didn't expect you to be such an oily girl, Shishin. Hayato wrote on the manuscript, Sukiyaki, while holding the index finger with the thumb, aimed at the dead bug, ready to flick away the bug at any time. The worm stopped for a while, and then walked in the shape of a square root on the Shaoxi pot. The extortion succeeded, and the Hayabusa felt happy, and continued to watch the hard work of the bad bugs. In the exams of the ninja school, cheating is not shameful, because a large part of the ninja's mission is intelligence warfare, and the theft and transmission of intelligence are very similar to cheating on exams. The examiner for the graduation examination is usually performed by Nakanin or even Shangnin. The cheating methods of ninja school students can't escape their eyes at all, but their task is not to spot cheating, but to spot cheating with poor methods. For example, some students who can only crane their necks and have rough methods have been sentenced to death long ago, and they have no scores on the test. Not only that, but good cheating methods can even add points. The exam time is up, hand in the paper. Outside the examination room, Hayato saw Lee Look. Lee Look was in a good mood, and Hayato leaned forward and asked, "Little Lee, how did you get on the exam?" Lee Look grinned, his teeth flashing dazzling crosses. "I won't take it." Lee Look held out his thumb. "Thanks to Hayato's secret test skills, it's really easy to use." "Ah." Hayato smiled without feeling guilty. "To celebrate the success of Xiao Li's exam, I have a treat at noon for sukiyaki," Hayato announced loudly, attracting other people's attention. "Falcon, you are such a good person." Lee Look cried and his nose ran down. "Not only did he teach me the secret test skills, but he also asked me to eat delicious food." Hayato stepped back 2 steps quickly so as not to get nasal mucus, and said, "Go call Niji and Tien Tien. Sukiyaki is delicious only if everyone eats it together." "Are you right, Zishin?" "Yes." Unv gritted her teeth cautiously. Lee Look exclaimed, "Yeah? Zishin, when did you come?" Unv Zishin said weakly, "I was there from the beginning." "Hey, forget it, I'm almost used to it." Lee Look jumped to find Ning Si and Tien Tien. Hayato grinned, and said to Shio Shishi, "Have you brought your wallet? Is there enough money in it?" Unvzishin, ####, continue to gnash your teeth. Eat sukiyaki at noon. Sukiyaki is actually beef hot pot, a special kind. Hayato likes to add a lot of chrysanthemum to the pot, which always arouses complaints. Because the taste of chrysanthemum is a bit strange, many people don't eat them. Among them is Yunushi Shen. To be precise, it was the insects in Unvzishin who didn't like it. Maybe there was some insecticidal ingredient in the chrysanthemum. Badworm is a highly adaptable insect. After several generations of mutation, poison can be used as a snack. Chunju is not a problem, but if you don't like it, you don't like it. Badworm occasionally plays a small temper. Eat and drink enough, go back to school to continue the exam. The first test of the 3-body technique in the afternoon is the tradition of Shinobi School, and the thunder and strikes remain unchanged. The 3 Shenzhen technique includes the avatar technique, the transformation technique and the avatar technique. For most students, it's too simple. Because of its simplicity, it is difficult to pull the score difference. If you want a high score, you have to show. Hayato showed off his own ninjutsu, the technique of cicada sloughing. The principle of the cicada sloughing technique is to release the chakra from the chakra points of the whole body, forming a layer of chakra shell on the body surface, and then the body quickly detaches from the chakra body, like a snake molting or a cicada molting. Considering that Uncle Snake's Ashin Pilryu substitute technique has been used, Hayato had to name it, the technique of cicada sloughing. The cicada sloughing technique does not require seals, and it is very realistic. One of the examiners can stand up and clap his hands. It's a secret ninjutsu from the Hyuga clan. How did it become Hyuga's secret art? Probably no one thinks that a ninjutsu school student can develop ninjutsu. Forget it, Hyuga secret art is the Hyuga secret art. As the saying goes, when the gun hits the head, there are many popular people. The less trouble, the better. Despite the deviation in the course of the matter, the result is still Hayato's 3-sounding skillful mark. After Lee Look finished the exam, he squatted in the corner and drew circles. The Hayato's few words made Lee Look cheer up again, and there are also simple people who are innocent. To be honest, Hayato is very optimistic about Lee Look's future achievements in Beiman Dunjia. Also the user of 8-door Dunjia, Matkai, he is good at ninjutsu, and he still uses spiritism quite sluggishly, while Lee Look only knows physical skills, which is more pure. Being more pure means being more focused, with the same talent, the same effort, the same opportunity, and the achievement of focused people tends to be higher. P.S. After seeing the writer's assistant in the evening, I found that the 2 recommendation votes were both voted by the Kamegi boss. Okay, thanks for the double. In the next chapter at 8 o'clock in the evening, we will start our own ninjutsu again, so stay tuned. Chapter 10, Viper Throwing, Fix. In the second test, there is no throwing technique. Every day he took out the summoning roll and spread it on the ground. Psychic art. Several shiny shurikens lined up in a row, making the grid shining brightly, making the eyes green for those who manually drew the ninja. There are 2 types of spiritism, one is blood deed summoning, which assists in battle by summoning psychic beasts, and the other is non-blood deed summoning, which can summon things stored elsewhere. Tianation's summoning scroll obviously belongs to the latter. The problem is that the production of the summoning scroll involves space-time ninjutsu and seal art, which is obviously not something that can be produced every day at this stage. A most common scroll of summoning costs about 3,000 taels, which is about the price of 3.5 detonating charms. Considering the 62 bowls of eel ramen, the summoning scroll is really extravagant. Every day really. Little rich woman, nothing wrong. Kyu throwing assessment items are divided into fixed targets, moving targets, and scattered targets according to the target. Fixed targets and moving targets are the foundation of a ninja. To pass the 2 is one step closer to the qualifications of a ninja. There are 10 scattered targets, the positions appear randomly, and the candidate needs to throw all the Konoha within 5 seconds. The shorter the time, the more hits, and the higher the score. It belongs to the high-level project of Kumu Throw. In the past, scattered targets were the showgrounds of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha is almost annihilated. There are no Uchiha people to participate in the assessment this year, and there will not be many in the future. As everyone geared up, they couldn't help but sigh. Operation Equipment. Starfall. The test of the scattered target is to throw a summoning scroll directly every day, and at the same time look around, note the location of the target. 10 Konoha shot out from the scroll, all hitting targets under Tianation's control. Awesome. As expected every day. The game is high every day. Tianation's performance was not surprisingly 1. Prior to this, his highest score was 8 out of 10, with Yukishin and Naratomuchi. Unv Shen released the worms and attached them to the target, but threw out 10 Konoha in a row, a bit reluctant, and 2 lost their accuracy. Naratomuchi seemed to throw a lot of Konoha indiscriminately. Shadow imitation. The quasi-head was slightly worse, and all hits under the fine-tuning of the shadow. The problem is that Naratomuchi threw only 8 Konoha, so he said 10 shots 8 out. Sure enough, the Nara clan are all smart guys, as accurate as they are in their grasp of themselves and the surrounding situation, and at the same time know how to make choices. It's no wonder that this clan has served as Hokage staff and worked well at Konoha's high-level staff. Soon, it was Niji Hyuga's turn. Ning Si posed a starting hand gesture of Bagwajang Huishin. As soon as the target appeared, Niji's body rotated rapidly, and 10 Konoha shot out almost at the same time, and then all hit the bullseye. This is Kyuya version Back to Heaven? Sure enough, Ning Si had realized it by himself, and might have been able to use it in actual combat. Genius. Wow. So awesome, so handsome. The girls exclaimed all kinds of admiration, their eyes gleaming. In contrast, the boys' reaction was much colder, probably because Hyuga Ningji is usually relatively cold. Only Lee Look jumped up and shouted, Ning Si did a great job, and he deserves to be my opponent for life. By the way, Lee Look's scatter target score is 7 out of 10 shots, an upper middle level. However, in the fixed target and the moving target throwing, Lee Look was very brilliant, and the extremely powerful Kyu penetrated the bullseye several times, smashing several targets. To the cheers of others, Hyuga Ningji looked as usual. This cool reaction drew another wave of girls' screams. He glanced at Hayato faintly, meaning you take the exam, Don't try to deal with things indiscriminately. Hayato said, it's impossible to be sloppy with the task at hand. Soon it was Hayato's turn. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. 10 targets appeared randomly at the same time. At one glance, Hayato was stunned, because there were 2 targets in the same straight line. Yamashiro Aoba smiled and said nothing. Do you think random things are really random? What would you do? Yamashiro Aoba is looking forward to it. Among the students who have finished the exam, among the students with the highest scores, in fact, only Niji Hyuga uses pure kunao throwing, Shishin Yuuki uses insects as a helper, and Tien and Tamachi Nara use other ninjutsu aids. However, this is only the graduation exam for ninja school. How can it be too demanding? Does it work with other ninjutsu? For example, removing the target that is blocking the front is not against the rules. Shancheng Aoba put herself on the ground and found that she could only summon the crow to help. Sure enough, Uchiha's throwing technique is still the strongest. As a confidant of 2 generations of Naruto, Yamashiro Aoba's impression of Uchiha is not good, but Uchiha's disappearance can't help but sigh and miss. Brush. 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 Hayato threw out all kunao. 2 kunao, one behind the other, flew towards the overlapping targets. Give up? It failed. Others think so, and Yamashiro Aoba thinks so too. Do not. No way. Tuck. The Kyu in front was ready to hit the bullseye, but the Kyu in the back actually flew out of an arc in the air, bypassing the target in front. Tuck. With this muffled noise, Shancheng Aoba's eyes widened. How can I do it? The audience, there was no sound. Night fell. The Naruto office is brightly lit. Sarutobi immersed himself in processing the documents, and the documents were still piled up on the table. After all, he is nearly 70 years old and his energy is not as good as before. In the face of heavy government affairs, Sarutobi has more than enough energy but not enough energy. It would be fine if the water gate was still there. Sarutobi Razuan thought so many times, and then smiled countless times. Sure enough, I am old, doing unrealistic delusions. In fact, this is not to blame Sarutobi Risket. A commoner origin, a disciple of Sunin, superb ninjutsu, Yellow Flash superb ninjutsu, can stop children from crying at night. The key is that people are young and handsome. As Naruto, the wave of the water gate is more than perfect. It is a pity that if the earthen jar is not broken away from Inu, the general will inevitably die before the battle. Pofeng Mizuman unfortunately died in battle, and the former Naruto candidate, Oshimaru, defected. Tsunade was heartbroken and went away from home. Jiraiya also clings to the fetters with the former two and the illusory son of prophecy. Today, among the younger generation of ninjas, only Heiki Kakashi can enter the eyes of Sarutobi Heiichi. Judging from Sarutobi's old splendid gaze, Heiji Kakashi was still too tender, and could not suppress the eager Danzo internally, and could not fight against Onoki and his ilk externally. Stay for a few more years. Sarutobi Razan picked up the pipe and took a deep breath, trying to use nicotine to disperse the fatigue that accumulated over the years. Tuck, tuck, tuck. Someone knocked on the door. Come in. It was Sarutobi Tombamamori who came in. He was not wearing Anbi's clothes. He was holding a food container in one hand and a document bag in the other. Father, let's eat first. Okay. Sarutobi Hizuchi stopped working and asked, what are you holding in your hand? It's the task report submitted by Yamashiro Aoba, about today's graduation exam. Sarutobi Tombamori replied. Sarutobi Hitachi took the file bag and opened it. Sarutobi Tombashao anxiously said, my father. Okay. Okay. Eat first. Sarutobi Hizen reluctantly put down the file. In this way, Sarutobi ate food while his son supervised him to concentrate on eating. Sarutobi Tombamamori is the eldest son of Sarutobi Hizen, and he is also his left and right arm. It can be said that, except for Sarutobi Hizen's wife, the dead Sarutobi Lake Biwa, no one knows Sarutobi Hizen better than him. Therefore, Tombamo Sarutobi sneered at his father's greed for the power of Naruto. Hokage is a crown with thorns to Sarutobi Rizen, and it is also a heavy shackle, squeezing his vitality all the time. Sarutobi Tombamori did not persuade his father. Persuasion is useless. If it's useful, why did Sarutobi risk to be conscientious in the position of Hokage, like walking on thin ice for so many years? Thinking of this, the iron-blooded man, Sarutobi Tombamo, was so sour that he shed tears. Sarutobi Hizen felt that the eldest son's position was abnormal, and asked, "What's the matter?" "It's nothing." Sarutobi Tombamori said, "I'm just a little tired." Sarutobi slashed and said, "If you are tired, rest more, and take more time to accompany Konohamaru." Speaking of Sarutobi Konohamaru, the two smiled on their faces. Sarutobi Tombagard said, "Konohamaru is crying every day to defeat you and become Hokage." Sarutobi smiled and said, "Konohamaru is a good boy. I really look forward to it. My old bone is happiest than watching Konoha's new generation grow up and support Konoha's future." After a few gossips, Sarutobi slashed his eyebrows and stretched out, like a grandfather with a sweet-smelling grandson. P.S. Thank you for the recommendation ticket of Trench Coat Joke and the recommendation ticket of Kamegi yesterday. Thank you for your collection. The next chapter is tomorrow at 9 o'clock, preparing for the graduation exam. Chapter 11, Black Box Operation, Repair. After resting for a while, Sarutobi Hizen returned to work. Sarutobi Tombashao helped make a cup of hot tea, presented the form to his father, and said, "This is the result of the written examination for today's graduation exam. Take a look." Sarutobi Hizen took it seriously. The scores of the written test are divided into 5 grades, AE, and grade C is the passing line. In the end, Sarutobi Rizen specially drew out Li Luo's transcript. This time, Li Luo's written test score was C level, and his previous written test scores have been very stable at the bottom of the list. Sarutobi Tombamamori explained with a smile, "It's really just a simple good luck." After that, he explained the so-called Hyuga clan exam secret skills of Hayato. As for why Sarutobi Tombashao knew the secret of the exam, it was not that Lee Rock said that he missed his mouth, but that Hayato himself told a funny story when he was eating the sukiyaki pot. Then it spread. Sarutobi Hizen and Tanbashao smiled at each other, and they didn't know whether they were laughing at Lee Rock or Hayato. Sarutobi Tombamamaru took out the transcripts of the 3 Shenjutsu and Kunout throwing skills. After reading it carefully, Sarutobi Richan drew out Hayato's form, both of which were marked with Yamashiro Aoba, meaning that they needed to be focused on. After reading it, Sarutobi slashed and said, "Are you special double in place and arc Kunout? It's very interesting." Shocked the test site. The 2 ninjutsu in the eyes of Sarutobi are just interesting. Don't forget that Sarutobi has cut off ninjutsu and also has the title of Doctor of Ninja, which can shock him. Really not much. Sarutobi Hizen asked, "What are the names of these 2? Sarutobi Tombashao replied, "The technique of cicada sloughing, viper throwing." The technique of cicada sloughing and viper throwing? A very apt name. The house of the Hyuga family. There are 2 transcripts in his hands, Hayato and Niji. 2 geniuses, one is good at developing ninjutsu, and the other perfectly inherits the blood of the Hyuga clan. Hyuga is not a mixed blessing. What is happy is that the Hyuga clan is coming out in large numbers. What is worried is that the 2 geniuses are separated. The current heir of the clan is Hyuga Hinata, the eldest daughter of Hyuga Nizu. Hyuga Hinata is so talented and weak in character that it is difficult to take on the responsibility of growing the Hyuga clan. In time, it has become inevitable to divide the family and surpass the clan. Two choices are placed in front of Hyuga. 1. Suppress Hyuga Hayato and Niji. This choice is bound to cause a mutiny in the division of the family, and elevate the contradiction between the clan and the division to another level. 2nd. Change the heir. Hyuga Nissa also has a young daughter Hyuga Flower. In the view of Hyuga Nissa, the talents of Hyuga Fireworks are no less than that of Hayato and Niji. Look again, there is no time to make a choice. Hyuga Nissa rubbed his eyebrows. Headache, read more at hotuntalnovel.xyz. Hyuga Hizu asked, Phyla, who is the chief examiner tomorrow? Hyuga Filial Piety serving on the side, Shimizu Shunsuke, especially Shinobu. I have had several friendships with Hyuga ninja fighting side by side. Hyuga Hizuka said, you go to reminisce with him as a private person and arrange for Niji to fight Hayato. Two different types of genius, who will win? Hyuga Nissa doesn't care, what he wants is for two people to show all their cards in a close match. And it's best to be able to play out the dog's brain and create barriers. Hyuga Taka nodded and said, yes. Shimizu Shunsuke's home. The Enby ninja handed a quest scroll to Shimizu Shunsuke. Inside is tomorrow's match list. After a while, the Enby ninja asked, remember? Shimizu Daisuke nodded. Umbu ninja holds the mission scroll. The mission scroll seemed to have been eroded by countless hours and turned into dust in a blink of an eye. After all, the operation of the black box is detrimental to fairness, and the spreading of it will damage the reputation of Naruto, so the Enby ninja destroys the corpses. This means that if something goes wrong, Shimizu Shunsuke will be the only one. Soon after Enby ninja left, Takashi Hyuga came. Shunsuke Shimizu greeted enthusiastically, filial piety, long time no see. One is in the ninja school, and the other is in the deep house compound in Hyuga. It is really not easy to meet if you don't come here specially. Going at this time is not about talking about it. After a few small chats, Hinata Takato enters the topic. Sure enough, there is nothing to do without going to the Three Treasures Hall of the Three Treasures Hall. After hearing Hinata Taka's request, Shimizu Shunsuke smiled bitterly. If it is other time, Shimizu Shunsuke doesn't mind selling Hyuga's filial piety, and gains the friendship of the Hyuga clan by the way. Now, he can only tactfully refuse. It's not that you don't give Hyuga filial piety face, but face is different. Hyuga Takaya represents the Hyuga clan, Hokage represented by the Enby ninja, and Naruto can represent Konoha. Who has the greater face? However, Takashi Hyuga did not return in vain, he got the names of Hayato and Niji's opponents. Takashi Hyuga returns to Hyuga Hizu. After listening to it, Hyuga Hizu's complexion did not change. After a while, he said, Hyuga Hayato to Lee Rock, Hyuga Niji to Naratomuchi. Is there any information about Lee Rock and Naratomuchi? Hyuga's filial piety, only Lee Rock's. So that's it? After reading Lee Look's information, Hyuga understood it, and a young man with a watermelon head and thick eyebrows appeared in his mind. This Lee Look is a descendant of Metkai, a cultivator of Baemon Dungia, obviously not an ordinary kid. As for Tamachi Nara, see you tomorrow. The children of the secret technique family should not be too weak. Sarutobi Hizen was full of energy, and he was not tired at all on the surface. Standing on a high platform, he first talked about the great sacrifice and glory of all the predecessors since the establishment of the village, and then graphically showed Konoha's current prosperity. Finally, the kindly Hokage put forward earnest expectations, saying, the glorious history has passed, and the present everything will eventually become history, and Konoha's future depends on you. A speech made the students in the audience excited, wishing to immediately put on their foreheads and fight for Konoha. Next, Shunsuke Shimizu came to the stage to re-emphasize the discipline of the exam. There are many rules, but they can be summed up in 2 points. First, The two sides of the battle are not allowed to use forbidden techniques and deliberately kill classmates. Second, other students must not deliberately interfere with the students in the battle. Violators lose their qualifications for the exam, and severely even lose the qualifications to become a ninja. Then, Hokage starts the process of the battle draw and automatically generates a battle list. No one thought the randomly generated match table is not random. Xiaoli. Hayato looked at the match table and touched his chin and said, as long as it's not Yugo Shen Shishin. Li Luke's fighting spirit was burning like a raging fire, and he said, Falcon, I want to defeat you. Hayabusa disapproved in his heart, and the use of forbidden techniques was not allowed in the battle, which meant that Li Luke could not use the 8-gate Dunjia in the battle, and Li Luke's strength could not be displayed. Hayato makes a fist, come on. Yunzi Shen said, Li Luke is your opponent. Is it really good to be so cheering? Is this love? Hayabusa, go. P.S. Ask for recommendation tickets and collections, there is a chapter at 8 p.m. Chapter 12, Wonderful Duel, Repair. The rising sun disperses the morning fog. The place of the graduation exam is in the practice field of Shinobu School. There was no deliberate publicity, no deliberate secrecy and prohibition, so many Konoha people dragged their families with their mouths and snacks to onlookers, like visiting a small temple fair. This is very different from the Zongjin exam. The audience of the Zongjin exam is not only the villagers of Konoha and the people of Fire Country, but also guests from other countries from afar. In the first game, Niji Hyuga vs Tomochi Nara, Yasushi Shen approached Hayato and asked, what do you think of this battle? Hayabusa said, this fellow Kyoichi won't just abstain, right? Nara Tomochi looked listless, his eyes were hanging on his eyes, and he didn't seem to wake up. Grow your eyes. Niji Hyuga rolled his eyes. Wait. Tomochi Nara raised his hand and said, I have something to say. Scratching his head, Nara Tomochi said, from the time the lottery was drawn up to now, I have probably simulated 200 battles, but I can't seem to find a way to defeat you. Yunzi Shishin said, you are right, Kyoichi wants to surrender directly. Hayabusa said, I don't think so now, this guy is most afraid of trouble. If you want to surrender, don't talk nonsense. Yunzi Shen thought for a while, that's true. Hyuga Niji closed his hand, what do you mean? Nara Tomochi said, everyone is a classmate, and we will all be ninjas in the future. Maybe we still have a chance to be a teammate, so, can you abuse it lightly? Puff. Cough, cough. Yunzi Shen choked, clutching her chest and said, is this guy here to be funny and cute? Hyuga Niji looked at Shimizu Shunsuke. Shimizu Shunsuke glared at Nara Tomochi and said loudly, start. Nara Tomochi took the lead in throwing 2 kunao. Yunzi Shishin said, speaking of which, isn't this guy quite energetic? Hayabusa said, the Nara clan used shadow secret art to fight. The weather is clear and the terrain is open, which is not good for Shina. Ninja fighting also pays attention to the right time and place. For example, rainy days are not good for the fire escape ninja, and the water environment is good for the water escape ninja. Brush. Brush. 2 misfortunes failed. Ning Si took advantage of the gap and narrowed the distance with Shine. Shadow imitation. Cobra's shadow dance. The 2 kunao that landed bounced and thrust into Ninkai's back. Ning Si dodged sideways, but he didn't expect that the 2 kunzeo would not let go. After a pause in the air, he turned to continue pursuing. Yunashi Shin said, kunao is connected to the steel wire. Camouflage is painted on the steel wire. It's so hard to find. Also, the eyes are so easy to use. If it wasn't for the 360 degrees angle of view, Kyoichi would have succeeded 90% of the blow. Hayabusa said, well, this guy Kyoichi is very serious, and there is still this shadow on the steel wire. So Konoha can be as flexible as a cobra. There is another thing Hayato didn't say. After several attacks, Kyoichi seemed to notice the existence of the blind spot of the Hyuga branch, and the proportion and frequency of attacks on the blind spot increased significantly. But Niji Hyuga quickly tapped his finger on the wire twice, as if hitting the 7 inches of a snake. Although the acupuncture points of the soft fist can't cut the steel wire, it can cut the shadow entwined on the steel wire. Ding! Ding! 2 Konoha fell to the ground again. When Naratomochi reconnected to the shadow and manipulates Konoha again, Hyuga Niji has already deceived Naratomochi. Naratomochi is already in the area of Niji Hyuga's Bagwazang. Read more at hotentalnovel.xyz. Unv Shen sighed, Kyoichi did a good job, but it's over. Soft fist. 8 diagrams and 32 palms. Shadow imitation. Sunflower. Open. The dark shadows turned into sunflowers, and the petals were dark and sharp, blooming centered on Naratomochi. Snapped. 2 palms. Hyuga Ninkai took out his palm, destroying the flowers with a sharp hand. The invisible and intangible shadow was slapped to pieces by Ningxi's palms. Shadow imitation. Sunflower. Hey! Naratomochi shouted. The black petals suddenly rolled up, and the blooming sunflower turned into a flower bone, swallowing the 2 together. 4 palms. 32 palms. There was a faint voice from Hyuga. Unv cautiously said, How? After a short silence, the sunflower quickly withered, and the petals fell one after another. The figures of Hyuga Niji and Naratomochi appeared again. The tip of Hyuga Niji's palm was on Nara's chest, while Naratomochi lay on the ground with a grim look. Isn't it easy to be lighter? Sighing, Naratomochi said, Sure enough, I can't win. But my mother won't be talking about Rory anymore. I'm so annoying. Ningxi said, Can you get up? Kyoichi struggled to stand up and said, It hurts, hiss, thank you for your mercy. With Tinia's physique, he could stand up even after hitting the gossip with 32 palms. Naturally, Ningxi had stopped. Ningxi snorted proudly, holding Shina off the court. Unv Shishin said, Congratulations, Ningxi Shitiki friends. It's time for me to end, cheer for me. Hayato had no expression on his face. If you refuel, won't you turn into an oily girl? Unv Shishin said, What a cold joke. Shunsuke Shimizu announced, in the second game, Shin Yuzushi vs Atsushi Iguchi. I'm on it. After the seal of opposition, Atsushi Iguchi wanted to fight with Yuzushin. Yunashi Shin looks like a ninja who is not good at hand-to-hand combat, and in fact he is. Yunashi Shin quickly backed away, and at the same time threw out Konoha. Atsushi Iguchi opened up Konoha, and finally approached Unv Shishin. Successful, the wind hits 10 in a row. Atsushi Iguchi slammed 10 punches in an instant. The 9 punches in front were hidden, and the last punch hit Yuina Shishin's face. Boom! Unv Shen turned into a group of black bugs. Worm clone. Unv Shishin appeared not far behind Jun Iguchi, and said, I may not seem to be good at physique. In fact, I am really not good at physique, so you are right. I thought I had won, but the opponent was unscathed. Atsushi Iguchi became angry, Do it again, let's see how you hide. Unv Shen said, as the saying goes, you don't slap someone in the face, and you pretend to be moderate. If you do so, I lose face. Konoha flicks his legs. Konoha flicked his legs. Konoha hit a legs. Atsushi Iguchi answered Yuukashin with continuous kicks, and all aimed at Yuukashin's face. Unv Shin shook her head and said, Can't you let me finish talking? Forget it, the time delay is almost the same. Jun Iguchi landed with his hands on his knees, gasping for breath, and said in a panic, What's the matter? Chakra is useless, why is it gone? It's you. He pointed to Yuzishin. What the hell did you guy do? Yuzishin smiled and said, the worm clone, when you destroy my worm clone, my little cutie took the opportunity to climb on you. You were too careless. Black worms crawled out of Juniguchi's neckline, cuffs, and trousers, more and more, and a large area was crushed by the black. Juniguchi rolled around, screaming, I surrender, I surrender. Shunsuke Shimizu announced, Shinsuke Yuki. Yunzi proudly said, how is it, why there is no applause, why everyone's faces are weird. Hayato covers his face, Zishin, BD, do you have to let the worm crawl out of your crotch? This guy is really suitable for humane destruction. In the third game, Aso Kashiwa vs Shibasaki Apricot. The battle continues. Yunzi sunglasses gleamed, and said, two girls are fighting against each other, it's worth seeing. Hayato took 2 steps away calmly. This guy's style is completely contrary to that of the oil girl, so I picked it up from the trash can. However, Yunzi was right. The 2 girls were about the same strength and played well. The 2 of them were flushed and breathless again and again. They were indeed worth seeing. In the end, Shibasaki Apricot Chakra ran out first and could only admit defeat. Hayabusa said, seeing strength is good, it's a shame to be eliminated so much. Yunzi looked at Hayato strangely, and said, what to eliminate? The graduation exam is not a knockout, but a scoring system. Although Kyung lost, she played well and the score should be quite high. This Hayato really didn't know, he just thought of Zongnan's single-game elimination system when he thought of the battle test. Think about it carefully, if it is the elimination system, wouldn't Hayato and Lee Rock have to eliminate one? This is by no means what Sarutobi Hitachi would like to see. Yunzi said sourly, you are the last one, tut, it's the finale. P.S. Thanks for the recommended ticket for the windbreaker joke. Stable updates, Gaikia collection, and recommendation. The next chapter will be 8:30 tomorrow morning, there will be a small climax. Please stay tuned. Chapter 13, Hyuga Hayato vs Lee Rock, Repair. In the 18th game, Hyuga Hayato vs Lee Rock. In the last scene, there were a lot of onlookers, 3 floors inside and 3 floors outside. Start. Shimizu Daisuke shouted. Hayato and Lee Rock are in opposition to each other. Hayato exhaled. The graduation exam is like a milestone. After today, Hayato will officially start his ninja career, just like a game novice stepping out of the novice village. I have mixed feelings for a while, and I always feel that I should say a few words. However, I opened my mouth, thinking about the sweat I have shed so far, 1,000 words stuck in my throat. Ha, ha, ha ha ha. Hayato lowered his head slightly, covering his face, first with a low smile, then he raised his head and laughed happily. Regardless, I want to have a good fight today. Hayato made a soft fist starting position. Wait. Lee looked at Hayato and said seriously, you know, Hayato, I can neither ninjutsu nor illusion. Even if it is physique, I only rely on awkward efforts to barely fall behind. So, thank you, Ning Ci, and Tian Tian, and Zishin is willing to be friends with this fool of me, thank you very much. Zishin, crying face, UBD absolutely forgot my name. Although we have never played against each other seriously, I know that you are very strong, absolutely very strong. Lee continued affirmatively, so, I am very happy to be able to fight you. Hayato smiled and said, me too. Lee is really stupid sometimes, people can't wait to pick up a screwdriver and pry open his skull to see if his brain has shrunk. However, if Hayabusa insists on who he trusts most, there is no doubt that it is Lee. This trust surpasses that of the Hyuga Niji, and even the Hyuga Takuma family who has always cared for themselves. As a traveler, Hayato himself is the biggest secret, not to mention that he also knows many secrets of the future of Naruto world. These secrets and the fear of the future put him under great pressure. He didn't dare to talk in dreams in his dreams, for fear of leaking a trace, inviting an irresistible existence. Only Lee Look, a simple idiot, can let go of his guard and trembling. Lee Look continued, "You and Ning Ci are the goals I want to surpass. I will fight you seriously and fight to the end with the belief of defeating you." "Xiaoli, you are wrong." Hayato gently shook his head, and said, "Remember the secret test skills of the Hyuga clan that I taught you?" Lee Look nodded and said, "Well. I seem to have forgotten about it." Hayato said with satisfaction, "It doesn't matter if you forget, today I will teach you the most powerful secret skills of Konoha Hidden Village." The people around were stunned. Yunushi Shen mumbled, "Whether to fight or not, it feels so familiar. Has Hayato's flicker mode started?" Lee Look widened his eyes, pricked his ears, and listened carefully. Hayato said loudly, "The so-called ninja is not someone who possesses powerful physique, ninjutsu, or illusion, but has his own nindo. Even if he sacrifices his life, he must persist in nindo." Then Hayato pointed to Lee Look, "Xiaoli, do you have your own forbearance?" "Yes." Lee Look didn't hesitate, almost shouting with all his strength, "I want to prove that even if you don't know ninjutsu or illusion, you can be a good ninja. This is the whole thing in my life, this is my forbearance. Prove it to me, your forbearance. In return, I won't be merciful." Hayato said as he untied the load on his hand again, and threw it casually. Boom. "Dusty. Untie the weight on your feet." Boom. There was another muffled noise. "Thank you for your approval, Hayato." Like Hayato, Lee Look released the load on his hands and feet. Boom. Boom. Two loud noises. Lee Look's load hit the ground and made a more exaggerated sound. The people around even felt the ground tremble. "Are you two demons?" Everyone who is also an examinee complained in their hearts. The other ninjas present, Xiaoren, Zhongren, and even Shangren, couldn't help being a little surprised. This weight was absolutely unusual. And our Hookage-sama laughed into furong, and the haze that had been pressing in his heart for many days disappeared. Read more at hotuntalnovel.xyz. Sarutobi Hizen smiled and said, "His foot, Hayato is such a good boy." Hyuga Nissa also smiled, a little stiff, "Well, Hayato has always been excellent. Entering Anbi and learning with Naruto-sama, you will achieve limitless achievements in the future." Sarutobi Hizen said meaningfully, "This is a good thing. What do you think of the Hyuga clan and the village?" Hyuga nodded, "You are right." Sarutobi Hizen said with emotion, "These children are Konoha's hope." After speaking, his gaze fell on Hyuga Niji. The subtext is, Niji is also Konoha's hope, and I hope that Hyuga will not do too much to Niji. Hyuga Nizu also said with emotion, "In the blink of an eye, Niji is so big, and it looks more and more similar to Nizu." The subtext is, to remind you, in the kidnapping incident of the heir of the Hyuga clan, Nikkei made sacrifices for Konoha. Niji's affairs are purely internal affairs of the Hyuga clan, so Konoha should not interfere anymore. The two old foxes looked at each other and smiled, and the atmosphere was harmonious and warm. At this time, after moving their hands and feet, Hayato and Lee Rock had adapted to the incoordination of suddenly losing their weight. Hayato once again put up his hands and said, "Come on, Konoha's beautiful blue beast, Tenayasha recognizes your qualifications as a ninja. Approaching you Envisation every day," she whispered, "ask a question, is Hayato's nickname Tenayasha? When did Xiaoli become Konoha's beautiful blue beast? Is this a problem?" "It's two." Yunushi Zishin smiled proudly, and said, "If you know Hayato a little better, you will know that he is nonsense." Hyuga Ningji, who pretended not to listen, twitched at the corner of his mouth. You are arrogantly tall. Is this a context in which you can arrogantly? On the field, Hayato and Lee Luck had already made their moves, and the sound of fists and feet was endless. So fast. So strong. The people even forbeared them, they could only see two vague figures, and the sound of BG collisions. Lee Luck's Konoha gang fist moved straight and forward, with a heavy vigor. Hayato's Hyuga secretly transmitted soft fist, moving clouds and flowing water, both rigid and soft. Lee Luck's strength is stronger than that of the Hayabusa, but the Hayabusa does not fight Lee Luck recklessly. Lee Luokan had strength, as if hitting cotton, there was nowhere to focus, nowhere to vent. Lee Luck is faster than Hayato, but Hayato is not in a hurry, and the timing and angle of his punches are always just right. To an outsider, it was like Hayato put his fist there first, and then Lee Luck hit him. Not only that, Lee Luck also needs to always guard against the acupuncture points of Hayabusa's soft fist. At this time, Lee Luck seemed to be dancing with chains, still on the iron plate full of spikes. The two figures staggered and exchanged positions to stand still. Lee Luck was panting slightly. The balance of winning and losing is obviously tilted. Hayabusa said, "Xiao Li, you are very strong, but if this is your full strength, then it will stop here." Is this Lee Luck's full strength? Of course not. Without opening the 8 doors Dunjia, Lee Luck's 3-tier strength is still useless. But Beiman Dunjia is a forbidden technique, and it is forbidden to use it in assessment. People say that one force will drop 10 times. This force refers to strength in a narrow sense and power in a broad sense. Is it really going to drop 10 times in one effort? Can. If you can't, you just don't have enough power. Now, Lee Luck's power is perfectly suppressed by Hayato's care. Lee Luck was not discouraged, and said, "It's still early." Konoha whirlwind. Lee's speed increased again, with strong wind pressure in the upper kick. The power was so great that he couldn't fight it. Hayato made a judgment in an instant, and flew back with the power of Lee Rock's kick. Konoha tornado. With the power of rotation, Lee Luck kicked a stronger and wider range of kicks. Hayato can only retreat. Oh! Hayato has a flaw. The onlookers were clear, and someone exclaimed. The Konoha cyclone has a wider range. Hayato can only jump farther, which means that he can jump higher and stay in the air for longer. When suspended, people have nowhere to take advantage of it. This is a flaw. Konoha gale. Lee Luck was short, aimed at the landing spot of the Hayabusa, and used the next kick. If the kick is hit, the Hayato can only become independent in the next match. So, will it hit? Many people began to feel sorry for Hayato. In their opinion, they couldn't escape. However, laugh. Following Hayato's movements, there was a brief but rapid friction in the air. Lee Luck seems to have missed the next kick. Just like Lee Luck didn't grasp the right time, and went out too fast. Lee Luck has already stopped, and the Falcon talent Chi Shiren landed. What happened? Was it Lee Rock's mistake, or Hayato used some kind of ninjutsu? From the perspective of the beholder, Lee Rock's mistake is like an illusion, but there is also a slight dissonance in the pictures seen by others. Could it be that the range illusion used by Hayabusa has affected the audience? Yugo Shinshishin was veiled and asked Hyuga Niji with his eyes. Hyuga Niji's eyes were blue veins violently, and he had already opened his eyes. The Hayato's time spent in the air increased by 0.1 second, which made Lee Konoha Gale's exit timing wrong. Hyuga Niji seemed to be helping Yuzi Shen to answer, and he seemed to be talking to himself. What happened just now was between the electric light and flint. He didn't fully see it, and he had the same doubts as UNV Zishin in his heart. The mystery seems to lie in the sound of chicks. It's so wonderful that you can't send it out, and you can miss it in the blink of an eye. Niji Hyuga clenched his fists, fighting vigorously. P.S. After receiving the contract, the station is short. Please feel free to collect it. Please collect and recommend it. Just a little bit of yours will make the seedling better survive and grow. Please brothers. There is another chapter, 8:30 in the evening, so stay tuned. Chapter 14, 8 Door Dungia, Burst. Repair. Writing the previous words, in order to write this chapter well, I relived the duel between Xiaoli and Gaara. By the way, I also watched the battle between Emperor Kai and the Ghost. After reading it, the blood of the old man Lucci is still boiling. Unlike the people who eat melons, Sarutobi Hisaki already had guesses in his heart. He looked at the Hyuga hippopotamus and asked, "This is the Hyuga secret art?" "It doesn't count." Hyuga said unnaturally, "The chakra points on the feet spray chakras down several times in an instant, generating upward thrust and increasing the time spent in the air." Hyuga says it's not because other ninjas can do it too. Walking on the water, climbing trees, instantaneous surgery, etc. are all the applications of the foot chakra. The difficulty of the technique just suspended in the air is not greater than that of the instantaneous surgery. However, unless there is a special physique of the Hyuga clan, other ninjas need to seal like instantaneous spells. If Jiyin is needed, does this technique have practical value? It's not just Hyuga ninja who can, so Hyuga didn't say yes. But only Hyuga ninja can use it well, so Hyuga says not count rather than no. Hinata's explanation and Sarutobi's guess are inseparable. Sarutobi Razan smiled with satisfaction, a brilliant smile, 10 years younger, not like an old man in his 60s, like an old man in his 50s. In fact, this technique was created by Hayato, and it was the first time I saw Hyuga today. Thinking of this, he was a little bit embarrassed, but fortunately Sarutobi Hizumi didn't ask any more, which saved the embarrassment of Hyuga Hizu. On the field. Kicked into the air, crouchingly Look supported the ground with one hand, kicked up from the lower section, and kicked the Hayabusa's chin. If it hits, Lee Look can use Shadow Dance Leaf. Unfortunately, there is no if. Hayato dodges lightly and kicks sideways while Lee Look is not standing still. Snapped. With a kick, Lee Look blocked it with his hand and took 2 or 3 steps backwards. Hayato's foot is very sparse and ordinary, usually no one thinks that he will kick it, but it just hits it. The crowd was in an uproar, and some even shouted fake fight and good actors. Curious baby Yunushi asked Shen, "What's going on, what's going on?" Based on his knowledge of Hayato and Lee Luck, the two would never fake a fight even if they did not graduate. Therefore, some unknown details must have occurred. Hyuga Ninkai said, "It's Konoha Gale." At that time, Xiaoli showed a flaw. Hayato's toe tapped a hole on Xiaoli's left leg. So Xiaoli supported the ground with his hands and kicked with his right foot. So after landing, Xiaoli's speed and reaction slowed by more than a beat. So why could Xiaoli be unable to avoid the normal kick of the Hayabusa? Everything can be explained. At this time, Lee Look's left foot chakra is not flowing smoothly, unless he immediately rushes through the acupuncture point, otherwise his left foot will not be able to function. The problem is that acupuncture is like constipation. Xiang is as hard as a rock. If you squeeze it out, it will be difficult, and secondly, the chrysanthemum flower will be delicate and easy to bloody. Yunzi Shen silently, it seems that Xiaoli can't avenge his wallet, and feels that the victory of the Shang Hayato is set. Lee Look moved his hands and feet, lifted one foot, and turned into a golden rooster independent. Facing Lee Look with his firm eyes, Hayato asked, "Are you still fighting?" "I haven't fallen yet." Lee Look raised his hands flat, his 5 fingers gathered into a crane beak, from a golden rooster to a crane with wings. This answer was expected by Hayato. Suddenly, an Umbu ninja appeared next to Lee Look. Hayato thought he was going to stop the battle, and felt a bit regretful. After all, he didn't have much fun. The Anbi ninja approached Lee Look and whispered a few words. Li Look nodded frequently, and finally his eyes lit up. The NB ninja left the scene, and Li Look excitedly said, "Hayato, Teacher Kai taught me a course called Hachiman Dunjia, which cannot be used in the exam. It is a pity. But now Hokage-sama is licensed to use it. Please advise." Hayato looked at the direction of the high platform. Sarutobi slashed his beard and smiled. Hayato muttered, "Old fox. But it's just what I want. Drink." Li Look gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. The first door, the life door open. The second door, shut the door open. The third door, the life door open. After the life gate was opened, Li Look's skin turned red due to congestion, and his whole body was exuding a green coat of steam energy, and the acupuncture points he had hit broke without attack. Lilian Hua. Chakra released uncontrollably, and Li Look gritted his teeth. "Falcon, I'm on it, be careful." Hayato couldn't help sighing, "What an amazing and violent chakra." At this time, the green coat of steam energy rubbed against the air and rustled, and the mere flow caused strong wind pressure. Yunzi Shen was stunned. What kind of technique is this? The worm in his body began to agitate, instinctively wanting to rush to eat this wonderful chakra, but in the face of such a violent chakra, the worm is close to it. No, only moths can fight the fire. Yunzi Shen hurried to appease the bad bugs. Physique. Hyuga Ningji suppressed the boiling of blood in his body, and said as calmly as possible, "It's a simple physique. This is the first time I have seen Xiao Li's third student." Yunashi Shin murmured, "Is it fake? The power of physical skills is so powerful." The strong wind pressure caused the nearby crowd to stagger, and the NB ninja began to evacuate the crowd. However, no one wanted to leave, just backed more than 10 meters. The strange crows were silent at the scene. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Super Strike Whip. Shuangli and Zhangquan. The transparent thin line pierced the strong wind rolled up by the fist and pierced Li Look. The twisted wire was almost transparent and extremely fast, and Li Look tilted his head to avoid the frontal attack of the overstrike twist whip. Is it almost a beast's intuition? Hayabusa pulled with his hand, and the twisted wire bounced to the extreme distance, turned into a thorn. Li Look was short and escaped calmly. "I'm on it. The voice hasn't fallen yet." Li Look flashed, his figure disappeared. Front. Or behind? Front. Li Look appeared and threw a punch. It was still a simple straight punch, but the distant view of Niji Hyuga seemed to face Li Rock's attack, his fist magnified infinitely in his eyes. In an instant, his mind was blank and he was sweating. Can't avoid it? If you are yourself, you can only defend yourself. The fist wind brought the wind and sand, and the audience couldn't open their eyes, and the cheeks were burning. The surroundings are already like this, so how does the Hayato feel like facing his fist? Hayato seemed to be stunned, his expression staying at the last moment. He didn't have time to do anything, and watched his fists bang. Boom. The Hayabusa hit was shattered and turned into smoke. Shadow clone? Not. At the speed of Li Look, Hayato had the time to seal. It's the technique of cicada sloughing. Where is the body? Hyuga Niji raised his head and saw Hayato jumping into the air, with 4 kunao between his fingers, each with a steel wire tied at the end of the kunao. Brush. 8 kunao salvos out. Brush. There are 8 again. 16 unconnected steel wires interlace each other to form an irregular 3-dimensional net. It's a Hayabusa. Li Look stopped and gave a thumbs up. Yes, when moving at the speed of sound, Li Look's rapid steering ability is poor, and if it is used forcibly, it will be a heavy burden on the body. If you accidentally hit a steel wire, even if you just hit it, the consequences would be comparable to being hit by a big knife on the front. Moreover, the vertical and horizontal steel wires restricted Li Look's straight line movement, the acceleration distance was not enough, and the speed could not reach the speed of sound. I'm almost at the limit, the last shot. Teacher Kai, witness my youth. Lee Luo looked for Hyuga Niji in the crowd, and he shouted, Niji, this was originally a trick to defeat you. Look, I will never give up on Lee Look's forbearance. The fourth door, the wound door open. Lee Look moved around the Hayabusa at a speed faster than the speed of sound, and Konoha and the steel wire rolled into a mess in the squally wind. 5 color line. The 5 thin wires whip on the ground, without even touching Lee Look's shadow, they are all eggs. Drink. The disappeared Lee Luo deceived the Hayabusa, kicking from the bottom up, and the powerful force made the Hayabusa float in the air. Boom. It was still the cicada sloughing technique, but this time the Hayabusa's body had just separated from the body, and Lee Rock's attacks followed one after another, and he did not give Hayabusa any chance to breathe. The falcon floating in the air is like a tree without roots, like a lone boat floating in the storm. Ah. Hayato. Yuzushi couldn't bear to look straight. What is Xylee doing? Hayato has lost consciousness, right? Hyuga Ningji yelled, shut up. Shunsuke Shimizu showed an unbearable look, and even wanted to stop the battle directly. He hesitated, Master Hokage. Sarutobi Hizen looked solemn, and said, wait a second, Nizu, what do you think? Hyuga Hizu nodded, it's not over yet. In a short moment, Lee Look didn't know how many punches or kicks he had made, but he knew better than anyone it was not over yet. Obviously he hit Hayato, but the touch was completely wrong. Finally, muscle and meridian injuries forced Lee Look to stop. He stood with his hands on his knees and panted violently. Hayato finally fell to the ground. Really? How can it be? Have you hallucinated? Everyone exclaimed in disbelief. Because Hayato stood up swayingly, a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, and he was still smiling, which was a satisfying smile after he had enjoyed himself. It's a pity, Xiaoli. Hayato said, your body and chakra are at their limit, and I should go next. So. Hayato put out a soft fist up hand gesture, soft fist. Gossip with 32 palms. 2 palms. 4 palms. 32 palms. 32 palms were finished like flowing water, Lee Luo couldn't make any dodge movements. In fact, even if Hayabusa didn't need to take action, Lee Luo would fall down himself. Hayato's soft fist is not so much to attack Lee Luo as it is to help him. Because the soft fist blocked Lee Luo's acupuncture points, lest his muscles and chakra meridians continue to be damaged. Lee Luo fell on his back to the ground, tears streaming down his face and said, Falcon, I lost, I'm sorry. Hayato sat down on the ground and said, what are you talking about? Lee Luo cried, Li Lianhua is not a trick that should be used to attack his companions, but I want to win too much, and I want to prove myself too much. Hayato smiled and said, you have proven yourself. Pointing to the crowd of onlookers, they cheered and shouted the names of Hayato and Lee Luo. If it hadn't been blocked by the Umbu ninja, they would have rushed forward. Really, it seems to be. Lee Luo smiled and closed his eyes, losing consciousness. Hayato said loudly, where's the medical ninja? Wow. He spit out a mouthful of blood. From today, the ninja school began to spread the legend of the Blue Beast and the Teniasha. P.S. Thank you Elemental Giant for a recommendation ticket, thank you GHJH 2014 for the 5-chapter recommendation ticket, thank you for your shot. The contract has been printed and will be sent out tomorrow. The next chapter is tomorrow morning at 8:30, so stay tuned. There is still a recommendation ticket in hand. I need your support. Collect the ones you like, trust me. Chapter 15, End of Exam, Repair. At this point, the graduation exams for this session are all over. 2 medical ninjas took Lee Luo away, and another helped Hayato to check it out, and the conclusion was, there is nothing wrong with it, drink plenty of hot water. It's not a relative here. Dare to drink more hot water in Hokage to cure all diseases. But his own body knew that Hayato did suffer internal injuries, but it was not serious. The blood that was vomited was forced out by the Hayato himself, and it was all congestion, but it was good to vomit it out. UNV Shishin ran over, walked around Hayato, and touched her chin and said, "Are you really Hayato? It's the first time I have seen it with a lot of energy. I'm sure it wasn't someone else who used the transformation technique to fake it." Hayato spit out a word, "Get out." UNV Shishin's eyes lit up, and said, "This is something that I said," mellowed and frustrated. "It's not a bit of a taste. It is undoubtedly confirmed that it is Hayato." Niji Hyuga came over a step slowly, his expression complex, and he stopped talking. "Follow Ning Ci every day, like a little daughter-in-law." Hyuga Niji said, "Are you okay?" "How could it be okay?" Hayato said, "Xiao Li's fists are heavy, you don't know. The bones are almost falling apart, okay." He often practiced with Li Rock, and Hyuga Niji knew Li Rock far better than Hayato. He nodded and said, "Xiao Li's fist can't be eaten by ordinary people." Hayato smiled and said, "You want to say that I am not an ordinary person? Just as you praise me." Ning Ci turned his head, "You say yes, right?" UNV Shishin looked thoughtful and whispered to herself, "Could this be the legendary Tsundere?" UNV Shishin's whispering to herself was passed into everyone's ears without missing a word. Ning Ci's face turned black. Every day he bulged his cheeks and suffocated his smile. Hayato smiled directly, and at the same time looked helplessly at Yugo Shin. "Just do it, one day when you cry, you are a different kind of girl." Hayato suddenly tilted his body and looked over the crowd. There was a tree not far away, and a small half-head emerged from the back of the tree. Yellow hair, 2 beard lines, who can it be if it's not Naruto Uzumaki? Hayato beckoned. Naruto ran over immediately, admiring his face and said, "Boss Hayato, you are so strong." Hayato smiled and asked, "Is it amazing?" N. Naruto nodded heavily and said with a thumbs up, "Super awesome." Hayabusa said, "Hokage is 100 times better than me. If you want to be Hokage, you have to work harder." Naruto asked, "Is that lecherous old man so good?" "Hey, lascivious old man, it seems to have discovered something terrific." In other words, Naruto should not know the art of harem. Hayabusa said, "Of course, Kage is the strongest person in a village. To become Hokage, you must become Konoha's strongest person." Read more at hotantillenovel.xyz. Naruto patted his chest and said, "No problem, I will definitely become Hokage." Hayato pretended to scold, "Then what are you doing here? Go and practice quickly, will you become stronger if you don't do anything?" "Yes." Naruto turned and ran, "I will work hard, Hayato boss." After running for a short distance, Naruto turned back again, put down a handful of grass, and said, "This is plantain, whether it is diarrhea or bruise, boil water and drink a bowl, and promise to be fine the next day." Hayato can't laugh or cry. Plantain has the effects of clearing away heat, improving eyesight and eliminating phlegm, but it has no healing effect. Naruto's rapid recovery depends on the yang attribute chakra leaked by 9 tails in his body, which has nothing to do with plantain. Naruto often has diarrhea, in fact, because the bakery owner often deliberately sells him milk and bread that is about to expire. Dismiss Naruto. Ning Ci's face was ugly, and under his eyes, he saw a mass of ominous chakras. UNV shivered and shivered, and the worms were sensitive to chakras. The leaked traces of 9-tailed chakras scared them like ants on a hot pot, and then this fear was passed on to the owner. Ning Ci frowned and said, "Is he?" Hayato interrupted him, "Yes, it's the one you think." UNV Shishin said, "I'm almost scared to pee." No, I feel like I have already peed a few drops. But it won't happen next time. I have a strong adaptability for sending bad bugs. I have a lot of contact with it, and all chakras can do it. But the children of the ninja family are not the same as the children of the common people. They have a little knowledge of the truth. They don't regard Naruto as a scourge. They insist on not being close and not repelling. On the contrary, the people who often violent Naruto are the civilians who worship the fourth generation of Hokage. Tian said, "What are you talking about? Why can't I understand?" Yuan Zishan said, "We." "Shut up." Tian glanced at Zishan, and said, "I know what you are talking about, it's a pervert." Yuan Zishan covered her face, squatted in the corner and drew circles. The background was gray. Neither Niji nor Hayato wanted to continue this topic. So Ning Si asked directly, "Are you also practicing Bagwazang?" N. Hayato did not deny, the basic preparations are almost complete, and it has entered the practice stage. N. Maybe it can be used next time in actual combat. The first step in using Bagwa Palm to return to the sky is to release a large amount of chakra all over the body. When Li Luo entered Lilianhua and attacked with all his strength, the Hayabusa released a large amount of chakras from the chakra acupoints all over his body, forming a flowing armor of chakras that buffered and relieved the force. Compared with Huishin, chakra mobile armor consumes more chakras, and can only defend, unlike Huishin, which is both offensive and defensive. Moreover, the limitations of chakra's mobile armor are too great. If Li Luo used Lianhua to hit the Hayabusa on the ground instead of hanging in the air, it might not be who is lying in the hospital now. After resting almost, Hayato clapped his hands and said, "I want to go to the hospital to see Xiaoli, can you go?" Of course, there is no one who can't go, and all those present likely look. The four men came to Konoha Hospital in mighty force. This is the second time Hayato has come. The last time he came, he ran into Morita Tomomi, a female subordinate of Kazu Hospi. This time, faced with numerous wards with almost the same layout, Hayato continued to be dumbfounded, and said, "Do you know which ward Xiaoli is in? Should I ask someone to ask?" Tian said, "Come with me." He looked familiar with the road. Turned a few turns and came to an office. There is a big Sister Upe in a white coat at work. "Sister Fifei," said affectionately every day, "this is my cousin, Fifei, is an excellent medical ninja." Fifei said in surprise, "Every day, why are you here?" "Hello Sister Fifei." A fake. Innocent and too true. Innocent boys in unison. Fifei looked at the three of them and said, "The one with gray hair is Hayato, the one with long brown hair is Niji, and the one with sunglasses." Unv Shen tears her eyes, "It really is like this again." Fifei laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, just kidding, you are Zishan." Yunaji Shen nodded stubbornly, "Sister, you are teasing me." Tian groaned, "Sister Fifei." Then he said his intention again. Fifei was confused, which Li look. He didn't have any impression. Tian said, "Watermelon head, green tights." Fifei suddenly said, "It turned out to be the boy with thick eyebrows." "At 304, you can go by yourself, I'm busy." After finishing speaking, he was holding Intimate Paradise and watched with gusto. P.S. Thank you for the 3 recommended tickets of the beautiful girl Japanese my love, 1 recommended ticket for trench coat joke, 1 recommended ticket for bread and salted fish and serious comments, and the big guys Shaoxin, Xiao. Love. 2 consecutive 7 recommendation votes totaling 14 recommendations, highest record. The idea of windbreaker joke has been remembered, and I hope that Lucci bacteria will not only leave your recommendation ticket, but also leave your heart. The next chapter, 6 p.m., stay tuned. Chapter 16, Visit Li Look, Shiu. In the corridor of the hospital. The smell of the disinfectant water is strong, and UNV is sneezing cautiously. To be precise, the worms in his body are adapting to the smell of the disinfectant water. After a while, UNV's nose was red, and the sneezing stopped. Hayato curiously asked, "Don't you have a lot of medical ninjas? You are actually sensitive to the smell of disinfectant." The Oil Girl clan is rich in almighty ninjas, but the most are detective ninjas and medical ninjas, especially good at detoxification. UNV Shen curled her lips and said, "You Hyuga people are still serious people, look in the mirror yourself." Hayato was taken aback for a moment. "Oh, spit me. Why am I not serious?" Hyuga Niji looked at Hayato up and down, and interrupted, "You still have a few serious points." The air is suddenly quiet. UNV Shen covered her mouth, and couldn't say anything. "Ning Si, you will even complain." Hyuga Ningji was expressionless. The one near Zhu is red, and the one near Mo is black. Wow! This time is a collective complaint. Suddenly, the door of the next ward opened, and there was a beard and black eye circles comparable to Gaara's uncle, and said weakly, "Can you be quieter? This is the hospital." The four apologized again and again. UNV Shishin whispered to Hayato, "I blame you. It's not me who yelled and yelled." "No, you should tell Ning Si." Hayato said that he didn't carry the pot, patted Zishin on the shoulder, and softly comforted, "It's okay, no one remembers anyway." UNV Zishin, are you comforting me or attacking me? While hitting you, comfort me by the way, lest you autistic, so that you can continue to hit. Count you cruel. UNV gritted her teeth cautiously. Outside 304, the door was closed. UNV Shen said, "Xiaoli won't still be dizzy, right?" Hayabusa said, "How is it possible? I kicked my waist, not my head." UNV Shen vomited, "It's better to kick the head." Gently opened a slit, UNV Zishin looked inside, and then quickly retracted. Standing up straight, he smiled coldly, "Oh, I smell a rancid smell, and the world is deeply malicious." Hayato also glanced curiously, and sighed, "The so-called stupid people have stupid blessings, and they are talking about Li Look's 8-dimensional teeth." In the ward, Li Look was bandaged like a mummy. "Hayato is weird. Am I doing such a heavy hand?" Of course, this is not important. The important thing is that Li Look is lying on the bed, next to a pink single ponytail girl. The girl is wearing a white lab coat with the word medicine on her back. From the back, it should be Tomomi Morita from last time. Morita Tomomi is feeding Li Look with a food box. "Ah, open your mouth." "Ah, read more at hotantillenovel.xyz. Chew, chew." Hayato stared at Niji and Tien Tien. "Ning Si," I said, "why are you looking at me like this?" Hayato murmured, "If you two are so handsome in the future, I will curse your son and Zishin for the same virtue." "What nonsense are you talking about, Hayato?" Blushing every day, he said, "I still prefer my daughter." Amount. Are you shy or not? She covered her face and ran away shyly every day. Hayabusa said, "A girl who is blinded by a black lamp is very dangerous. If she encounters an idiot, she will be miserable. Don't you chase it?" Ning Si stared at the Hayabusa, meaning, the black lamp blinded the ball, and it was dark before the sky was dark, so he dared to open his eyes and talk nonsense. After hesitating, Ning Si ran out after all. Hayato felt that something was wrong, because Zishin didn't fight back and didn't complain. At the gaze of the falcon, UNV Shishin smiled slightly and said, "The other shore flower blooms for 1,000 years, and the flower leaves for 1,000 years. The flowers and leaves will never meet. Love is not a cause and effect, fate is doomed to life and death. I feel that I have seen through the world, no life, no death, no suffering, no sorrow, no desire, Ami Tofu, UBD Hawk, What are you doing with my wallet? I can see what Hong Chen needs a wallet. I am a person who helps others and spends it for you. Don't thank you, just send a good person card. Hayato ran away with Yuzishin's wallet between them. Yuan Shen was stunned for a moment, and found that she was the only one left outside the ward. Isn't it the visitor to Xiaoli? I'm the only one left, do you want to go in? Yunushishin murmured, forget it, if you don't hold it back, Xiaoli's waist is really dangerous. Outside the hospital building. Tian Tian and Ning Si didn't walk far, 1 or 2 meters away, silently and slowly. Even if Ning Si is stupid, he can feel Tianatian's affection, but at this time Ning Si is drowning in the hatred of the clan, and the fetters of other emotions, especially love, fear more than expected. There is no way to give a promise. There is no way to respond. Therefore, Ning Si could only follow Tian Tian silently, and did not dare to get too close. The appearance of Hayato broke this warm embarrassment. Hayato held his wallet and said, Go, Yoshimaru Barbecue Restaurant, eat whatever you want, I'll treat you, it's not bad for money. It's cool to pretend to be generous in front of the rich lady. What is the secret technique of not losing money in gambling? Spend other people's money. What's the secret trick to treat guests without feeling distressed? Spend other people's money. Suddenly every day, Hayato, your wallet is so beautiful. A woman, even a ninja, has no resistance to beautiful bags. Oh, did you? I didn't pay attention. Tianatian's focus is special, maybe this range can be extended to all women. Every day he pulled the wallet and said, what material, it feels so soft and smooth. Amount. I don't know when to follow the oil girl, Ji Shen quietly said, the silk that is unique to the oil girl clan, the cloth is hand-woven through hundreds of processes, and it is fireproof, waterproof, and cut. He glanced at the Hayabusa and continued, it's not anti-theft. Hayato haha said, yours is mine, and mine is mine. What do you care about so much, ha, ha. Holding the wallet every day, he blinked and said, Zishin. UNV Zishin said helplessly, you have the family crest of the UNV in your wallet. Are you sure you want it? Opening the wallet, there was a secretly engraved family crest of the worms of the oil girl clan, and sighed with disappointment every day. UNV Shishin said, UNV's bags have always been supplied in limited quantities. You don't have to have money, you have to have an identity, and the order is already in the middle of next year. However, if you want it every day, I can help you. Jump in the line. There is no way out of mountains and rivers, and there is another village on the waterfront. Really, Zishin. You are so kind. Tian Tian said in surprise. She took out her purse, revealing a thick stack of banknotes, and said, I am a treat today, no one is allowed to snatch me. After speaking, she looked at Hayato. Hayabusa said, this, isn't it good? Every day, he waved his hand and said, it's okay, next time you go to the restaurant opened by Hyuga's house, you treat me. Give me a face today. Hyuga's restaurant is a Zentao Kaisuke restaurant, which is delicate and light, and the quantity is as small as cat feces. It is also expensive and makes people doubt life, so fools go. But now that everything is up to this point, Hayato can only spread his hands and say, you have money, you have the final say. UNV Zishin looked at the colorful stacks of banknotes in Tianatian's wallet, swallowed and said, your wallet has to be made larger. Peace. Thank you for the recommendation votes of the 2 old faces of Windbreaker Joke and Bread and Salted Fish. Thanks to Hebiuscute, the back of the White Dove and Book Friend 201712272015390045 for the recommendation votes. Thanks Barbas. 4 recommended tickets of Ling, 3. In the next chapter, we will update the works related to the early morning. The next chapter of the main text, tomorrow morning at 8:30, Will continue to be a funny chapter, so stay tuned. Personally think it's a very interesting chapter. If you like it, recommend and collect it. Chapter 17, Barbecue Master, Repair. Chapter 017. Yoshimaru Yakiniku Restaurant. Hayato and his friends stood outside the store and looked inside. There are a lot of customers in the store and the voice is noisy. Unv Shen mumbled, "There are too many people here, right?" Hayato immediately slapped him, "You are just like an oil girl at this time. What's the matter with the crowds? There are many customers in the delicious and affordable store. If you agree, stand, and if you don't agree, get down." Who is standing? Who gets down? Who would get down on the street? Naturally, the result was passed with full votes. As soon as you enter the store, the flavor of grilled meat becomes more intense. There happened to be a table of guests eating and drinking, and Shiren left with a toothpick in his mouth. The round-shaped ant tidied up the table and said with a smile, "Guest, please sit down." Yoshimaru Yakiniku Restaurant is a restaurant opened by members of the Akudo clan. It has a good reputation and has the reputation of Konoha's no. The Chiudeo clan once had a genius Chiudeo Yoshimaru, who has fallen. This shop is probably to commemorate him. The copybook on the wall is Yoshimaru's mantra, "Beautiful Autumn Yo." When I opened the menu, there were beef, lamb, bear meat, tiger meat, spider meat, centipede meat, and so on. The Hayato was shocked when he first came. After thinking about it, Naruto World's poisonous insects and beasts grow savagely, bears and tigers flock in groups, spiders are bigger than wash basins, and centipede buckets are thick. There is nothing to fuss about. However, there is no dog meat or venison. The reason is, think about the Inyazuka clan and the Nara clan. Good to eat? Sure enough, it is the best barbecue in the world. Mom asked me why I eat barbecue with tears. All kinds of fancy admiration just go out as if you don't need money. Ding. Host, Hyuga Hayato. Special title task, Barbecue Master, conquer everyone at Yoshimaru Barbecue Restaurant through barbecue. Success reward, randomly draw 1 C-level physical skill. Failure punishment, within 7 days, any meat will taste delicious. Whether to accept the task. The system that had been silent for a whole day suddenly appeared to release tasks. Oh, ha ha, ha ha. Hayato looked up to the sky and laughed. Disgusting punishment for failure, but will it scare me? Naive. In this food-poor world, a traveler from Blue Star Daxia, who has studied food for more than 10 years, will he be afraid? Besides, in the unlikely event that the mission fails, it's okay to not eat meat for 7 days. Snapped. Hayato slapped the table hard, and the dishes and chopsticks on the table were shook so that they bounced 6 or 7 centimeters away from the tabletop. The noisy shop was suddenly silent. No one has ever made trouble in the barbecue restaurant of the Kyudeo clan. All fools know that the Kyudeo clan is obsessed with barbecue. Have a good show. Barbecue in the quiet restaurant is nothing but barbecue. A fat man with a huge body came over, with the Chiu Taoist family emblem on his chest. He glared at Hayato, raised the big palm of his hand, and said coarsely, "Smelly boy, don't think that the Hyuga family can make trouble at the Yoshimaru barbecue restaurant. Believe it or not, slap you." Hayato was not afraid, and said with disdain, "Yoshimaru barbecue is really good, but if it is Konoha first, I will hee. Why? Don't let others disagree, isn't the reputation of Chiu Taoist barbecue by slap shot? Okay, come. Slap me." Hayato said that the fat man's slap was not easy to shoot. The fat man's mouth was clumsy and his face flushed and he didn't know how to refute it. The diners next to him couldn't stand it, and he helped. "Hyuga's kid, you said that Yoshimaru yakiniku is not Konoha's first. Have you ever eaten better yakiniku and let everyone know?" Yeah. Don't talk nonsense with your eyes open. The meat is grilled, not blown out. Others echoed. Hayato pointed at the crowd with one hand on his hips, and said arrogantly, in this case, let you see the unparalleled barbecue in the world, the frogs at the bottom of the well. Hayato said to the Chiu-Taoist fat man, dare you borrow the kitchen? The fat man said, how dare not? Yasushi Shen pulled Hayato, are you crazy or stupid? Can't you do nothing for a day? Read more at hotentillnovel.xyz. No. Hayato smiled slightly, don't worry, will Hyuga Hayato do what I'm not sure about? Zishin affirmed, yes, often. Niji Hyuga and Tian nodded to the side, agreeing. Hayato raised his head and walked into the kitchen. Zishin said, what is Hayato doing? I think we should reserve a bed for him in the hospital in advance and be with Xiaoli. Tian said, leave this to me. I have an acquaintance in the hospital, Sister Fifei. After a while, Hayabusa was carrying a plate, red meat, white fat, wrapped in green leaves, which looked good. What's the use of looking good? The fat man murmured, the delicious barbecue is the king. It's good or not, you'll know if you try it. Hayato smiled and turned to the fat man and motioned to him to taste it. After hesitating, the fat man picked up a portion and chewed it in his mouth. Gradually, he chewed more slowly, and finally closed his eyes and stayed still for a long time. It's not poisonous. Others worried. The fat man opened his eyes, 2 rows of tears flowed down, and said, the beef is sliced to the extreme, and the beef is grilled for no more than 0.1 second. It not only retains the beef gravy, but also has the grilled firework flavor. The fat entrance of beef is polarized. When paired with green vegetables, it is not greasy at all. Not only that, but the firework taste of beef is also cold, and it has a hot and refreshing feeling when swallowed. How can this be done? Hayato didn't answer, and asked, how about this barbecue? The fat man bowed and said, it is indeed better than Yoshimaru Yakiniku. I have taken a Ginza service in autumn. Ding. The special title mission was completed, and he was awarded the title of Barbecue Master. Currently available lottery, 1 random C-level physique. Do you want to draw? Draw. Ding. The host gains C-level physical skills, triple nail fist, is it fusion? Fusion. In fusion, fusion failed. Reason for failure, the host body technique is less than 7.50. The skill scroll is being synthesized automatically, the synthesis is complete. What? There is this kind of operation. Hayabusa's inventory has multiple quaint scrolls. Focus your mind on the scroll and display the message. Name, triple nail boxing, upgradable. Category, physical skills. Source, captive of gourmet. User, the 4 heavenly kings of food. Skill description, a boxing technique that strikes a number of punches in a very short time, as if nails are driven in with the number of combos, impacting the destructive force into the depths. It turned out to be Gang Fist. And the power is huge, it seems more suitable for Lee Look. Thinking of this, Hayato had a whim, and asked in his mind, can this scroll be used by others? I mean someone who is unexpected by the host. Yes. The system replied, however, the user of the scroll, including the host, must learn from scratch. Hayato touched his chin, starting from scratch, that is to say, it can't be used like a string fruit, it can be used naturally. It seems that the nail boxing is more suitable for Xiaoli. In addition to the number of combos, the destructive power of nail fist is also related to the user's basic power. Imagine that after opening the dead door and entering the 8-gate Dunjia formation, Lee Look had an infinite nail punch, and Lord Ban was directly bombarded into an atomic state. The picture is too beautiful to think about. In short, the triple nail falcon can learn, but the attributes are obviously different and the achievements are limited. Among the two defeated by Lee look Gaara, Junmaro, one with sand armor and one bone vein, all with their own tortoise shells, Tianqi Liluk. If there is a nail fist that can penetrate deeply, Lee look's chances of winning are still great. Forget it, I'll talk about it later. After regaining his senses, Hayato found that Ginza Akudo Ginza looked straight at him and asked what's the matter. Autumn Road Ginza said, what is the name of this barbecue? Ice and Fire Dual Sky Denying Supreme Beef. Hayato smiled, it is a bit exaggerated to say that it is better than Yoshimaru barbecue. Ice and Fire Dual Sky Denying Supreme Beef is better than fine, like a cream noodle. In contrast, Yoshimaru barbecue is like muscle. Big guy. Turnips and vegetables have their own loves, and it's hard to say who is better than anyone. Amount. Hayato reversed his previous arrogance, and became humble and polite. Anyway, it was just for the mission, there was no need to offend the Kyudeo clan. Would you like to try it too? Hayato asked other diners who were already salivating. The huge plate was swept away. Facing the grieving Zishin 3, Hayato had to say, I'll do something more. After walking a few steps, Hayato said to Kyudeo Ginza, want to learn, I can teach you. Autumn Road Ginza opened his mouth wide and stammered, yes, okay. In the kitchen. Autumn Road Ginza suddenly realized, it turns out that the cold taste is iced, and the hot feeling is the secret chili sauce. This charcoal roasted beef leg, hey, it's impossible to learn. After several dishes were finished, Hayato sweated slightly. Autumn Road Ginza respectfully hold his disciples to the side. Hayato sighed, in fact, I still have a barbecue that only exists in fantasy. It contains 5 levels of changes, such as sweets, bitters, and astringents. Once the development is completed, it will really be Konoha's #1 barbecue. No, even the #1 in the world. It's not too much. Speaking of barbecue, the Kyudeo clan are real experts. Do you want to try it out? In Ginza, Autumn Road, where he is thinking about life, Hayato carries a plate in one hand and a corbel in the other. Unz took a bite carefully, gave a thumbs up, and said, it's delicious, but the Binghuo Duotian Denying Supreme Beef has just been pulled out, right? Hayato smiled without saying a word. Unz is cautious, and the fruit is the same as the nickname Tianyacha, which is temporary. There is also one thing in common, that is, the name of the 2 heavenly supreme denying beef will be passed down and Tianyacha will be passed on. Hyuga Niji cut a piece of beef leg and ate it, then stared at Hayabusa and said, you're a red deer. Ningji Hyuga couldn't help being violent, so Ungishin and Tian hurriedly tried the corbels. Unz Shen wondered, it's delicious, the taste is superb. Hayato proudly said, the beef leg is thicker on the outside and has less fat content. Although the inside is softer, it is still a bit of firewood. With white eyes and soft punches, the muscle fibers and tendons are broken, and the taste is comparable to internal tenderloin. Red deer Yelang. Una Shishin and Tian unanimously used Hyuga's blood to grill beef steak on charcoal, which is why Akudo Ginza said it was impossible to learn. Unv Shishin said, I actually have the face to say that I am not like a Unv's person, and I don't take APS to take a picture of myself. Do you have anything like a Hyuga's person? Hayato continued to laugh without speaking. I am from the Hyuga family, am I proud? P.S. Thank you Shinji for your recommendation votes and suggestions. Thank you book friends 1612111803063064 recommendation vote, and my Yanyan 13 recommendation votes. The contract was sent out yesterday afternoon for collection and recommendation. Next chapter, 8:30 p.m. Chapter 18, System Task Completed, Repair. In the end, the dinner was served by Hayabusa, because Akimichi Ginza refused to accept any money, and gave a large stack of vouchers and coupons. Not only that, even Chiu Dao Dingzo, the head of the Chiu Taoist family, came to hear the news. In the end, a group of fat people stood in front of the store and watched the Hayabusa and his group leave. The momentum scared many passers-by to hurriedly detour. At the intersection, I separated from my friend and arrived at the door of the house. Hayato stopped and looked to the corner of the road. An Umbu ninja walked out of the shadows. The iconic pineapple head, again the ninja of the Nara clan last time. Anbi ninja took out a bottle and said, "Naruto-sama knows that you are injured. This is the secret medicine of the Nara clan. It can be taken internally and externally. Only for the delivery of medicine, Sarutobi Hitachi smashed Shimura Danzo several streets, so Sarutobi Hitachi was Naruto, Shimura Danzo could only hide in secret. Do you really care about your subordinates, or buy people's hearts? Who cares?" Hayato took the bottle and said, "Thank you Hokage-sama for your concern." The Anbi ninja didn't talk nonsense, and turned around and left. Hayato hurriedly said, "Everyone will be colleagues in the future, how do you call them?" "Ren." A voice came from the darkness. Ren is the code name of Nara Anbi ninja just now. In Anbi, everyone uses code names to refer to each other. This is a rule. Hayabusa said, "I have to think of a cooler code name, Rishin." Aotian. Soon after returning home, Hyuga's queen run errands Takashi Hyuga came again, and at the same time brought the family's cordial greetings and a bottle of Hyuga's secret wound medicine. Hyuga Hayato is imaginary and convicted, sending off Hinata Takashi in gratitude. After resting for a while, Hyuga Takuma came. Seeing 2 bottles of wound medicine on the table, Hyuga Takuma smiled and said, "I said no, my mother insisted on sending me over. Would you like it?" Hayato smiled and said, don't worry, don't worry." Subtext, those 2 bottles are not assured. He instinctively felt that there was something wrong with Hayato's words, and he was taken aback for a moment, and Hyuga Takuma looked at the 2 medicine bottles on the table with exquisite workmanship and high-end atmosphere. That's what Hayato said, and didn't want to continue on this topic, saying, "Actually, there is nothing wrong, a little hurt. If this injury is left in a previous life, he may have to be hospitalized for observation for a month, and death from serious complications may be possible. But there is such a magical thing as chakra in the Naruto world, and it repairs itself almost in one afternoon." Hyuga Takuma smiled and said, "Tell this to your Aunt Keiko yourself." Hayabusa said, "Let's take medicine obediently." In the past, Hayato's fingers cut less than 2 centimeters of wounds. Ms. Keiko, who was overly nervous, bandaged Hayato's fingers into small watermelons. Hyuga Takuma said again, "Originally, my father and mother wanted to come over and see you today. I'm afraid you are too tired, so you have to keep it for dinner tomorrow to celebrate your graduation and become a shinobu." Hayabusa said, "The results have not yet come out, it may not be qualified." Hyuga Takuma happily said, "The matter of the exam in the afternoon has been spread, and everyone says that Hyuga has produced 2 geniuses." Heian said in his heart, "I guess the patriarch is worried about whether we should focus on training or strangling in the infancy." Had it not been for the olive branch thrown by Sarutobi Hisaki, even if there was a system mission, Hayato would not necessarily show his fangs in advance. Next, there will be a buffer period of at least 1 year. At that time, neither the Hayato's strength nor the changes in Konoha's external environment will not allow Hyuga Nazuto to make choices that are not conducive to Konoha. After leaving Hyuga Takuma, Hayato continued to practice chakra refinement, and then fell asleep sweetly in anticipation. What good stuff will the system draw tomorrow? Of the 36 students in this class, 18 of them were finally able to get the amount of protection, exactly half, and the remaining half will either be rebuilt or given up to become a ninja. The graduation ceremony is the same every year, so it is far less grand than the exam. In fact, apart from the few lying in the hospital, only 12 students and some parents attended the ceremony. Sarutobi Hizen once again took the time to make a simple speech, and then personally called the forward to the students present, and the rest was handed over by others. The number 1 graduate is Hayato, and there is no objection. When determining the second place, several examiners had a disagreement. Some people felt that it was Li-Look's written test was a mess, and the 3-body skill test was 0, but the last 8-door Dunjia was really amazing. Some people support Niji Hyuga. If it were not for Hayato's last sudden rise, Niji Hyuga is undoubtedly the leader of this year, the most popular. Some people think that the two should have an extra match, but Li-Look is lying in the hospital. Does it delay the graduation ceremony? Read more at hotnovel.xyz. In the end, Sarutobi hit the final word, the second double egg yolk. The third place is Tamachi Nara. The fourth place is UNV Zishin. Won the fifth place every day, bulging his cheeks, a little depressed, losing to UNV Shen feels a bit embarrassed. When Sarutobi Hitachi handed the forward to Hayato's hands, Hayato's excitement was revealed on his face. Sarutobi Hisaki was very satisfied with Hayato's performance, thinking it was a cherishment of Konoha's identity. But, the facts are completely different from what Sarutobi Hizen thought. Ding! The moment the forward protection was received, the system's clear voice rang. Host, Hyuga Hayato. Special Achievement Task, pass the exam and become a ninja. The task has been completed. Special Title Task, the strongest to play ninja, the first in total score, graduated from ninja school. The task has been completed. The Properties panel changes again. Host, Hyuga Hayato. Age, 12. Level, Ninja. Physical Skills, 7.45 upward arrow. Ninjutsu, 6.28 upward arrow. Illusion, 4.08 upward arrow. Chakra amount, 5.85 upward arrow. Current task, none. Line fruit, primary 5-color line 8.13% upward arrow, overstrike twist whip 0.78% upward arrow, elastic line 12.55% upward arrow. Title, Barbecue Master, the strongest to endure. Currently available lottery, C-level special achievement draw once, random C-level ninjutsu, B-level special item draw once. Is there a lottery? Lottery. It is still the Jagaga card style draw. After 2 white lights, the system prompts. Ding. Host, Hyuga Hayato. Obtain C rank ninjutsu, when done. Beast Wave Palm, is it fused? Obtain a B-level special item, Kurosaki Ichigo's Mask, the first stage, upgradable. In the anime, the Hyuga clan has never shown ninjutsu beyond the limit of blood and fist. The question then is, can the Hyugas do not or cannot use other ninjutsu? The answer is of course no. Hayabusa's 3-sounding trick is a thief. Therefore, Hyuga can use other ninjutsu. The Hyuga's physique is very special. Normal ninjas, even Shangren, can only release ninjutsu through special chakra points such as hands, feet, mouth, etc., while Hyuga family members can release chakra through 361 acupoints all over their bodies. Bagwasan Guishan Hei, that's how the hitting and waiting come. Imagine it. Water escape ninja, water escape. Water bursts. Then a lot of water was spit out from his mouth, like a faucet released. Hyuga ninja, water escape. Water bursts. Then water came out of the pores all over his body, like a shower. Therefore, although Hyuga can use other ninjutsu, the difficulty and risk of using other ninjutsu is far greater than that of other ninjas. For example, when other ninjas make mistakes with Huodun, their lips are burned to death at most, and Hyuga ninjas might be like being covered with gasoline and burning themselves. What's more, in the battle of regular ninjas, Hyuga's blood relay limit and soft fist are already strong enough, why bother to leave the last and pick up sesame seeds and watermelons? Most Hyuga ninjas think so. Is there something wrong? Is it okay? There is something wrong. You can't learn the ninjutsu that you can't use, but it's okay to study the head office or learn by analogy. Besides, not all other types of ninjutsu pose risks to Hyuga ninjas. The special physique of the Hyuga family gives the Hyuga ninja super chakra control ability. Perception ninjutsu, mental ninjutsu, space-time ninjutsu, and seal ninjutsu. Besides talent, the most important thing is the control ability of chakra. The bird in the cage is the proof of the Hyuga family's accomplishments in curse printing. But apart from the caged bird that cocooned itself, can the Hyuga family have anything to do with the sealing technique? No. This is arrogance, the arrogance of a giant to other ninjutsu. The consequence is that the Hyuga has the title of a wealthy family, but the high-end combat power does not have a wealthy demeanor. Arrogance is the original sin. Why did Uchiha annihilate the race? There are many reasons: the attitudes and policies of the village, the problems left over from history, the negative influence of Shaolunyan on emotions, and the possibility of Heiju playing tricks in it, etc. For Uchi himself, arrogance is one of the factors. Unlike Hyuga's arrogance of ninjutsu, Uchiha's arrogance is for civilian ninjas and even other family ninjas. Uchiha's glory becomes pride, pride becomes pride, and pride becomes conceit. In the end, Uchiha was lonely in Konoha's family and was squeezed out everywhere, and there was no foreign aid, so that when the genocide plan was formulated, there was not even a person who opposed it. P.S. This is a chapter that is destined to be a lot of controversy. The original work of Hyuga's physique didn't specifically say it, but it did mention it, specifically in the Nikanin exam, but the analysis of what is loose Hyuga feels reasonable and agrees, ignore it without reason. There are many reasons for Uchiha's extermination on the internet. The analysis of Lucci bacteria is definitely not comprehensive, there are omissions, or even wrong. These are okay, it is good to have different opinions, but I just hope that they can be put forward in the tone of discussion. If it is too wrong, I will correct it. Thank you for Windbreaker Joke, White Pigeon Back and Cheen G for 1 recommendation vote. Thank you for the 5 recommendation votes for Comma in the Dream, and 7 recommendation votes and opinions for Xiaoxin, Xiaoqing. The next chapter, tomorrow 8:30, ask for recommendations and collections, and ask for long-term companionship. Chapter 19, Generous Reward, Repair. Putting the mess of thoughts aside for now, Hayato noticed that the system prompts whether to merge instead of whether to learn the difference between the two characters. Fusion. Discovered fusionable skills, soft boxing. 8 diagrams and 32 palms, fusion is successful. Following the system's prompts, Hayabusa's brain has something more, and it feels the same as when the string fruit was merged. Looking at the attribute panel again, there is one more item, soft fist. 32 beast wave palms. Soft fist. 32 beasts wave their palms, while acupuncture points, wind blades are condensed in the palms to cut enemies. If acupuncture point is magical damage, beast wave palm is physical damage. 32 beast wave palms merge 2 kinds of damage, more powerful, and Hayato was quite satisfied. Look at the inventory again. There are multiple masks in the inventory. The mask is generally white, with 3 red diagonal stripes on the right eye socket, and 2 rows of teeth on the lower half, which looks a bit hideous. The mind is concentrated on the mask, and a message is displayed. Kurosaki Ichigo's mask, first stage chakra amount plus 20%, chakra recovery speed plus 10%. Oh hoo! Hayato said oh hoo, and quickly covered his mouth, his eyes narrowed with a smile. The amount of chakra of a ninja depends on many factors. Age. As the body matures, the amount of chakra grows naturally. Physical talents. The Uzumaki family and the Thousand Hands family are born with a huge amount of chakras, while the Hyuga and Uchiha families are at an intermediate level. Cultivation and transformation yin seals, ground grievances, fusion of other people's cells, etc. There are many strange flowers in the ninja world, and there are many ways to increase chakra, but there are not many normal ones. According to Hayato's current chakra volume, 20% of chakras are enough for 2 or 3 C-level ninjutsu. Moreover, the amount of chakras is increased by a percentage. The more chakras of Hayabusa, the more it increases. Simply put, this is a piece of equipment that can be used from the novice village to the ultimate boss. In the eyes of others, Hayato's reaction was a bit overwhelming, and some people whispered, "Don't be happy to be like this. Isn't it the number one? There is one every year." Hayato didn't care when he heard it. The students of Shinobu School were not monolithic, and there were probably some people who were unhappy with him as the number one. However, unhappy, and without the strength to single-handedly compete with Hayato, had to say some strange things to answer the people. Hayato was a street officer when he was at Blue Star. He didn't have the mentality of self-employment. Facing all kinds of ants, he had a mental breakdown. Regarding guying people, these people are unworthy to support the ants. Hayato didn't take this little thing to heart. Instead, Tien, who had always had the best temper, stood up and gave the man a fierce look. Standing up every day, Ning Si will naturally not fall behind. The man stunned, lowered his head and hid far away. Every day he complained, "Hato, don't you care about these people, just say something yin and yang." Hayato was happy, and said casually, "Let them talk about it. Anyway, it's not that I'm unhappy. What I like the most is people who look at me unhappy and can't kill me. Unhappy, then just hold back. Still depressed every day." After thinking about it carefully, Hayato understood. Tien is a civilian ninja, mixed with Hayato and other family children, secretly excluded by some civilian ninjas. Those people had nothing to do with Hayato, Niji, and Zishin, so they vented more grievances on Tien. In fact, the gap between the civilian ninja and the family ninja is slowly disappearing. However, some people just don't change their lives and like to advertise themselves and find a sense of existence. An episode, destroying Hayato's mood to continue to explore rewards. The 3 generations of Hokage, who had a lot of opportunities, left soon, leaving behind a group of excited newcomers. Sioren cheered. UNV Zishin's worms were so excited that they fell down. Like the last time I saw Opei's Fei sister, he took the forehead and ran over and said, "Falcon, Hayato, where do you want to tie the forehead? Forehead, neck, chest, waist, or?" Hayato kicked Yunushi Shen, really kicking, because this guy was so bold. He actually took the forehead and gestured to the crotch. UNV Shen said hesitantly, "Just kidding, I'm not living impatiently." Hayato glared at him and said nothing. Hyuga Ningji silently tied the forehead to his forehead to cover the bird curse pattern in the cage, where the white bandage was originally tied. Probably touching the memory again, Hyuga Niji's eyes were sad. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. After trying several times, UNV Zishin had an idea, found a cloth strip, extended the forehead strap, and then tied it diagonally on her heart, like a heart guard. UNV Shen was complacent, "It's so handsome, I deserve it." Hayato saw that it was really good, and it could be used as a protective gear. However, daily blows still have to be blown. Hayato patted the girl Shishin and said, "The handsome looks at the face, what does it have to do with the forehead protection? Look at you, the collar covers the chin, the sunglasses cover the eyes, the hair covers the forehead, and there is only one face left. Nose. You can compare your face with those who wear masks, goggles, and bandages." Getting used to quarreling with Hayabusa, UNV Zishin immediately fought back and sneered, "Oh, whoever says handsome only looks at his face, height is also very important. You are a short mule, second degree disabled. The height of the Hyuga tribe is generally average. The Hayabusa is 1.5 meters and 55 meters old at the age of 12, which is not considered short. However, Unv Shen does not know what hormones he eats and has grown to 1.6 meters. Hayato smiled and pointed at Niji Hyuga and Tian Tian. Ning Ci was 1.5 meters and 1.5 meters every day, and the two looked at Unv Zishan with ugly eyes. Yunaji Shen continued, Kaoru, hu, ah. Give some face, don't slap your face, anyway, it's dignified. Hey. Hayato, if you dare to steal a peach friend, you can't do it? Uranus. 1,000-year killing. It's not a monkey stealing peaches, no problem old iron, and still friends in the future, ha 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 ha. Syoren is a new starting point and a fork in the road. Different choices will lead the ninja to different paths. Some people will become regular ninjas, the lower ninja will rise to the middle ninja will rise to the upper ninja, and the upper ninja is the end of most ninjas. Some people will enter Konoha Hospital and become medical ninjas. Someone will enter the science class. Someone will enter the sealing class. In short, partners who get along day and night may part ways. If someone dies during the mission, then there will be eternal separation between heaven and man. The excitement cooled down, the joyous atmosphere condensed, and someone began to cry quietly. Hayato couldn't bear the atmosphere a little bit, and said, let's go to the hospital. Give the nursing forward to Xiaoli. Familiar with the road, come to 304 again. This time Morita Tomomi was away, and Li Look lay on the bed, repeating the action of making a fist and then spreading it out, doing simple exercises. Little Li. You guys came to see me. Li Look said happily, and then pretended to be angry, why did you come today? The eyes of the four were joking. Hayabusa said, Zishan. The two made eye contact, and Unv understood it carefully and made a look of lying on the bed. Hayato pretended to be holding the bowl, and shyly fed the meal one bite at a time, recreating the scene of yesterday. No matter how sluggish, Li Look understood, he stammered, this, that, you guys. Li Look's brain was overloaded, his eyes turned into mosquito-repellent coils, his face was flushed with cooked shrimp, and he was still steaming. Boom. There was a knocking sound outside the door. Every day he looked out and came back with a suffocated smile. Unv Shen asked, what's the situation? He grinned every day, the girl yesterday, I guess I saw everything just now, she ran into a pillar in panic when she walked. Ha ha ha. Now, I couldn't hold back anymore, and joyous laughter broke out in the ward. The four people stayed in the ward until about noon and left. Had to leave because the school organized a graduation dinner according to the usual practice. The gathering place is in the school's trapezoidal classroom. The food is provided by the parents of the students and sponsored by the business in the form of a buffet. Everyone was surprised when they heard Hayato was going to Enby. Unv Zishan is very envious, because Hokage's direct troops in Umbu are cooler. No one of the Hyuga clan had ever worked in Enby before. Niji Hyuga was silent for a moment and asked, did the clan agree? Hayato nodded. This is a win-win thing in itself internally. The Hyuga clan told others that the Hyuga clan love Konoha and are willing to unite with the three generations of Naruto to congratulate Konoha's prosperity. Externally, Konoha told other Shinin villages, the family in the village is very sensible, everyone is very united, and weigh yourself before you decide what to do. What's more, the three generations of Hokage have been on the move in person. If they are still rejected, does Hokage have no face? PS Chapter 18 Rewards changed to Beast Wave Palm. Thank you for the 8 recommended votes of Xiaoxin, Xiaoqing, the boss went to bed late, where is it happy? The contract has been signed, and I don't know when the status will be changed to A. I have no experience and can only wait. If you have a referral ticket, you can save some of it for Lustigma. If you don't have it, you can collect it. If you have it, you can buy a lottery ticket. Because you are so handsome, you have a high probability of winning. Wait until you win 5 million to reward me with a bottle of drink, 250 ml. The happy water of the fat house will do. Chapter 20, Umbu Test and Assault, Repair. Graduation dinner is actually a group of children eating and drinking, no different from normal meals. After about an hour, all the remaining food was withdrawn, and everyone sat in the classroom obediently, waiting to be distributed. Shunsuke Shimizu walked in and said, "Follow me with the name. Others stay where they are, don't run around." Hyuga Hayato. The first one is Hayato. Hayato followed after going out and said, "Ms. Shimizu." Shunsuke Shimizu interrupted Hayato with a stern face, and said, "Don't talk. It's too serious," Hayato muttered, but didn't take it seriously. Coming to a grey wooden door, Shimizu Junsuke said, "Go in." Then he left directly. There was no hint at all, Hayato had no choice but to bite the bullet and push the door in. The door creaked open, making a harsh noise, and the room was dimly lit. An Anbi ninja wearing a dog mask stood in the shadows, holding his chest with his hands, and staring at Hayato coldly with brown eyes. "Hyuga Hayato." His voice was hoarse, like a ball of sand in his throat. "Yes." Hayato frowned. It is said that holding your chest with your hands is a body language that resists contact or rejection. Doesn't this Anbi ninja like Hayato? Or don't you like the identity represented by Hayato's eyes? Some people like the Hyuga, but naturally some people don't. After that, the Anbi ninja was motionless again, his eyes fixed on Hayato. If it weren't for blinking once in a while, Hayato would suspect that it was an imitation sculpture in front of her. Time passed every second. The atmosphere was heavy, the air felt stagnant, and Hayato's breathing became rapid. I don't know how long it took, maybe 1 minute, maybe 10 minutes. Hayato noticed that the light became dimmer. Maybe something should be said to break the deadlock, Hayato thought about it. Suddenly, the Umbu ninja narrowed his eyes and released a fierce murderous aura. Brush. Without thinking about it, Hayato threw out Konoha while putting on a defensive posture. Faced with the flying Konoha, the Anbi ninja remained indifferent. Tuck. When the Anbi ninja did any evasive action, Konoha still fell through and nailed to the wall. Hayato's Konoha aimed at the chest, and at such a short distance, there was no possibility of shooting crookedly. What happened? Illusion. The Anbi ninja finally moved, put his hands down, and said, "Congratulations for passing." The voice became soft, and a little sweet. "So this is some kind of test." Hayato looked up slightly and looked at the window diagonally above. It is a small square window. The glass seems to be specially made, and the light angle and brightness can be adjusted manually. "So, did you use the window to distort the light?" Seeing Hayato notice the window, Anbi ninja nodded secretly, and said, "Yes, this is an Anbi stress test. All newcomers must pass this level." "I passed the level." "Yes it is. How does it count as a pass?" "Oh, sorry, just curious." Understanding. The Anbi ninja began to look cold, and said patiently, "As long as it is not a psychological breakdown. Active offense, strategic retreat, and calm observation are all right." "Oh." Hayato thinks about it, too, it's just a newcomer, and the requirements can't be too high. The Anbi ninja pointed to the corner of the room, where there was a small table with a suit of clothing and a red bird mask, and said, "Put it on, and report to the Anbi headquarters." After leaving the door, Hayato looked at the room again. The room was smaller than it looked, and there was no vent, which made people feel stuffy after a long time. This room should be specially built. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. After walking for a while, Hayabusa said, "Is this going to the Hokage building?" The Anbi ninja said, Yes, Anbi is a direct unit of Naruto Lords. Is it weird that the headquarters is in the Naruto building? Hayabusa said, not surprising, but... Bounce the line. The thin transparent thread ejected from the index finger at a high speed and pierced into the back of the Umbu ninja. The Anbi ninja turned his head, his eyes filled with disbelief. Why, you... Still acting? Boom. The ninja in the dark part of the eyes turned into smoke, a shadow clone. Come out. Hayato shouted after looking at a tree. The same Anbi ninja came out. When did you notice it? Anbi ninja asked. The distance is wrong. If it's the Hokage building, it should be there. And the road to the Hokage building is not such a soft dirt road. Hayato sneered, and at the same time secretly wiped the cold sweat in his heart. To the effect, Shimizu Shunsuke did not doubt the identity of Anbi on the way he led. The nerves were tense during the stress test, and the moment the test passed, he relaxed his vigilance. It should be the illusion at that time. So, this person is a fake Anbi ninja? No, it should be the real dark part. It's just that it's not the Umbu of Hokage, but the Umbu-gen, which belongs to Shimura Danzo. Shimura Danzo has good reasons to do this. One is to eliminate a person who is optimistic about Sarutobi Heiichi, second, to destroy the relationship between the Hyuga clan and the village, killing two birds with one stone. Fortunately, the abnormality was detected in time. Hyuga ninja's illusion ability is extreme, and Konoha's ability to release illusion is almost the bottom, but he has a strong insight into illusion. During the Five Shadows conference, Qing's white eyes even saw through the strongest illusion technique other gods. When he noticed the abnormality, Hayato immediately found an unknown foreign chakra in his body. After spending some time, Hayato calmly expelled these foreign chakras from his body and cracked the illusion. He found himself in a small forest. The woods are very remote, making them an excellent place for assassination. Hayato untied all the weights, opened his eyes, and stood ready. The chakra of the person in front of him is at the level of forbearance, and the Hayabusa is like a wave, but his strength is not allowed. The Anbi ninja looked at Hayato with interest, and said, interesting, really interesting, but it's not me who is fighting against you. There are enemies. Hayato was taken aback, but there was no one else in the field of vision except this Umbu Shangnan. Is it that the unknown enemy knows the division of the family and has been hiding in the blind corner of the vision? It was too late to think too much. The three were exactly the same. They were clones holding a knife to assassinate the Hayato from 3 different angles. Dance of the Moon on 3 days. 5-color line. The Hayabusa's 5 fingers formed into claws and attacked in an arc. The 3 clones all turned into smoke under the thin line attack. The large-scale attack caused a big flaw in Hayato, and a short figure appeared on the side of Hayato. Reverse robes cut. Bang. The slashed Hayabusa turned into smoke. The attack mode of the Dance of the 3 Suns and the Moon is 3 avatars assault, and the main body hides in the dark to search for flaws, and it kills with 1 blow. Hayato wiped a cold sweat. Fortunately, he knew the information of the 3 Sun-Moon dance in advance. He had been prepared for it, otherwise the cicada sloughing technique would not be used at all. Shikamaru defeated Haiden on his own, not relying on powerful ninjutsu, but on intelligence gathered by his clever brain. What Jiraiya got with his life was actually a piece of information about Nagato. Key points: in the battle between ninjas, intelligence is very important. Want to kill me? Hayato's heart burned with anger. After so many years of walking on thin ice and working hard, it was because he set the goal in the 4th war of the ninja world. However, he never expected that he would almost die without leaving Novice Village. Up. The sneak attacker probably never thought that Hayato could escape this blow, and was taken aback for a moment. Super Strike Whip. The attackers have great flaws, and Hayato can choose to tap acupuncture points to subdue the enemy, but in anger, Hayato chooses the most lethal super strike whip. Die. The attackers hurriedly resisted. Ding. Umbu who had been watching, suddenly shot, and he blocked the overstrike whip with a short knife. Enough. Anbi Ninja said loudly, stop. Hayato angrily said, knock you say stop and stop, I don't want to save face. Today I will let you see the Hyuga clan's level forbidden technique, even if it is the ultimate ninjutsu that the shadows dare not insist. Hayato pressed his hands on the ground, blasted, Armstrong whirls and accelerates the Jet Armstrong cannon. Boom. A loud noise. The two Anbi ninjas retreated subconsciously. When the Shangren backed, he also took the time to seal the seal. Earth done. Earth array. The earth wall rose, and the two people hiding behind looked at each other and stared at each other. After a while, there was no other movement, so the two cautiously walked out from behind the dirt wall. White smoke filled the open space. The short man Umbu pinched his nose and said, is this a smoke bomb? Shinobu nodded silently. The short Anbi asked, so there is no S-level forbidden technique at all? Umbu Shangren uttered two words, Syoren. Yes, Hayato is a forbearance at best. No matter how genius is, he can't use the S-level forbidden technique. The short man clenched a fist and hammered his palm, and said angrily, ah. So, he is just bluffing and simply escaped with smoke. A hole, we were deceived. Umbu Shangren rolled his eyes. There is no need to say such a shameful thing in such detail. P.S. Thank you for the 1 recommendation votes of Windbreaker Joke, Navy Paratroopers, NWQKJHF, Hebius and Bookmate 150601123142707. Thank you for the 3 recommended votes of Tell You No World, and thank you for the 5 recommended votes of Gage 2014, thank you for the 6 recommended votes of Lemon Dumpling Sauce, for a bet on $50, this is a cute girl, thank you for the 10 recommended votes of Gufengjiao, thank you for the 14 recommended votes of 4620733. There are new faces, familiar IDs, thank you great love, really. Entering the Umbu, there should be less writing about the Umbu, and a new chapter begins. Seeking recommendation and collection. The next chapter will be 8:30 tomorrow morning, so stay tuned. Chapter 21, Backpot Man Tuanzang, Repair. Hayato angrily rushed into the Hokage building, this angrily charged Shimura Danzo, and also slashed Sarutobi. How did you two old foxes fight against me? The fire at the city gate hit the pond fish, and the Hayabusa was the fish. No Umbu ninja stopped Hayato. Come on, Hayato, why are you alone? Sarutobi Hitachi was processing the documents, and he looked up and saw the angry Hayato. He was taken aback and asked, what happened? What's the matter? I almost died. Hayabusa screamed, starting from Shimizu Shunsuke calling him to go out, until he was attacked by someone in the grove, and finally Yan escaped and ran away. He finished in one breath. After running all the way, he said a lot. He was too thirsty. Hayato picked up the teacup on the table and poured it into his throat, while observing Sarutobi's reaction. The attack may have been done by people in other villages, but it is unlikely, and there is no need to target the Hayabusa. The most likely is the people in the village. Only Shimura Danzo who dare to do anything in the scope of the ninja school. With Sarutobi Hizen's understanding of Kaizo, it is natural to think of the roots. To be honest, Hayato does not expect to turn around because of this incident. After all, if we want to turn our faces, the little trouble between the two is enough to turn over 1,000 times. Hayato wanted to see Sarutobi's attitude, which will also determine Hayato's attitude in the future. By the way, it would be great if you can ask for some mental damages for yourself. What do you want? Wouldn't the ninjutsu in the Book of Sealing be too much? Sarutobi had a strange expression on his face. Isn't the city's deep and quiet expression, nor the strong anger pretending to be gestures, but weird. This. I don't understand it. Seemingly helpless, Sarutobi pointed at the door and said, "Are the two umbu you mentioned resembling them?" Looking out along the fingers, there are two dark parts standing at the door, one high and one low. It's very similar. Hayato nodded, and the tea almost spurted out. "Oh, I'm going, it's these two grandsons." Being able to appear here shows that the two are genuine umbu, not the root ninja that Hayato presumed. Slap in the face. So, the illusion part and the assassination are both dark tests? Wrong. That katana cut the sword sharply, like a broken bamboo, it really hit, and the Hayabusa is absolutely dead and uplifted. Shouldn't the newcomers be too demanding? Sarutobi slapped his face and said, "Come in." Hayato smelled a stinky smell, and couldn't help but be satisfied with the effect of the smoke bomb. The short NB gave Hayato a vicious look. Sarutobi slashed and said, "Okay, I asked for it by myself. Take off all the masks." The two took off their masks according to their words. The tall NB is 24 or 5 years old, with very sunny hair and short silver hair. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. The silver-haired umbu bowed to apologize, and said, "Hello, I am Hato. I'm extremely sorry today, it's rude." Flagwood family? Well, Kakashi's hair is also silvery white. The image of Hato Sunshine Boy is completely different from that of Kakashi, and his polite appearance makes people feel good. Even though the anger was not gone, Hayato replied, "Hello, I am Hayato Hyuga, please take care of me." A short girl, Enbi, about 1 and 4 meters old, about the same age as Hayato, with short black hair and delicate features, her cheeks bulging, her eyes erratic, and perfunctory said, "I am Moonlight Solilo, please advise." This attitude, tisk. Hayato sneered and said, "I don't dare to teach me. I'm good at swordsmanship. I almost hacked me to death." Moonlight Solilo said, "You are talking nonsense, I use a wooden knife, how can I die?" Wooden knife? At that time, Hayato really didn't notice, there was nothing left to spare. Besides, can't a wooden knife kill people? Master Scene taught us that a gun without a gun head can stab people to death. Sarutobi Razan scolded, "Saralo." Moonlight Saralo flattened her mouth, reluctantly bowed her head and said, "Sorry, it's me." Hayato whispered, "Apologizing is useful, but what do you need to do in secret?" Then he said, "Forget it, adults don't count the minors people pass." Hayato looked down on Moonlight Solilo and made his mouth shape, "Dwarf." "What?" Moonlight Solilo draws a sword, this time it is a real sword. Kimuhatu slammed her head with a violent thud, and Moonlight Saralo squatted on the ground with tears in her eyes, holding her head. Hato apologized again, "Saralo is actually not bad-hearted, it's just too eager to win." Speaking of which, Moonlight Sararo is still Hayato's alumnus, but she stayed in school for a year, after which she was taught swordsmanship by her family, so Hayato had no impression of her at all. Moonlight Saralo comes from the Moonlight family, inheriting the same blood succession boundary as Moonlight Gale through escape. After learning that the new teammate is a high-ranking student with white eyes, Hayato couldn't restrain his ambition, and begged Hato to deceive the Hayabusa to the grove. Regarding the information of Toudun, Hayato does not know much information, only knows that Toudun can eliminate the breath, and the whole body is transparent, but it can't move, and it will be hidden when it moves. Hayato didn't expect that Toudun could also make Chakra's system transparent, avoiding blind detection. From this point of view, through the escape to refrain from rolling his eyes. However, Hayato was not very shocked. The inside of the white eyes was not invincible. It is not surprising that natural enemies appear. Ranmaru's red eyes are like Tien's white eyes, and could Hyuga Niji doubts life. How to do? It's simple, make good use of your eyes, but don't rely too much on it. Unexpectedly, Moonlight Solilo failed the raid, and the two were hit. Not only did the Hayato run away, but he was also stinky. This is embarrassing. Sarutobi slashed and said, "You two go out, Hato you stay." After the two left, Hato talked about the stress test. There are roughly 5 types of stress tests: unresponsive, frightened, collapse, turning and running or retreating, calmly and quietly, and attacking like a Hayabusa without hesitation. This shows that Hayato is a keen, decisive, and aggressive person. Next, it is about how Hayato perceives and sees through illusion. Considering Hyuga's ability to break illusions, this makes sense. After that, Heiki focused on describing the 3-day moon dance of the Moonlight Sorora in conjunction with the sneak attack of Tio-Udon, and how Hayato evaded the counter-attack. It is said that the dance of the 3 days and the moon was created by the ninjutsu developer, the second generation of Naruto Senjima. It belongs to the profound meaning of Konoha Ryu's swordsmanship and is considered to be an unavoidable lightning attack swordsmanship. Unable to escape is a more exaggerated statement, but it suffices to explain the power of the 3-day moon dance. Moonlight Sororo joined UMBU for 4 years. Last year, he was upgraded to Zongren and was proficient in assassination techniques. Her 3-day moon dance cooperated with the thorough escape, and even caused a one-shot kill on Shan Gren, who lacked intelligence. Combining the above factors, Sarutobi Razin pondered and said, "Heiman has the strength of Zhongren. More than that." Kimuheitu said and stretched out his right hand. The tiger's mouth on his right hand was injured, and blood oozes out. This is the injury that Heitu suffered when he blocked the super twist whip for Moonlight Solilo. Hagiki Kaido said, "A super practicable substitute technique, powerful, comparable to A-level Muji ninjutsu. Even if it is Zongnin, it is not an ordinary Zongnin." He repeatedly misestimated the strength of the Hyuga Hayato. Sarutobi Hizumi not only did not become angry, but was very pleased. He was all about Konoha, and he was too happy to see Konoha's talents. Sarutobi hit a cigarette, spitting out happy smoke rings. P.S. Thank you for the 7 recommended votes of 9 in 10s, the 6 recommended votes of lemon dumpling sauce, the 4 recommended votes of Xiaoying Xiaomu, and the 8 recommended votes of Xiaoxin, Xiaoqing. Tickets, thanks for the 2 recommended votes of Devil King Pterodactyl. The next chapter, 8:30 in the evening, so stay tuned. Ask for recommendation tickets and collections. May 4th Youth Day. I wish you all handsome. B is getting more and more handsome. Chapter 22, UMBU First Experience, Repair. On the corridor outside the Naruto office, Hayato leaned against the wall. Moonlight Sorolo squatted on the ground, drawing something on the ground with his fingers. From Hayato's point of view, the reason for Moonlight Solilo's sneak attack is better to speculate. First, I saw Lai Xingxi, I heard that a genius came and wanted to fight. Second, test the new teammate, if it's a muggle, just kick it. Third, give the newcomers a disarm and establish the authority of the eldest sister. No matter which one it is at best a bear kid. When working as an officer in the street, Hayato dealt with the situation of the ant and the bear the most, and he was very experienced. By the way, sneak attacks in Naruto world are not shameful. Unlike in real games, when you squat in 2 waves of grass, the opposite mentality collapses, and Lao Yin downward arrow B swipes the screen. Hayato was very angry at the time, partly because his vigilance was too low. He clearly knew that joining the UMBU was to enter the Hokage camp. Heshimura Danzo was a natural enemy, so how could he be recruited? If Hato and Moonlight Soloro are really rooted people, and if they both fight with all their strength at the same time, will they have a chance to escape? Thinking about it this way, this sneak attack actually sounded a wake-up call to Hayato. Hayato decided to ease the relationship with Moonlight Sororo. Hayato first asked, "What are you painting?" Moonlight Sororo didn't raise her head, and said muffledly, "Draw anything, Nothing special. I'm sorry. Moonlight Saralo said suddenly and vaguely in a low voice. What? Hayato didn't hear clearly for a while. As if plucking up the courage, Moonlight Saralo said again, I'm sorry for today. You are very strong, so I can't help but get serious. I don't want to hurt you. Oh. Hayabusa said, forget it, I am not injured anyway, and you are not malicious. At this time, Hato came out of the office and saw the two people getting along peacefully, which was a bit unexpected. Put it on. Hato put on his mask, motioning Hayato to put it on too. Hatoki said as he walked, Sarora can't be blamed for this. Although Shiroro proposed the plan, I agree. Oh. Nonsense, illusion is yours, of course you have your share. Hayato intends to hear what Hato wants to say or what he wants to express. Hato continued, one is to test your strength, and the other is to frustrate your spirit. I don't deny this. NB is a more disciplined organization. Your family background and ninja school's achievements are based on there is no preferential treatment here. Don't bring your arrogance here. I'm so open and honest because for a long time in the future, we will support each other as teammates, rely on each other, and can't be grudges. If you have any dissatisfaction in your heart, speak up, solve it together, or change teams in time. After speaking, Hato looked directly at Hayato. Hayabusa said, I have no dissatisfaction, and I have reconciled with Shalotoluto. Turning to look at Shalotoluto. Moonlight Saralo nodded. Hato suddenly smiled and said, this is the best way. As Hokage-sama said, you are a very special person. Read more at hotentalnovel.xyz. Ah. The ghost knows what Sarutobi Hizen said. Hayato adjusted the mask. Hatoki is a careful person, why, I'm not used to wearing the mask. It was like this at the beginning, but I will get used to it later. Thinking of Kurosaki Ichigo's mask in the inventory, Hayato asked, can I use my own mask? Yes. There are no special rules for this, just try not to wear a mask that is too conspicuous. The mask is to hide the identity. The conspicuous mask easily reveals the identity. Hato asked, why, do you prepare the mask yourself? Hayato nodded and said, there is a family mask. The basement of the Hokage building. It's a big room with masked Anbi ninjas coming and going. Someone asked, bring the newcomer here, Ya. Ya is the code name of Hato in Anbi. Kimuhatu said, yes. The man asked again, how is the quality of the newcomer? Chimuhai said, guess. The man looked at Moonlight Salilo and said, Sien approved it? It seems that the quality of the newcomer is a bit tough. Sien is the code name of Moonlight Saloro. Everyone understands Moonlight Saloro's temperament. If the newcomer is not recognized, she will definitely jump up and down, her teeth and claws. Moonlight Salilo peeked at the Hayabusa and found that he didn't pay attention to himself, and muttered, I didn't recognize it. But when he saw Hayabusa looking around, not paying attention to himself, he couldn't help whispering, Hillboy, I have never seen an office in Umbu. If Hayato knew what Moonlight Saralo was thinking, he would say seriously, I haven't seen it. Seeing Moonlight Salilo suddenly became angry again, Hayato felt inexplicable, and thought, sure enough, a woman's heart has needles in the sea. Came to an independent office. Hato introduced, this is our team's office, where we usually draw up plans, task summary, and processing documents. The documents here cannot be taken away without authorization. Once violated, the most serious one will be dealt with as treason and patience. Hayato nodded solemnly. Hato said again, Umbu must be on standby at any time, and can be repaired here when there is no mission. Anbi has a lot of rules, so I'll learn more about it later. Hato clapped his hands and said, we already know each other's names, but we don't know enough. Let us introduce ourselves, talk about what we like, what we hate, and what she is good at. You can talk about skills and dreams. I'll do it first. Hato said, my name is Hato, code name, yeah. I like cashew udon. I hate any spicy food. I am good at Hakitaraiwa swordsmanship, wind escape and illusion. My dream is to make white teeth again. Resounded through the ninja world. Moonlight Solilo was a little reluctant, until Hata glared at him and said, Moonlight Solilo, code name, Sien. I like reading books. I hate getting sick and drinking medicine. I am good at Konoha flow swordsmanship, Thunder Dune, and the limit of blood to ruin. I am currently learning Hajirikyo swordsmanship. My dream is to become a writer as great as Sun in Jiraiya. Finally it was the Hyuga Hayato's turn. Hyuga Hayato, there is no code name for the time being. Interested in meditation and development of ninjutsu. I hate dense things. Good at blood continuation, white eyes, Hyuga boxing. The dream is. Hayato was suddenly stunned. What is his dream? Since the journey, he has studied hard, even doing self-masochistic exercise. For what? Taking a deep breath, Hayabusa said, dreams are to live happily and freely for myself and those around me. Hato patted Hayato on the shoulder and said, a good dream. If you want to realize it, you have to work harder. Now, first of all, you have to give yourself a code name. Hayato asked, did you pick the code name yourself? Hato replied, most of them are like this, some code names are passed down from the previous generation. The code name of Solilo is the family inheritance, which represents strength and glory. Hayato said that he understands, and at the same time, he also roughly knows why Shirano entered the Enby. It is probably a family tradition. After thinking about it, Hayabusa said, it's called Falcon, okay. In Falcon's name, falcon is a kind of bird of prey, and another name for falcon is falcon. Hato nodded and said, yes, but you can't change it after you report it. Hayato nodded. Kimuhato said, in public, you know each other, and the umbu should be commensurate with code names. Understood, Falcon. Understood, Senior Yat. Hato smiled with satisfaction. P.S. Thank you for the 1 recommendation votes of Windbreaker Joke, Evil Dragon Fiu, and Book Friends 150102232007387, and thank you Book Friends 201702110041086777 for 2 recommendation votes, and thank you Mountain Patrolman, Going into the Underground Sea and Dark Knight Tai 3 recommended votes for Eternal, thanks to 4 recommended votes for Yao Xin Miao. The next chapter is tomorrow morning at 8:30. Tomorrow is the last day of the week. I have a recommendation ticket to support it. The holiday is almost over, have a good time. Chapter 23, Moonlight Solilo, Shiu. After that, Hayato went to the public reference room and training ground. The public reference room is very large, with hundreds of bookshelves stacked with various materials. As a result, Hayato feels why the Hyuga clan are rich in Konoha. The data room of the Hyuga clan is bigger than this, and the things stored are more precious. Think about it carefully, Konoha has been established for less than 100 years, and the Hyuga clan has a 1,000-year heritage. There is Hyuga first, then Konoha. The training ground is on the basement floor. Excluding common training equipment, Hato pointed to a black wall and said, this is the latest test system in the country of craftsmanship. Do you want to try it? The country of craftsmen? Good. Hayato asked, how to try? Feng done. A big breakthrough. The flagwood sea fights the seal, and spit out a whirlwind against the wall. Afterwards, Hato pointed to a small screen and said, look here. These lines of data are displayed on the screen, including the attack range, strength, etc., and finally an evaluation is given, grade C. Hido said, "C rank ninjutsu. You try. It is good." Hayato has nothing to do with him, and wants to try the 32 beast palm waves he just got today. Moonlight Sarelo next to him said, "Try the thin line ninjutsu you used today, the one that is quite powerful." "Are you talking about Super Strike Whiplash?" "Okay." I don't know why Shirano made this request, but Hayato has no objection. Super Strike Whip. The system gives a grade A. It's actually a grade. Moonlight Salilo looked ugly. Today she actually wanted to use a wooden sword to block A-level ninjutsu. If it weren't for Heitu, the gravehead would be 3 feet tall at this time next year. On the way home, Moonlight Salilo's expression was in a trance. Heitu sighed secretly. Did he overprotect Sarilo? Before being alone, Heitu, Moonlight Hate and Yuzuki Yuyan were teammates and close friends. Moonlight Hate has grown weak and sickly, and it is not easy to become a ninja. However, in one mission, Moonlight Gale was injured in his lungs in order to save Kimuheitu. Since then, Moonlight Gale has gradually retreated to the second line. Moonlight Sarero is Moonlight Hate's younger sister, and Heitu takes care of her like his own sister. Outstanding talent, coupled with the protection of Heitu, Moonlight Sarilo's perception of ninjas is moving in a bad direction. Everyone is like that. In layman's terms, it is just floating. However, a ninja is a ninja after all. To have to do a task and fight with the enemy, the result of a miss may be death. Perhaps today's setback is not a bad thing for Moonlight Sarilo. Heitu asked, "What do you think of Hayato's strength?" "Very strong." "Yes, very strong." Heitu said, "In the Hyuga's family, there is a child of the same age as Hayabusa who is also called a genius." Seeing that Shirano didn't have any particular reaction, Heitu went on to say, "The ninja who played against Hayato in the graduation exam was a physical ninja named Lee Rock. Lee Rock almost won the Hayato." Read more at hotuntalnovel.xyz. Huh. Moonlight Sorrower said in surprise, "The physical skill ninja almost beat the Hayato. Isn't the Hyuga soft fist Konoha's strongest physical skill?" Hagiki Kaido said, "The soft boxing is only one of the strongest physical skills. Shailuo, this world is very vast, as described in the book of Master G. Leia, there are people outside the world, and there are heaven outside the sky. Determines the upper limit of people. In addition to talent and hard work, there is also a vision. Shirano, don't let your narrow mind obscure your vision." After leaving Enbi, Hayato went directly to Takuma's house. "And Keiko, here I am." Keiko Hyuga carried a shovel and ran out of the kitchen like the wind. "Hayato has become a ninja. That's amazing." "Forward guards, where are the guards? Show me." Hyuga Takuma came out of the living room and said, "Mother, I graduated from school, you are not so excited." Keiko Hyuga said with disdain, "Are you the chief graduate? Can a ninja and a ninja be the same?" Hyuga Takuma looked into the room and blinked his eyes. "Daddy, am I my own?" Hinata Takashi leisurely took a sip of tea. "Guess." Keiko Hyuga said, "I'll cook a few more dishes, wait a minute, soon." He ran into the kitchen with a shovel, like a charging ninja. Hyuga Takashi also smiled and looked at Hayato. With a bad feeling, Hayato looked at Tokoma. Dijian enters Ding like an old monk, looking at the tea leaves tumbling in the teacup, as if he could turn out flowers. Hayato smirked, "Heh, heh." Hyuga Takashi also lowered his voice and said, "I know someone who wants to be a ninja." So, he endured, and became a ninja. This is a joke. Make a cold joke. Hiss, it's cold. Ah, what a coincidence. Hayabusa said, "I know there is a piece of candy, in the snow country, walking around, it feels so cold, and finally it becomes a piece of rock candy." Takashi Hyuga was also taken aback for a moment, his eyes gradually widening. and the corners of his mouth curled up, ha ha ha. I was so laughing at me, ha ha ha. Hayabusa said, I'll go to the kitchen and have a look, maybe there is anything I can help. Hyuga Takujian said, if there are many people, we will go together. Hinata Takeya who left behind and rolled over, grinning painfully. Keiko Hyuga's cooking skills are nothing to say, tempura, miso soup and salt grilled fish are all excellent. Hinata Takashi finally didn't laugh. At this time, he was sitting tightly, sipped to eat without squinting, and occasionally caught Hayato when he was picking up vegetables, and quickly covered his mouth for fear of laughing, which would attract Keiko's pan sanction. This is too low and too weird. Fortunately, Keiko suppressed it. After all, Takashi Hyuga didn't laugh out of the dinner table accident, and ate dinner with surprise. After a meal. After drinking tea for a while, Hinata Takashi also said to Hayabusa, come with me, I have something for you. When he came to the study, Takashi Hyuga also unlocked a seal on the bookcase, and the bookcase was opened, revealing an entrance to the underground. Hyuga Takuma didn't follow in, and stayed in the study. This dark room. Hayato felt his eyes astringent. Hyuga Takeya said, it's an enchantment, here is an enchantment that can be used to counter reconnaissance against the blind eye. No need to make a fuss, Konoha is shrouded in a huge barrier. Even the general ninja's house will have a peeping barrier, but it is the first time I have encountered the barrier that is aimed at the white-eyed. Oh. Hayato nodded. Today, I just met a transcendent who can perfectly avoid the white eyes, and there is no fuss about another barrier that can target the white eyes. Hinata Takashi also smiled and said, you are calm, but Toji was depressed for a long time. Many Hyuga people over-worship and rely on the ability of Bin. Once Bin fails or is frustrated, it is easy to enter the other extreme self-denial. Hayato mentioned something thoroughly. Hyuga Takeya said, the Moonlight Clan. Hayato nodded. It seems that the thing that can avoid rolling eyes is not top secret in Hyuga. Hinata Takeya said, have you played against each other? Hayabusa said, I was surprised by a sneak attack, but I didn't lose, and I almost won. Hinata Takeya said, will you win the next match? The Hayato nodded and said, well, through dance can eliminate the breath, and even the chakra system, but the entity has not disappeared, and the impact on the surrounding environment is still there. If you feel it carefully, you can detect it. Moreover, once the through dance is transparent, once you make a move, he immediately revealed his body shape. How to say, the excellent blood succession boundary has many shortcomings, and this is the same with a blind eye. Hinata Takashi also admired, it's best for you to think like this, Uchiha claims that the round eyes are perfect. Oh, if it's really perfect, it won't be where it is today. The Hayato declined to comment, after all, not everyone Uchiha thinks that way. Just as many Hyuga people think that the Hyuga clan is Konoha's strongest clan, many Uchiha people also feel that the writing will is impeccable. Peace. Thank you for 5 recommended votes from a good man, 2 recommended votes from Devil Pterodactyl and Energetic Unlimited Reading, and 1 recommended vote from Book Friends 201801142243488808. There is a chapter in the evening, for recommendation and collection. Chapter 24, Lion Maru and the Psychic Scroll, Repair. The dark room is not big, the size of an ordinary room, there are a few shelves on the wall, and a futon made of straw in the middle. Hinata Takashi also took a long box from the shelf. The box is less than 1 meter long and 2 slaps wide. It is spotlessly clean, and obviously someone wipes it frequently. Hinata Takashi also held the box in both hands and placed it in front of Hayato and said, open it. Amount. Hayato hesitated for about 0.1 second. Shouldn't a shock doll or spring fist pop up? Taking a glance, Hinata Takashi also looked serious and sat down on his knees. However, Hinata Takashi, who often teases comparisons, is also very serious when he is not. You can never guess when he will suddenly tell a cold joke that is not funny, turning himself into a joke itself to make others laugh. After hesitating for 0.1 second, after another 0.1 second of psychological struggle, Hayato decided to open the box. Even if it is a prank, Hayato will open with tears in his eyes. After all, as a comedian, it's one thing to be funny, but you don't even have the chance to be on stage. Isn't it too pitiful? Just like a new handwriting His Royal Highness Lucci, the book may not be so good, but lemon dumpling sauce rewarded Mao with some 100 coins? Is it the brilliance of human nature, or there is a mine at home, or simply shaking hands twice? But as the first reward of the new book, she gave a piece of energy to the road momentum, just like giving something that might not be funny a stage for comedians. Hayato decided to be as cute as lemon dumpling sauce. At 0.3 seconds, he tremblingly stretched out his hand and opened the box. Inside is a short knife and a scroll. The short knife is about 50 centimeters long, with a pitch black handle and scabbard, and a bronze papaya-shaped random knife. It lay quietly in the box, exuding a strange sense of beauty. Hayato couldn't help picking up the short knife, which was heavy, not at all like the weight of a short knife. Holding the handle of the knife, with a slight force, the blade slid out silently. The blade is single-sided, the blade is sharp, the blade has black wavy lines, and the overall shape is small. The tip of the blade is straight and oblique. A wave of vigor spread over the face, as if a swordsman on the opposite side cuts out the unparalleled sword aura. Hayato tilted his head, trying to avoid the non-existent sword energy. At this moment, Hayato thought of a word: the sharp edge is revealed. This process lasted for a short time, and the chi on the blade was fleeting, as if it had never appeared before. Hayato thought, isn't it my hallucinations? Hinata Takashi was also smiling but not smiling, making Hayato affirm that he was in good spirits. Then, staring at the blade again, the blade is still sharp and the wave pattern is still clear, but looking from the left to the right, it is only a more beautiful weapon. Could this be the legendary treasure concealing itself? Hayabusa said, Uncle, is this? Hinata Takashi also sighed, this is your father's saber yukari. After you were born, you changed your name Shishimaru. It is a sword for you. Today is the day you officially become a ninja, and I will hand it over on your father's behalf. Here you are, I hope you will use it well. Oh, father, is a good knife. Hayato has a complicated relationship with Hokage's parents. While thanking him, he feels guilty. So he could only change the subject. Praise Shishimaru, read more at hotantillnovel.xyz. Hayato can only use basic sword skills, and this sword falls in his hand, which is regarded as a bright pearl secretly cast. Hinata Takashi also continued, legend, the ancestor of the Hyuga clan, Atsuki Yamura, had a double-edged long knife named Putayuhun. Later, the Putayuhun was broken into two pieces. The shorter one was smelted into Shishimaru, the longer part was cast into the Thunder God sword. Legend has it that Putayuhun is the sword of Jianyu Thunder God, full of thunder and lightning energy. Although Shiojimaru is unknown, his brother, the Thunder God sword, is famous. The Thunder God sword is the saber of the second generation of Hokage, thousands of hands. I don't know how much blood of the strong has been contaminated. Hayato was shocked. The volume of this information is really amazing. Seeing Hayato's shocked appearance, Hinata Takashi also smiled and said, however, in my opinion, it is mostly based on falsehood. Aside from truth and falsehood, Shishimaru is definitely an artifact in terms of hardness and sharpness. Well, it's possible. Fight head-to-head with the pheasant sword. According to legend, there are as many as 11 grass pheasant swords, and there are 3 in Hokage, the Sky Cluster Cloud Sword of Ashimaru, the Tenbyu Ryu Sword of Uchiha Sasuke, and the ten swords of Uchiha Itachi. In Hayato's view, the Putuyahan is not only broken into two parts, but also its function is divided into two parts. Shishimaru inherited the physical characteristics, sharp and hard. The Thunder God Sword inherited special abilities, full of thunder and lightning energy, but the blade was ordinary, so that it was finally interrupted again. Hinata Takashi also sent chakras to Shishimaru. The blade of the blade radiated chakras, and with a light wave, the thick corner of the table fell to the ground. Hyuga Takaya said, when the lion maru is remelted, chakra metal is added, which is more suitable for ninjas. Hayato solemnly took Shishimaru with both hands, cherishing it. Although I don't need it, there are too many artifacts. The short sword is Shishimaru. What is the scroll? Swordsmanship. Hyuga secret ninjutsu. Or other advanced ninjutsu. Hayato couldn't help but swallowed his saliva, looking forward to it even more. Hinata Takashi also unfolded the scroll. Judging from the texture, it is a seal scroll. Boom. A pile of scrolls stacked into a pyramid, with a booklet on top of the tower. What kind of scroll is this? How can there be so many? Hayato couldn't help asking. Visually there were 50. Hinata Takaya said, for yourself, it's all yours. Hayato picked up one casually and opened it. Look at the curse pattern, it should be the blood bond scroll of spiritism. Blood deed, or blood deed. Hey, it's actually an artifact and psychic. Hayato couldn't help but swallowed his saliva and said, not all of these are. Hyuga Takaya said, yes, it's all spirit scrolls, let's be surprised, haha, I was too. Takashi Hyuga also opened the pamphlet and said, this is the research data on spiritism compiled by your mother, including all the information on psychic beasts and psychic artifacts. Take your time to read it yourself. Handing the book to Hayato, Takashi Hyuga continued, but the psychic technique is to assist the ninja in fighting. You must not be greedy, let alone indulge. Hayato nodded and asked, where did these psychic scrolls come from? Hayato somewhat suspected that Takashi Hyuga had also moved the treasure house of the entire Hyuga clan. Hinata Takaya said, some are inherited from your mother's family, and some are collected by your parents while traveling in the ninja world. Some are actually worthless, just for commemorative purposes, and you can tell them slowly by yourself. Again, foreign objects can be used, don't rely on it. Hayato's mother is Hyuga Pansy. I don't know what surname was before naturalization. She should be from the same ninja family and is a family that specializes in spiritism. However, Takashi Hyuga is also very secretive about the identity of Hayato's mother. Hayato speculates that her mother may have been born in another shinobu village. Watch it yourself, pick a few. I'll go out first. Hinata Takashi also looked at the Hayato who almost fell down on the scrolls, smiled, and thought to herself, Tetsuya, pansies. Hayato has grown up. Become an excellent ninja. You who are in the Pure Land must be very pleased. If you are still alive, it would be great. Hayato stayed alone in the dark room for an hour. When she came out, Keiko Hyuga was having a midnight snack. This moved Hayato to laugh and cry at the same time. Not long after dinner, Takashi Hyuga and Tokuyama were chatting in the living room. Hayato was by the side, listening most of the time, and occasionally asking questions. Takashi Hyuga is also a high-ranking member of the Hyuga clan, and Tokushima Hyuga is in the reconnaissance unit. Both father and son are well-informed people. Even if it's small talk, Hayato also feels that he has benefited a lot, and he feels that listening to the king is better than reading 10 years. P.S. Can you guess why Yuki changed her name to Shishimaru? P.S. Thank you for Evil Dragon Fiu, Book Friends 0803202304366659 and Trenchcoat Jokes for 1 recommendation vote, thank Ayiyo for 2 recommendation votes, and thank Flower Pancake for 3 recommendation votes. Thank Yao Xin Miao and Xiam. You have 4 recommended votes, thanks to the 6 recommended votes of Gu Yuexing's fatty and lemon dumpling sauce, and 8 recommended votes for Xiaoxin, Xiaoqing. PS special thanks to the first 100-point reward in the book Lemon Dumpling Sauce. PS the status is changed to a contract. The next chapter will be recommended and collected at 8:30 tomorrow morning. Chapter 25, Psychic, Repair. In the middle of the moon, Hayato returned home. He has a short knife, 4 psychic scrolls and a food box of 3 color balls. The psychic scrolls are gecko, octopus, pangolin, and mushroom. Geckos are good at running away and can teleport the contractor as far as 10 kilometers away. The disadvantage is that the location of the teleportation is random and unknown, and if the teleportation distance exceeds the current chakra amount of the contractor, it will consume life force until death. Octopus is good at water escape and can spit acid and ink. Pangolins are good at escaping from the earth and digging holes. Psychic mushrooms are the most interesting. There are mushroom houses that can camp in the wild, umbrella mushrooms that can be used as umbrellas on rainy days, and umbrella mushrooms on sunny days. There are hallucinogenic pink mushrooms, blue mushrooms that can hypnotize, and purple mushrooms that can spray poison. These 4 kinds of psychic beasts or plants make up for Chi Falcon's shortcomings and strengthen their survivability. Among them, the Hayabusa's mother, Pansy, is marked on the gecko's profile. After biting his finger to sign the contract, Hayato pressed one hand to the ground. Psychic art. Basic spiritism is only C-level ninjutsu. C-level refers to the difficulty of learning, and the power of the technique depends on the ability of the psychic. In the dark, there seemed to be a voice responding to Hayato's call. A line connects Hayato and the voice, and the space twists, like opening a door. In an instant, Hayabusa's chakra was 1/3 empty and was swallowed by that door. Boom! A gecko about 2 meters long appeared in the room. The base color of the gecko is grayish-brown with some purple round spots. What surprised Hayato the most was that the gecko wore a gold necklace with a thick thumb on his neck and a pair of heart-shaped sunglasses with a pink border on his eyes. Gecko pushed his glasses to his forehead with his toes and looked up and down. Hayato, hey, kid, are you the new contractor? What about Tetsuya and Pansy? They have forgotten me for not calling me for so long. Hayabusa said, I am Hyuga Hayato, please take care of me. Tetsuya and Pansy in your mouth are my father and mother. The big gecko said angrily, why are they not here, are they avoiding seeing me? Hayabusa said, my parents have already sacrificed. They were fighting to protect the village more than 10 years ago. After a short silence, the gecko said, so the 2 of them didn't keep the promise, but couldn't keep it? Hayabusa said, I'm afraid it is. Although I don't know what the promise is, whether it is a child of a person or the successor of the contract, if I can, I will continue to abide by that promise. The gecko stared at the Hayabusa for a while, and said, are you serious? Hayato nodded seriously, yes, no kidding. The big gecko said, you look a lot like Tetsuya, but Tetsuya has a dumb mouth and doesn't know how to trick the pansy. Regarding the promise, this is a matter between me and Tetsuya and Pansy, and you have nothing to do. The big gecko caught a glimpse of the food box on the table and said, is that for food? Oh, yes. Hayato replied. Unexpectedly, the topic of the big gecko would turn around. There was no arc. After a moment of stunned, Hayato opened the food box and said, would you like to try it, 3 color balls? The big gecko rolled his tongue out, and the 3 color dumplings in the food box were reduced by half. What a quick tongue! The big gecko smashed its mouth and said, your human food is terrible. Next time, prepare mosquitoes and other insects for me. Okay. Hayato can do nothing. The big gecko said, boy, my name is Gecko Shao. I am good at tail docking. Call me when you need to escape. With that, Gecko guarded himself to disarm the spiritism, turned into smoke and disappeared, and then the other half of the three-color balls disappeared. It's really a psychic beast with a personality. After that, Hayabusa tried another pangolin and psychic mushroom. When psychic pangolins, Hayabusa only used a little chakra. As a result, the pangolin, which had been slapped, was lying in his palm. The pangolin curled up, sleeping soundly. Hayato used his finger to poke. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. The pangolin glanced at the Hayabusa, turned over, and continued to sleep. Poke again. The pangolin looked at the Hayabusa with complicated eyes. I'm afraid it's not a fool. Poke again. The unbearable pangolin shook his head and shook his head, relieved the psychic, went home and continued to sleep. After the pangolin left, the Hayabusa continued to psychic, tried several kinds of mushrooms, and found to his horror that there was no difference in the attack of the mushrooms. You need to pay attention when using it, so as not to accidentally destroy your teammates. As for the octopus, Hayato does not want slimy mollusks to appear directly in the living room. Early morning. Hayato brushed his teeth, washed his face, and changed into umbu costume. Looking at himself in the mirror, Hayato grinned, revealing his white teeth. Young man, good yo, look good on you. Hayato's thoughts moved, and Ichigo's mask appeared on his fingers. His hands were a little heavy, and it was a little cold when he put it on, which might be related to its bone material. The system panel changes immediately. Host, Hyuga Hayato. Age, 12. Level, Ninja. Physical skills, 7.46 upward arrow. Ninjutsu, 6.27 upward arrow. Illusion, 4.08. Chakra amount, 7.03 upward arrow, plus 20%. Current task, none. String fruit, primary 5-color thread 9.13% upward arrow, overstrike twist whip 2.78% upward arrow, elastic thread 15.55% upward arrow. Fusion ninjutsu, 1 soft fist. 32 beast wave palms. Title, Barbecue Master, the strongest to endure. Current draw, none. What to wear, the mask of Kurosaki Ichigo. The Hayato wearing a mask in the mirror is not only conspicuous, but also a little scary. So Hayato put the mask back into the inventory of the system. Put on a bird mask, put a knife on your back, and set off. The knife is an ordinary short knife, standard for Enby Ninja. Shiomaru does not bring it. First of all, Hayato has average sword skills. Shi's Hiwan is purely overkill. Secondly, if everyone is innocent, it is inevitable that some people will covet Shi's Hiwan. When I came to the team's office, there was no one inside. I was idle and I was idle. Hayato cleaned the office, just like when he was a newbie in the street. Soon, Moonlight Solilo and Hato arrived one after another. They expressed appreciation for Hayato's initiative to clean the office, and there was no more. I don't know if it's an illusion. Hayato thinks that Moonlight Solilo is different from yesterday. Moonlight Solilo touched his face. What's the matter, is there anything on my face? Oh. Realizing that it is impolite to stare at others, Hayato hurriedly said, I'm sorry, but I just feel that you are different from yesterday. Moonlight Solilo said, is there? Hayabusa said, I can't tell the difference even though I feel. Hato was aside, and said in his heart, what a keen little guy. Hato knew that Moonlight Solilo was indeed different, but he changed his mentality. Yesterday's sneak attack did not frustrate Hayato's spirit, on the contrary, it frustrated Solilo's arrogance and stimulated her enterprising spirit. Moonlight Solilo said suddenly, don't you have a family mask, why don't you wear it? Did you bring it, let me see. The familiar tone made Heian stunned for a moment, and said, let's put it at home, I didn't bring it here, let's do it later. Oh. Saralo is just curious. Sitting in the office for a while, there is still no task to be assigned, and the three people are chatting in the office. Moonlight Saralo couldn't sit still at first, touch it here, grab it wherever it is, just like a kid with ADHD. Hayato was quite used to this kind of life, as if he had just returned to the street office. When the sub-district office has no tasks, some sit together to chat and fart, and some sit with a newspaper and a cup of tea, and then sit for a whole day. Hayato's favorite thing is to use his mobile phone to read novels. Before crossing, he was chasing Konoha's super god Hyuga. Don't know if that book is hit? Before the journey, a big man named Mosquito Su rewarded the author with 500 coins. If the author has a conscience, he should not be an eunuch. However, this has nothing to do with Hayato now. After a while, Sharano twisted her body slightly, as if crawling into a few fleas, and she suggested, "Falcon, how about going to the training ground to practice?" Okay. Some people practiced against each other, and the Hayabusa couldn't ask for it. Hayato looked at Hato, who was the captain and needed his approval. Hato smiled and waved, and said, "Go, I just keep the office. Also, when you practice, you have to relax, don't hurt others, and don't hurt yourself." This is to Sharano. Moonlight Saralo said impatiently, I know, long-winded. P.S. Thank you for 57240641221 recommendation vote, Devil Pterodactyl 2 recommendation vote, Begin 4 recommendation vote, Mosquito Suo 6 recommendation vote. P.S. Special thanks to Mosquito Suo for the 500-point reward, thank you for your support. P.S. A new week, a new starting point, both collection and recommendation tickets need support. See you at 9 p.m. in the next chapter. Chapter 26, Flagwood Swordsmanship, Repair. In the training ground. Moonlight Saralo stood sideways, holding a knife with his hands on his chest, bending his knees slightly, and sinking his center of gravity. Stab. There was no extra action, just the simplest stab, but Hayato was really taken aback. Because it's too fast. The first second is still not moving like a mountain, the next second is to take off the rabbit. 1 second was on the edge of the field, and the next second was in the center of the field. Shalugologo's hand holding the knife seemed to be motionless, but in fact it had quickly pierced and retracted. The short knife pierced a hole in the air, forming an air vortex. Let's stab. Shalugologo showed a sly smile, turned around, and aimed at the Hayabusa. When Hayabusa reacted, the tip of the knife had already poked the tip of his nose. Boom. The technique of cicada sloughing. Chakra's body dissipated, and the real body appeared behind. Chasing teeth. Shalugologo's knife is like a shadow, always within 3 inches of the Hayabusa. Hayato was helpless, so he could only run away while thinking about countermeasures. Before thinking of the countermeasures, Shalugologo stopped by himself. Awesome. Shalugologo smiled triumphantly, panting, it seems that this move is very exhausting. It's amazing. Hayato nodded helplessly, and straightened his hair with both hands. What the hell, the hairstyle is messed up. I don't know which point of the moonlight Sharano's smile was hit, and he giggled, his chest rising and falling violently. Hayato glanced at it and quickly looked away. This Nizai is not a long man, and the nutrition is concentrated on her chest. After a while, Saralo completely slowed down, and Hayato asked, what kind of swordsmanship is this? Hakamuri swordsmanship. Saralo replied, have you heard of this genre? Hayato nodded. Konoha's white-teeth Sakumo Heiji's reputation was even worse than Konoha Sunin. It is a pity that Sakumo Hagiki dictated himself. Although his son Kakashi Heiji was a super genius, he gave up his family swordsmanship under the influence of Sakumo Hagiki's suicide. Therefore, there are many people listening to Konoha and fewer people who see Higaki Ryu's swordsmanship, and it is like a ghost. In the database of the Hyuga clan, the description of the swordsmanship of Higaki Ryu is the suddenness of extreme speed, the sweeping without traces, the continuous cutting, the sweeping without omissions, the slashing indefinitely. And Shimao Heiji is the first person to truly cultivate to the ultimate speed in Tuduk, and there is no one before and after. On the battlefield, as long as Heiki Shimao is there, the real body of the enemy commander will definitely not dare to appear on the front line. In the ninja world, Sakumo Hagiki has achieved the first rank among the enemy generals in the army. His speed is more incomprehensible than the flying thunder god of Bofeng Shuman. If Baemon Dunjia's Kai is the ultimate power, then Heiji Sakumo is the ultimate speed. It is a pity that such a strong man actually died of gossip. Of course, Konoha's senior management is not stupid once or twice. Read more at hottentalnovel.xyz. UMBU is the abbreviation for Assassination Tactical Special Forces, but its departmental functions are not only assassinations, but also protect shadows, prevent enemy invasions, detect enemy situations, and combat missions during enemy invasions. Assassinations and hunt down traitors are only part of it. For newcomers like Hayato, their strength and loyalty have not been tested, and they can only do errands. But compared to ordinary shinobu, at least there is no need to do some tasks such as cleaning up garbage, finding cats, and catching dogs. Within a month of becoming Enbi, Hayato did 2 relatively high-level missions. One time was to secretly escort a group of village supplies to the border post of the Kingdom of Fire. There was no surprise along the way. Although there were bandits, when they saw Konoha's sign, they hid far away, indicating that they could not afford it. Occasionally, the ninja squad on the bright side is easy to handle, and it is not the turn of the Hayabusa to play 3 of them. This task took the Hayabusa and their team nearly 10 days. No battle took place, the scenery along the way was good, as a tour, and finally got 10,000 taels for the task. What can I complain about? The other time was to Konoha's prison to help guard and interrogate prisoners. The system also issued a task, to appease the Thor brothers. The Thor brothers are a strange flower in Konoha prison, all muscles, including the head. These 2 brothers have special physiques. Although their brain capacity does not allow them to think about anything other than eating, they are born with supernatural power and thick skin. Generally, Zhonren is not their opponent. Therefore, apart from being prisoners, they are also members of the science class. Studied. The logic of the Thor brothers is very simple. Whoever eats is good, and who doesn't eat is bad. It's fresher and more refined than kindergarten children. Therefore, before going to Konoha prison, Hayato went to the market and bought a sack of food. As for the taste of the food, haha, in the recipes of the Thor brothers, only whether it can be eaten or not, regardless of whether it is good or not. The task is very simple, and the rewards are average. A pair of chakra sealing handcuffs is even more tasteless for the Hayato born in Hyuga. Feeding the Thor brothers is the first day's task. The next day, Hayato participated in the interrogation of the prisoner. The prisoner is a wandering ninja who enters the Death Forest illegally again. The interrogator is Marino Ibiki. When Marino Ibiki psyched up out of the psychic torture room, the prisoner was already crying and vomiting out the bad behavior of peeping at the ant next door to take a bath when he was a child. On the 3rd day, the prisoner was still being interrogated, but the chief interrogator was replaced by a member of the mountain clan. 3 days in the mountain. The scene of the 3-day interrogation in the mountains was much smaller than that of Morina Bixi, with a hand on the prisoner's head. After a while, Yamazaka got the information he wanted for 3 days, but the prisoner kept his saliva and smirked as he wanted to eat nei. This task lasts for 3 days, the remuneration is 6,000 taels, and the main gain is a lot of improvement in psychological endurance. Ninja is never a romantic profession, dangerous and boring, especially when practicing ninjutsu. Without enough patience and perseverance, it is difficult to achieve success. What's more cruel is that many ninjutsu cannot be learned without patience and perseverance. Hayato has been in such a boring gray day for more than 10 years. Don't ask what you think, just get used to it. In this month, Hayato's proficiency in 5-color thread, elastic thread, and overstrike twist whip reached 100%. The power of the 5-color thread is not much improved, but the range is increased to 20 meters, and it can be used with both hands. The distance and power of the line is the same, but after 100% proficiency, 5 fingers can shoot thin lines at the same time. The power of the overstrike whip has increased a lot, and it is still in the category of A-level ninjutsu, but the attack range is not the same. The Falcon's full-strength excitation of the super twist whip can cause effective damage to an unexpected enemy 1 kilometer, and with its wide-eyed telescope ability, it can be called a sniper rifle-like existence. The proficiency of the 32 Beast Wave Palm has also increased to 80.86% in the soft boxing method. This increase in ninjutsu proficiency has no effect on the ability to tap acupuncture points, and is only useful for physical damage. With one palm down, the wind blade wrapped around the hand is as sharp as a steel knife. The above is the integration skills of the system. If there is no system, it may take several years for the Hayabusa to master and improve to that level. Hayato's own development of Uebu and Bagwasanguishin progress is relatively slow. Gossip Palm returns to the sky, and Hayato is confident that he will master it proficiently within 2 months and put it into actual combat. The goal of Moon Step is to walk in the air, and the means to achieve it is to spray dozens of chakras on the soles of the feet in a very short period of time to produce an upward reaction force. It's beautiful, but it's hard to do. Let it happen. With the line fruit, Hayato no longer has such urgent requirements for maneuverability in the air. It's another day. The Hayato still used his skills on the training ground. After only staying for a while, Hayato appeared on the sidelines. Master Hokage summoned, Hayato said in a low voice, his eyes clearly filled with suppressed excitement. General tasks are communicated by other Umbu, and only special or important tasks will be communicated by Hokage himself. Really? Shaluolo's eyes widened. Hayato smiled without saying a word. He couldn't help but laugh when he was afraid of speaking. For people with dragon-slaying skills, what are they most afraid of? It is not that the dragon is powerful, but that there is no dragon in the world and heroes are useless. Peace. Thank you for book friends 0803202304366659, book friends 15010223200737, Evil Dragon Fiiu, Trench Coat Joke 1 recommended vote, Ayiyo 2 recommended vote, Flower Pancake 3 recommended vote, Smile and Ran 4 recommended votes for Insomnia and Bayan, 6 recommended votes for Lemon Dumpling Sauce and 8 recommended votes for Ziyao 6 stars. Very awesome, thank you. PS special thanks to 100 points for Lemon Dumpling Sauce and 100 points for the Fatty of Guyuixing, thank you for your encouragement. PS the next chapter, tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, ask for recommendations and collections. Chapter 27, B-level task, repair. Naruto office. Master Naruto. Here. Sarutobi Hizaki was still processing the files. Wait a moment. About the time for a cup of tea, Sarutobi sighed, rubbed his eyebrows, and said, I've been waiting for a long time. Although he knew that Naruto had worked hard, after entering the Umbu, Hayabusa knew that Sarutobi Hizaki worked at least 12 hours a day, and 16 hours were not uncommon. For an old man who is nearly 70 years old, this is definitely an overdraft of his life. Sarutobi Hitashi's eyes fell on Hayato. Are you still used to being in Anbi, Hayato? Very good, Hayato replied. This is the truth. Not long ago, Hayato and Yuzishin got together for a while. Yuzishin vomited bitterly, saying that after 3 or 4 days of clearing the sewers, the bad bugs were about to turn into bed bugs. In this regard, Hayato expressed schadenfreude and encouraged, "Don't rush to be depressed, because the depressed days are still long, haha." Sarutobi Razin looked at Shaluoluo again, and said, "Haido said that your swordsmanship has improved rapidly, not bad." "Hey." Moonlight Shaluo said triumphantly, "That is, this genius is a little more serious, and it doesn't matter what you do." Flagwood Haido scolded, "Saralo." After saying a few words not related to the task, I finally got into the topic. Sarutobi Hizen asked, "Do you know Inari village?" Haido and Moonlight Salilo looked confused and said they didn't know. Hayabusa said, "I know something. It's a small village in the land of fire. There are only 20 households. It had an intersection with Konoha. There has been no news for more than 10 years. Well, from the ninja school." Sarutobi slashed, "Yes, I was nestled in an isolated mountain village in the Col. Because of Konoha, I was involved in the battle between ninjas. At this time, someone knocked on the door. Come in." The umbu on duty let a middle-aged man in. The middle-aged man has a simple face and dark skin. He was wearing a grey coarse cloth, covered with patches, and a pair of woven straw sandals on his feet, looking like a farmer. If you look closely, there are unhealed bruises on his face and limbs. "Ninja, ninja, big, sir." The middle-aged man looked cautious and coward. He glanced at the Hayabusa and did not dare to look up. Sarutobi slashed, "This is Denhachiro from Inari village, the employer of this mission." Twanhachiro suddenly knelt on the ground and said, "Save our village, Lord Ninja." Sarutobi Hizen motioned to Anbi to raise Twanhachiro next to him, and sighed, "Don't worry, Twanhachiro, Inari village is kind to Konoha and will never sit idly by." Speaking of the village, Twanhachiro was very emotional, and in desperation, Sarutobi Hizen had to let the Anbi ninja help him out. Sarutobi slashed, "According to Denhachiro, Inari village was occupied by a group of ninjas a month ago. The number is 7. Other information is unknown. Your task is to collect information and decide the next action based on the information. Action. The safety of the villagers' lives must be given priority." Kimuheido said, "Yes." Sarutobi slashed, "Hayato, just say anything." "Hey." Hayabusa said, "Hokage-sama is really looking like a torch, you can see that I have a problem at once." Moonlight Shaluoluo curled his lips and almost wrote it on his face, "Okay, this flattering is not at all level." Sarutobi chuckled and scolded, "Ask, or not." Hayato hurriedly said, "If there is an employer, shouldn't the task go through the normal process? How can it be assigned to the umbu?" Read more at hotentalnovel.xyz. Moonlight Sarero grabbed Hayato's weak waist, turned it 360 degrees, and whispered, "Are you crazy? You finally have a high-level task." Hayato, Hayato scolded again, "Saralo, don't make trouble." Shaluoluo pursed his mouth, "It was originally, Hokage-sama, your order has already been given, and the big man has said everything, but you can't go back." Sarutobi Richan couldn't laugh or cry. Sarutobi slashed, yes, a gentleman can't chase a horse with a word, don't worry, the cook duck can't run." Hayabusa said, "The cook duck can't run, it can fly." Sarutobi slashed and said, "I will introduce my grandson, Konoha Maru, to you another day, and you must get along." "Why?" Hayato and Moonlight Sarero said in unison. In Hayato's impression, Konoha Maru should still be a kid with a runny nose. Sarutobi Raisaki laughed and said, "Because you all like nonsense." Hayato and Uegwin Shaluo looked at each other and turned their heads. "Who is like you?" With a dry cough, Sarutobi slashed his smile and said, "Inari village is too poor to get the higher money for the B-level mission. But Inari village once helped Konoha, who is Konoha's friend. Friends have trouble. Konoha will never stand idly by. Tisk tut, what this said, Uchika village was crying in the toilet. In other words, Danhachiro is the employer on the bright side, and Naruto actually released the task, so it is executed by the Enby ninja. Nothing wrong. Leaving the Hokage office, the soldiers were divided into 3 groups. Hato went to communicate with Danhachiro and asked about the 7 ninjas and Inari village. Moonlight Sarolo went to prepare supplies for the mission. Hayato went to the data room to find route maps, and other information about Inari village. For about an hour, 3 people gathered at the entrance of Konoha's village. Shinyuki Izumo and Gangzite on duty at the entrance. According to regulations, ninjas must be registered to perform tasks outside the village, and Enby is no exception, but the information registered by Enby is confidential. Yo, Hido, do you have a mission? Shinayu Izumo said hello. Yeah, it's the 2 of you again. Hido said, take good care of Konoha's door. Don't let anyone steal the door. This is ironic. This is the first time I have seen the poisonous Hato. By the way, Hato Kaido and the 3 of them were wearing masks, and Shinayu Izumo recognized it at a glance. Therefore, the mask is more to guard against accidents in the village. For people in the village, the effect of mask concealment is limited. Therefore, in the TV series, the women change into men's clothing, and they don't have their chests tied. No one notices it. In fact, it is because the director launched the blindness of the protagonist. Shinayu Izumo smiled and said, don't worry, you can't steal it. Look at the door, we are professional. Gangzu Railway, isn't this Solilo, you haven't grown tall at all, haha. Gangzisha activated the death technique, taunting +99. Moonlight Sarolo had a kicking technique of your calf, with an attack power of +100. Gangzi Iron activates hardening, and defense is +99. Moonlight Solilo deals 1 point of damage to the steel. Obviously, knowing Shaluolo's temper very well, Gangzisha actually released the Earth Escape defense on his legs in advance. But is it really good to use ninjutsu in daily fights? Shinayu Izumo looked at Hayato. Oh, newcomer, how about dinner together next time? Hayato, let's go together, don't worry, I won't put you under the table next time. Shinayu Izumo's mouth does +99 damage to Hayato. Hayato haha smiled and said, sorry, I'm not free, after all, I'm not single, I want to accompany my girlfriend. Hayato has a girlfriend? This. He looks honest, has a mild temper, and has a high income. Thinking about it this way, it is normal for Hayato to have a girlfriend. Hayato uses the AoE skill, the art of showing female tickets, and causes extra damage to single dogs +999. Shinayu Izumo and Gangza Taijuo. Hayato accidentally injured a teammate, causing damage +99. Hyuga Hayato and Moonlight Sarora vomit blood. Peace. Thank you for M1A 2.90, 1 recommendation vote for Huang Shumi, 2 recommendation votes for Preference for Daydreaming DYF, 2 recommendation votes for Ayiyo, 3 recommendation votes for Flower Pancake, 1 there are 5 recommended votes for Good Man, 6 recommended votes for Lemon Dumpling Sauce, 8 recommended votes for Xiaoxin, Xiaoqing, and 9 recommended votes for Xiaomazi. Peace. Thank you for the 100-point reward of Lemon Dumpling Sauce. P.S. This chapter has been revised for a long time in the morning, almost equal to rewriting. Saorui, postpone the update, the next chapter, 9 p.m. Chapter 28, Before Dawn, Repair. Getting along between people is actually a question of degree. In some words, it's called boudoir fun between husband and wife, while the boss talks about S**x to his subordinates. Disturb. Some things are joking with friends, but strangers will fight. The relationship between Hato, Kamizuki Izumo, and Gangzutai are friends who grew up together, comrades entrusted with life and death on the battlefield, and life is just a bad friend who will not mind any poisonous tongue. Hayato was envious of this feeling. Maybe many years later, Hayato, Niji Hyuga, and Shishinyu Uki will be like them. The premise is that everyone can live well in this cruel world with dreams and fetters as the shell. Saying goodbye to Shinayu Izumo and Gangzisha, the three began to head north. At noon, the three arrived at the lake. After comparing the map, Hayato said, "This is a lake that can be taken. Inari village is in the mountains opposite the lake. We didn't go the wrong way. If we drive with all our strength, we will be able to arrive before dark." Kimuhata thought for a while, and said, "Let's rest and have lunch." Moonlight Sololo took out the scroll, unlocked the seal, and took out a bag of dry food. After eating a piece with boiling water, Hayato frowned and said, "There are fish in the lake. I'll go grab some and cook the soup." "Wait." Hato stopped Hayato. Hayabusa said, "Soon, it won't delay the time to hurry." Hayato said, "It's not a matter of time." Hayato froze for a moment, and soon understood. The environment in which ninjas perform tasks is usually very harsh. Sometimes, in order not to reveal their whereabouts, they cannot even generate fire. It is common to eat wild fruits and drink water. In order to replenish physical strength and nutrition, it is sparse and common to drink blood. The meaning of Hato is to let Hayato learn to adapt. Seeing Moonlight Sarero silently gnawing on the dry food, Hayato knew that he was squeamish, and quickly apologized, "I'm sorry." For Hayato to wake up, Hato was very happy and said, "It's okay. Finding food and cooking food are also part of the ninja's essential skills." Moonlight Shailugo said, "If you feel too hard, just soak it with water." Hayato tried it, and it was delicious. Moonlight Sololo continued, "The dry food is okay, but the Bingliang pill tastes worse. Bingliang pills can not only eat food, but also supplement chakras. They are much more expensive than dry food, but they have a strange taste." Anyway, when he had a choice, Hayato didn't think he would choose Bingliang 1. Eating a pearl-sized grain pill is like eating a dozen caddies of durian. People who like it have relish, people who don't like it, the smell is really hard to describe. After eating the dry food, it was Moonlight Sololo's turn to be on guard, and Hayato and Hato had a rest. The two leaned under the tree. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Hayabusa said, "Captain, when you talked with Tuan Hachiro, was there something wrong?" Hayato said, "What? Do you doubt the identity of Den Hachiro?" Hayabusa said, "Den Hachiro's hands and feet are all calluses left over from long-term labor. This can't be done unless he uses transformation techniques. Den Hachiro is indeed a farmer. But the question is, how can a farmer escape from the hands of a ninja and avoid it? What about the ninja's pursuit?" "Very good, Hayato." Hato looked at Hayato with admiration, and said, "I didn't expect you to even think of this. In fact, Naruto-sama had noticed it a long time ago, so Tuan Hachiro stayed in Konoha, 1, in disguise. Seizure, 2, slowed down the journey by taking him. Therefore, our mission is to detect first, and then decide the next step. Naruto-sama gave the mission to our team because of Hayato's white-eyed detection ability." After half an hour's rest, the three of them started on their way again. Around the evening, we arrived at the outskirts of Inari village. Logically speaking, at this point in time, the lights should be dim and the smoke should be curling up. Not only did Inari village lack a trace of light, it was also strangely quiet. Chimuhai said, "Falcon, check it out." No need to remind Hato, Hayato also intends to look with blank eyes. Roll your eyes. The dense trees and the darkening sky had no effect on Hayato. In the center of the village, there is a relatively large building. Where the villagers are detained, Hayato also saw 6 ninjas. Looking at the amount of carrots, the number of upper, middle, and lower ninjas is 1, 2, and 3 respectively. Let's talk about the situation with Higaki Kaido, and Hakata Kaido said, Inari village has believed in the Inari body for generations, and there is an Inari shrine in the middle of the village, which can shut down all the villagers. This is in line with what Danhachiro said. Yes. But how come there are only 6 ninjas? Falcon. Look around. Hato was worried that a ninja was patrolling outside or even lying in ambush around them. He looked around carefully, there were no enemies. Hayato shook his head. Hagiki Kaido said, we must be prepared to be exposed and act carefully. Let's rest and restore to the best state. Yinchi sneaks in. If the sneaking fails, we will try to fight head-on. Icord will set some traps around, alert or retreat. Time may be useful. The falcon rests first, and you stay vigil in the middle of the night. Is there a problem? Hayato has no opinion, and the dark night has little effect on white eyes, so it is suitable to stay in the middle of the night. Moonlight Saralo was even more irritating. Not much nonsense, Hayato took out the dry food and ate slowly with cold water. After eating, I sat on the ground, leaning on the tree trunk, and fell asleep quickly. After a day's journey, I was a little tired, and after a while, Hayabusa fell asleep. It was just that I was in the wild and my sleep quality was not high. In the middle of the night, Hato reached out his hand to push Hayato up. Hayato opened his eyes abruptly, and his white pupils seemed to swim with light, which looked a bit permeable at night. In fact, Hato was taken aback, his hands froze in place, and his heart beat twice. Withdrawing his hands awkwardly, Hato smiled and said, wake up. Hayabusa said, yeah, I just woke up. He slept in a daze, with a slight perception of the movement of the outside world, so he woke up when Hato approached him. Hayabusa said, Senior, go to sleep. Hato was not hypocritical, nodded, leaned to the ground, and made a sound of even breathing in a short while. Moonlight Salalo was lying on the ground. She was curled up with a mask on her face, but she made a smack sound, presumably she was dreaming of delicious food. Hayato jumped onto a nearby tree, which made him look good, and secondly he could prevent drowsiness. Moon stars are rare. On the moon live the direct descendants of Atsukiha village. Their blood is purer than the Hyuga clan, and the reincarnation eye will even be born artificially in the future. Reincarnation eye is a pupil technique that can be compared to reincarnation eye. Once possessed, life is immediately peak. Does Hayato want to reincarnate? Dreaming all about it? But if the price of reincarnating eyes is to slaughter the whole clan, then don't worry about it. With emotion, Hayato shifted his gaze to Inari village. Many people in Daohi village couldn't fall asleep and turned over and over again. Obviously, it was difficult to sleep peacefully when Xiaoming was pinched in the hands of others. Enemy ninjas are also on guard at night. There are 2, one is ninja and the other is ninja. Someone will die tonight? PS Thank you for M1A 2.90, Trench Coat Joke, Zilong Fiu, Book Friends 080032023043665941 Recommendation Vote, 572406412 inch difference 2 recommendation votes, and Tei Immortal King 4 recommendation votes, 6 recommended votes for Mosquito Soup. Thank you for your support. PS Special thanks to Tei Immortal King for the 100-point reward, and Lemon Dumpling Sauce for your continued support. Thank you, the big guy, for letting the road go crazy. PS The next chapter will be at 12 o'clock tomorrow, we need to speed up the plot, enter the main line, and the collection will increase less. Friends passing by can help collect it? Chapter 29, The Battle Begins, Fix. In Eri Shrine, there are 2 ninjas around a campfire. Sioren was bored, Shaking the embers of the fire with a branch, Zhongren looked up at the starry sky, not knowing what was melancholy. It's about 100 meters away from them. 3 people are lurking. I do chords, Falcon responds. Hayato has no objection to such an arrangement. On the assassination, Hayato was a younger brother in front of them both. After making a simple plan, they began to sneak closer. When the distance was more than 20 meters, Zhongren, who was looking up at the starry sky, looked at the dark place vigilantly. In fact, he didn't see or hear anything, just a kind of sixth sense. The name Xiaoren was taken aback by Zhongren's actions, his eyes still confused. In any case, it is too late. Cumulative profound meaning. Quickly swept. A breeze passed by Hato. The name Nakanin opened his mouth and wanted to scream, but only made a cuckoo sound. He covered his throat with his hand, where the blood was gurgling, his eyes were full of panic and then dimmed, and died. The name Shinobu hadn't reacted yet, and the cold blade was resting on his neck. Moonlight Sololo's voice was cold, "Don't move. Move dead, call dead." What about Sololo, which is completely different from usual? Before he could sigh with emotion, Hayato saw the dead chakra suddenly condensed into a ball. This is not what a dead person should have. Disperse. Trap. Hayato only had time to shout. Boom. Zhongren exploded. Well, literally. In an instant, flesh and blood flew across. Hato was the closest to the body, but he reacted quickly, and the blood of the explosion was not touched. Moonlight Sololo was not too slow, she pushed the name Jinshino in front to block it. A piece of Bai Sensen's rib was inserted in Xiaoren's chest, and he couldn't live anymore. Konoha's ninja, you really are here, ha ha ha. Crazy laughter came from above. I saw 3 ninjas standing above the torii of the shrine. The man in the middle was wrapped in a lot of bandages, showing only 2 sunken eyes. He is the one who speaks, the enemy's shinobu. Both the left and the right are ninjas. Where is another Zhongnan? Hayato looked into the darkness, where there was heavy footsteps. A super fat man came out with a dwarf sitting on his shoulder. The chakra that fatty hasn't refined is not a ninja, and the dwarf is the middle ninja. So Denhachiro said that there were 7 enemy ninjas, so he counted this fat man in. Hato said in a deep voice, "Who are you, knowing that we are Konoha, dare to oppose us?" GGG. The bandage man smiled strangely, "Are Konoha's people amazing? Why don't I think it, Hato? Who are you?" The identity of the masked Hato was leaked. Either someone leaked mission information, or the bandaged person in front of him was very familiar with Hato. In the village, only the 3 generations of Hokage knew the mission, and Hato would naturally not doubt it. Therefore, he asked about the identity of the bandager. "Who am I? Who am I? Who am I?" The bandage man was suddenly furious. He tore off the thick bandage, revealing his haggard face, like a corpse. "Daisuke. You are Shenchan Daisuke." Hato suddenly laughed. How come the traitor who followed Ashimaru became such a ghost? He was abandoned by Ashimaru. Read more at hotentalnovel.xyz. No, Lord Ashimaru will not abandon me. As long as the head of Konoha Ninja is brought back, Lord Ashimaru will definitely accept us again. Hayato finally understood from the side that this ninja named Mayama Daisuke was also Konoha. Later Mayama Daisuke defected with Ashimaru, and is now abandoned by Ashimaru. So Shenchan Daisuke knows Hato, the origin of Inari village and Konoha, and he knows that Konoha will send ninjas to rescue for free. In other words, Denhachiro was released deliberately by them. Mayama Daisuke's goal is the ninja who comes to perform the task. Daisuke Mayama stubbornly believes that as long as the head of the Konoha ninja is held, Ashimaru will accept him again. What a hateful and poor fellow. Then, the previous doubts can be explained. Comfortable. Hayato breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the obsessive-compulsive disorder and Sherlock Holmes addiction were finally relieved. Kill them. Shenshan Daisuke pointed at the three. The first thing to do was the two Syoren next to Shenshan Daisuke. Hayato wanted to help, but was blocked by the fat man and the dwarf. Brush. Brush. Hayato threw two kunai. The dwarf hid behind the fat man. Ding. One was unsuccessful, and the other hit the fat man's belly with a crisp sound. The fat man wore metal armor. Then. Soft fist. 8 diagrams and 32 palms. Hayato quickly approached the fat man, and the dwarf jumped from behind him and sank into the soil. All of Hayato's 32 palms hit the fat man. The fat man shook it twice and slammed the Hayato with a big hand like a fan. Jaja. Shenshan Daisuke laughed strangely. I didn't expect to be a member of the Hyuga clan. Dashimaru-sama would be very happy. By the way, it's a coincidence that Inadamaru is not afraid of the physique of Soft Fist. Inuyamaru is not a ninja, and the thick fat on his body is very special. The chakra who taps acupuncture points can't penetrate, and at the same time it won't cause damage to his internal organs. Oh, is it? Hayato smiled. It sounds like the Hyuga clan can only use soft fists. Boom. Boom. More than a dozen detonating symbols attached to Inuyamaru's body exploded one after another. Inuyamaru's movements were slower than ordinary people, enough for Hayato to put detonation charms on him. If it weren't for the detonation talisman, it would be expensive, and Hayato could post 100 sheets just now. Surprised, not surprised, not surprised. After the explosion, the metal armor and thick fat could not completely protect Inuyamaru. He became a blood gourd, fell to the ground, and did not die. The dwarf drilled out of the soil and formed an iron ball full of thorns. Boy, I can absorb iron powder from the soil and form a spike ball. How does this defense compare to the absolute defense of the Hyuga? Ha ha ha. With that, the assassin spun and rolled towards the Hayabusa, and the speed turned faster and faster. Hey. For Ruquin, it is another difficult opponent. String, do you want to change? Moonlight Sarolo was throwing the knife down, throwing away the blood drops on it. Her two opponents have already rushed to the street. What's the matter? Sharano asked. It's okay. Hayato said depressed, thinking about Sarolo's exchange of teammates. 5-color line. 5 thin threads are drawn on the spinning spike, 3 threads bounce off, and the remaining 2 are wrapped around the spike. Hayato smiled, and then kept releasing the line. After a while, the stabbing ball stopped spinning, and turned into a ball of thread slowly rolling on the ground. Boy, there is a kind of release me. The dwarf was still yelling. Hayabusa said, say one more sentence, and I will sink you into the lake. Then there was no sound in the thread ball. Get it done. A few rubbish. Shenshan Daisuke was indifferent. As everyone knows, in the eyes of Yuan, he is not as good as waste. After all, waste can be recycled and reused. He doesn't even have the value of reuse, so don't throw it away. Go and rescue the villagers, he will give it to me. Flagwood Hayata drew his knife slowly. Rather than rescuing the villagers, Hayato wanted to watch the battle between Shinin up close. But there are probably many traps in the shrine, and Hayato's eyes are needed. Although these traps can't hurt Salilo, the villagers don't. Hayato and Serero looked at each other and ran towards the shrine quickly. Work early, finish work early, maybe you can come back to see the ending. This is the idea of Hayato and Salilo at that moment. Rare hearts have a clear heart. Peace. Thank you for 2 recommended votes for Niu Now, 3 recommended votes for Wooden Wings, 6 recommended votes for Lemon Dumpling Sauce and Mosquito Soup, 8 recommended votes for Xiaoxin, Xiaoqing, ZHE 9 recommended votes. P.S. Thank you Tai Immortal King, Lemon Dumpling Sauce for the 100 points reward. P.S. The next chapter, 9:30 in the evening, Psychic Art recommended tickets and collections. Chapter 30, Super Fast Sweeping. Fireworks, Repair. All the detained villagers became skin and bones from starvation. Except for a few who were too old to support them, no one else died. However, this is not the sudden benevolence of Shenshan Daisuke, but that the villagers are regarded as precious animals. No wonder Inari village wants to build the village in a deserted mountain col, but unfortunately it still failed to escape the harassment among the ninjas. Hayato arranged for a few young adults to find food. When the children's clear eyes looked at Hayato, their eyes were full of fear. This person is a ninja, and the ninja is the worst person in the world. This is probably what the children are thinking now. Yes, they live a life of isolation here, who provokes whom? After everything was arranged, Hayato felt a bit unable to stay. Let's go. Hayato said to Sarolo. N. Shalugolugo nodded. The battle between Hato and Shenshan Daisuke has begun and is coming to an end. Shenshan Daisuke's bandage wriggled like a snake, blocking the sword of Hato, and attacking Lengzi. Hato had no wounds on his body, but his condition was not quite right. His lips were whitish and chapped, and he was lethargic. Hayato frowned and said, Sien, do you feel something wrong? Shalugolugo touched his neck and said, the air is so dry. There is no moisture in the air, and the moisture in the human body is evaporating faster. This should be the trick of Shenshan Daisuke. Shenshan Daisuke GG smiled strangely, being in Konoha, a false and peaceful village. What else do you have besides weakness? How is it, Hido-kun? This is the power that Lord Ashimaru bestows on me. Hato sneered, then you become like you are not a human or a ghost. Forget it, I'm tired of your babble, I'm almost ready, let's end it. Go to hell. Shenshan Daisuke's bandage was rolled into a giant python, and it bit at Hato with its mouth wide open. Ended. Sharano smiled, look. Hayato saw the light of the curse flashing from Shenshan Daisuke's body. Cumulative profound meaning. Sweeping quickly. Fireworks. Hato suddenly disappeared, and then dozens of figures appeared around Daisuke in the mountains, swinging their swords at the same time. Void. Everyone is a phantom, everyone is a real body. It's not an illusion or a clone, it's the afterimage left by ultra-high-speed movement. Because the moving speed is too fast, the tooth can't even completely control his body, so he needs to be right. The enemy marks, loses the target or accidentally injures a teammate. Shalugolugo said excitedly, squinting, look carefully, it is usually not easy to see. Hayato thought of Uchiha Shisui's instantaneous technique. The principle of ninjutsu is different, but the external performance is similar. The knives danced, and the brilliance appeared at once, like a grand firework banquet. At that moment, how many knives did Hato swing? If you want to see clearly, you probably need a high-level writing wheel. The dynamic vision of the white eyes is only average, and the Hayabusa's eyesight only counts to more than 100 to the knife, and then gives up. Read more at hotentalnovel.xyz. Anyway, after the fireworks, the condition of Shenshan Daisuke can only be described as fleshy. Hato was lying on his back on the ground, his eyes blank, and if his chest were not for the slight ups and downs, he would definitely be treated as a corpse. Hayabusa said, the physical strength is exhausted, and the muscles of the hands and feet are broken 40%, which is really messy. Hagiki Kaido said, although Shenshan Daisuke is rebellious, and his pursuit of power has been deviated, he is not an opponent that can be despised. I will take a rest and leave the aftermath to you. After speaking, he closed his eyes. Breathing evenly, as if asleep. What to do? Hayato asked Sarolo, he had no experience in handling this. Shalugolugo looked at the scene of chaos and said, call for support. Psychic art. Sharo Logo Psychic produces a ninja dog? Hayato's eyes widened, ha. Wolf, it's a wolf. Shaluologo gave the Hayabusa a white glance. Ninja Wolf bared his teeth at the Hayabusa, showing sharp teeth. Haha. Hayato laughed dryly. Shaluologo took out a scroll and asked, how to write? Hayabusa said, I will write. It doesn't matter how much you write, as long as you mention Ashimaru, with the style of Sarutobi / the supporting Anbi will definitely speed up, day and night. Tying the scroll to Ninewolf's back, Shaluologo gently stroked Ninewolf's head, and said softly, Dragon King Maru, thank you for your hard work. Ninja Wolf licked Shaluologo's palm, and soon disappeared into the night before dawn. Hayato suddenly walked to the muddy remains of Daisuke in the mountains. Shaluologo asked, what's the matter? Hayabusa said, it has become dried meat, and the moisture is gone. Hayato took a branch and squeezed the jerky, picking out a long brown insect. Shaluologo stepped back 2 steps and said, hey, it's disgusting. Hayato rolls his eyes and kills you without blinking. Why is a bug disgusting? Hayato found the bottle and put the bug in it. Shaluologo said, why are you catching it? Hayabusa said, the abnormal moisture in the air just now should be related to this bug. Daisuke Shenshin's appearance of this ghost is inseparable from this bug. I have a friend who plays bugs, so I just want to study it. Shaluologo said, you women, right? Yes, do you know that group of people too? Hayato asked. Shaluologo said, I don't know it, it's mysterious. It's just that it's hard to imagine that the Hyuga clan would be friends with the Oil Girl clan. I feel that the painting style is wrong. Hayato haha smiled and said, I think so too. The next day, noon. An umbu arrived in Inari village, and the corpse and prisoners were all handed over. After more than 10 hours of rest, coupled with medical ninja treatment, Hato had no serious problems, except that he could not do strenuous exercise. After the task was completed, the follow-up matters were completed, and the 3 of them were not in a hurry to go back and submit the task. In the afternoon, the 3 visited Inari Shrine. Inari god is the god of grain and food in myth, in charge of harvest. Legend has it that he sometimes appears in the form of a man, sometimes in the form of a woman, and even changes into other forms such as spiders. He has 2 followers, a white fox and a civet cat. After the invasion of the sacred tree, the sacred system of Hokage's native land gradually disappeared, and there are not many shrines such as good preservation and worship. Except for the evil gods of the Thulhu cult where the Feijuan is located, and the death god sealed by ghouls, it is the first time that Hayato has seen other native gods. The Inari god here is a dignified girl in a kimono with a white fox and a civet cat lying on her feet. Rested for another night. The next day, the 3 began to return, but the speed was not the same as before. In the evening, I arrived at Notary Lake. This time, Hayato caught a carp in the lake, half-boiled soup, half-grilled, won the praise of Hato and Moonlight Solilo. At night, the 3 of them lived in the mushroom house where the Hayabusa psyched. Until the 3rd day, the 3 finally returned to the village of Konoha. P.S. Thank you for 1 recommendation vote of M1A 2.90, 3 recommendation votes of Flour Pancake, 4 recommendation votes of Bayan, 6 recommendation votes of The Fatty of Guyuixing, your boy Little 7 recommended votes for Monster. P.S. Thanks for the 100-point reward of lemon dumpling sauce, thank you. Peace because L schizophrenia wants to explain the logic too much to explain why this is the case. There are foreshadowings and explanations everywhere, which seem to be very watery, and they are not on the shelves. The schizophrenia is definitely not deliberately watered. After all, this is the first time I have written so much, and the first time I signed a contract. There is indeed a problem with the plot. I wrote the 20 chapters that should have been written, and wrote the 30 chapters. The plot of Inari Village was originally from 5 to 6 chapters, but at the end most of it was deleted, and it's almost time to enter the original plot line. The next chapter, tomorrow noon. Chapter 31, the beginning of the plot, repair. Time flies, and half a year passed in a blink of an eye. Time, Konoha 60 years in March. Spring is coming, spring is cold and everything is sprouting. On the Naruto rock. Hayato grabbed Naruto's ears. "Oh, you stinky boy, you are getting more and more courageous, so you dare to do graffiti in Hokage Rock, don't you? And you will have a graduation exam in a few days. Have time to play." Naruto grinned and said, "It hurts, it hurts. Boss Hayato, my ears are about to fall." So Hayato let go, changes to another ear and pulls it. Looking at the 4th generation statue on Naruto that was almost painted with paint, Hayato thought, "Naruto, one day you will thank me, well, your father will also thank me. Do you know what's wrong?" "No, no." Hayato let go of Naruto, found a clean place to sit down, and asked, "Are there any problems with the graduation exam?" "Hey. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, I want to be a man of Hokage." Naruto pointed at himself with a thumbs up, "As long as I don't take the avatar technique, there will be no problem." 9 tails are sealed in Naruto's body, and the chakras of the 9 tails keep leaking, strengthening the body and interfering with Naruto's chakra system, so Naruto's physical skills are quite good, but ninjutsu is a mess, especially the 3 shenjutsu. The avatar in the art. Hayato suspects that the project of the doppelganger art is specially arranged by Sarutobi Hisaki, with the goal of keeping Naruto in the village of Konoha in disguise. From the perspective of the village, this is the most advantageous option. Because once you become a ninja, you will inevitably leave the village to perform tasks, and the safety of Ren's Huli will be difficult to guarantee. Use Naruto as a cage to imprison Kyuubi, and Konoha as a larger cage to imprison Naruto. In the original work, what made Sarutobi Risen change his attention? Was it his feelings for Heifeng Shuman, or Naruto's persistence that touched him? Unknown. Hayabusa said, "Then go on. Come on, to the future One Piece." Hayato. Unexpectedly, Naruto remembered the nonsense at the time. Hayato smiled, patted Naruto on the shoulder and said, "One Piece or something, I lied to you. There is no such thing as One Piece in the world." "Huh? Huh? Are you lying to me?" Hayabusa said, "It's not a lie to you. The so-called One Piece should be said to be a spirit, an adventurous spirit in pursuit of freedom, to walk freely, think freely, live freely, and die freely. Understand?" Naruto shook his head and nodded, "I don't understand, but if I become Hokage, I can help you achieve it. Wait until you pass the graduation exam. Let's go, please have ramen, a large bowl with fish plate and seaweed miso soup. Boss Hayato, long live." Host, Hyuga Hayato. Age, 13. Level, Ninja. Physical skills, 8.32 upward arrow. Ninjutsu, 5.57 upward arrow. Illusion, 4.58. Chakra amount, 6.68 rightward arrow 8.02 upward arrow plus, 20%. Current task, none, read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Thread fruit, intermediate 5 color thread 100%, super strike whip 100%, elastic thread 100%, suture thread 100%, shadow writing thread 100%. Fusion ninjutsu, 2 Baidu assassination fist, Nandu water bird fist. Title, Barbecue Master, the strongest Syoren, the new star of Envy. Current draw, none. Things to wear, Kurosaki Ichigo's mask, fire rat fur. In the past 6 months or so, the system has released tasks irregularly, and Hayato's strength has improved tremendously. The first is the thread fruit, with more suture thread and shadow writing thread. Not only that, after the line fruit reaches the intermediate level, the Hayabusa can make more than 10,000 meters of line, then tie the line to the cloud, and walk in the air like Doflamingo. At the moment of walking in the air, Hayato had the idea of giving up on the development of the moon step. In the end, considering that the burst speed of air walking was too slow, the development of the moon step did not completely give up, but the direction adjustment, abandoning the long-lasting air walking, and the turning speed burst. In terms of fusion ninjutsu, the Baidu Assassination Fist and the Nandu Waterfowl Fist were added. The 32 Beast Wave Palm was used as the basis for the fusion of the Nandu Waterfowl Fist and disappeared after the fusion. The Baidu Assassination Fist can be regarded as the enhancement of acupuncture, targeting 7 acupuncture points, which can be destroyed from the body, and the power is equivalent to a small time bomb buried in the body. Nandu Water Bird Fist can be regarded as the strengthening of 32 animal wave palms. The animal wave palm can cut the muscles of the human body. There is a fire rat fur in the inventory. The fire rat fur is a fiery red outer robe. The attribute is, fire attribute ninjutsu defense plus 80%. I don't know if it can resist Amaterasu. The above skills include the growth of ninjutsu and chakra volume. The current Hayato believes that he has the strength of the upper ninja level, and he has the power to fight against Kakashi, the flag. The gap in experience lies there. Or find a chance to try it. Through the relationship between Hospi and Teru, Hayato now has a familiar face with Kakashi. Would the request for a fight be excessive? Not too much. Fighting is not mating, and you won't get pregnant. Well, find a chance. Wait for Naruto to assign Do Kakashivan, then it should be more appropriate to pass Naruto's relationship. It was a coincidence that I met Naruto, and returned to Enby after eating the ramen. Shaluologo complained directly, walking around for so long, falling into the pit, don't you talk about the discipline of the Umbu, leave your post without permission. Oh, discipline. Hayato said, you still have the face to talk about discipline. Even if you don't obey it, Enby old dough stick moonlights a little. Speaking of which, you just don't want to go out, you want me to bring you lunch. Humph, hum. Shaluologo's nose twitched. Yo, he didn't deny it, it wasn't like that before. Forget it. This is the time to see people's hearts. The nature of an otaku can't be concealed. Hayato took out a box from behind and said, hey, Takoyaki, are you satisfied? Hee. Shaluologo took the box with a smile, put it in front of his nose, sniffed, and waved his hand, you can roll. Haha. Hayato smiled without saying a word, Shishiren walked away. There is a price to pay for being ruthless. After a while. Hayato ubd. Sharano roared as if from hell. What did Hayato do? Quite simply, one of the takoyaki is buried with abnormally spicy chili powder. And Shaluologo is a player who can hum and hum when he eats slightly spicy food. So, regardless of male and female, don't put on pants and deny people, there will be retribution. Of course, it is also very immoral for Hayato to do this, and retribution comes quickly. Look. Shaluologo is carrying a knife, chasing him. When Hato came back, they saw Hayato and Chiroro sweating profusely, panting on their knees. Hato wondered, just finished lunch, don't work so hard, young man, it's not good for your stomach. Get out. The two said in unison, and then stared at each other. Kimuhato sighed and said, I have to come here every day, and your relationship is also very good. Who has got better with this cataract? Who is good with this short mule? In the past 6 months, the Hayabusa has been taller by 7 centimeters, reaching a height of 1.62 meters, while Sharano is not long at all, but his chest has taken a big step towards the Europeans. The height is the hurt in Shaluologo's heart. Ah. Shaluologo yelled and chased the Hayabusa again. Hatoki said with envy, it's nice to be young. Oh, What the vicissitudes of a 24-5-year-old man pretend. Peace. Thank you book friend 0803202304366659 for 1 recommendation vote, 19 Tales. 2 recommended votes, Flour Pancakes, 1, Yunju Mo Feng Limit 3 recommended votes, Mosquito Soup, 6 recommended votes for Lemon Dumpling Sauce, Shaoxin, Shaoqing. Of 8 recommended votes. PS Thanks for the Lemon Dumpling Sauce, Mosquito Sue's 100 point starting coin reward, thanks Limits 100 point book coin reward. PS See you tonight in the next chapter. In the past 2 days, Lu Chaijun frantically cut plots and verbose things. There are still 2 chapters a day, and the update time is not fixed. Collect it. Chapter 32, Naruto Pirate Seal Book, Revised. It's the graduation exam for the ninja school in the new year, this time in the spring, when the grass grows up and the oriole is flying. Hayato serves as an escort for the examination room as Envy. Although probably there may not be any dying person involved in the graduation exam, but in case. Secondary to and brain disability are the most unexpected diseases in the world. Envy is in the dark, and there are other ninja squads on the bright side, and Yogoshin's squad is one of them. Hayato squatted on the tree, and Yuzushi cautiously leaned over. I said, I'm wearing a mask, and I'm still hiding in a tree. Are you a dog? You found all of this? Hayato said helplessly. Hey, the Inyazuka clan is a dog. My bugs can smell your chakras all the way. Yuinashishin smiled, I haven't seen you for so long, have you missed me? Do you have any? Go. This is Hayato's answer. Cut it, I think it's upright. Yunvzishen didn't care. Forget it, I will talk about it later when I have time. I want you to have a serious business. What do you do when an unscrupulous person asks you to talk about serious matters? Hayato moved aside 2 steps. Seeing Hayato's little movements, Yunvzishen didn't think much about it, and continued, I have found you at your house several times, and it happened that you were on missions, and every time there was no one. The Umbu missions are top secret, so it's hard to ask. I asked the West. The most important thing is that I met your aunt several times, she. Talk about business, don't talk about getting out. If you don't interrupt him, this guy can get into outer space. Yunvzishen said in a quiet voice, and said in an enchanting voice, what's the hurry? I hate it. FK. Hayato slipped and almost fell from the tree. You have awakened something strange after only a month. Honestly, what have you experienced? The 2 talked and laughed for a while, and the written examination officially began in the classroom. Yunvzishen rubbed her sour cheeks, and said, stop making trouble, talk serious. Do you remember the bugs you brought back from Inari village? Hayato nodded, remember, what's the matter? Hayabusa said, this kind of worm is called iron nematode, also known as a snake. Iron nematode is a kind of parasite. When the larva grows into an adult, it will control the host to search for water and drown the host and then get out of the host. What you bring back is a very special variant that can absorb moisture from the air and the human body. The family decided to cultivate it as a contract bug. Wait. Hayato widened his eyes and said, couldn't it be raised in the body like a worm? I have witnessed how infiltrating Shenshan Daisuke's appearance is. Yunvzishen proudly said, don't compare Yunv's family with that of Shenshan Daisuke. You raise insects, Yunv's family is professional. Hayabusa said, you only need to know in your heart. Then, come to thank me specifically. Yunvzishen said, whoever we talk to, say thank you for a job. The Hayato nodded in agreement, it is inappropriate to say thank you, just discount it, I don't want much, just give it to tens of millions of taels. Yunvzishen looked at Hayabusa and said, are you afraid that you are not dreaming? Do you have a toothbrush? If you haven't brushed it, please go to brush it, and wash your face sober by the way. The discounted argument is of course a joke. In the end, UNV Shishin gave Hayato a small test tube with a small red spider inside. This kind of spider has a special sixth sense of danger, as if it can predict the future, and a spider can only sense it once in a lifetime, which is very precious. Read more at hotuntalnovel.xyz. The exam went smoothly. In the afternoon, Naruto didn't accidentally make a mess of the 3 Shenzhen exam. He was directly judged to fail, and the connected battles were not eligible to participate. Hayato looked down at Naruto and felt very unhappy. Perhaps this is a test of Sarutobi risk it to Naruto, but why is it that good things are always overwhelmed? Good people always have to go through hardships to have happiness. Tribulation is like aging, making happiness more mellow. Hayato resisted the urge to comfort Naruto. First of all, as an Enbi ninja, he just opened a small run, leaving his post without permission is very serious. Secondly, if it is Sarutobi Hisaki's test, his own unauthorized actions will destroy Naruto's plan. At this time, Hato appeared in front of Hayato, and said, "Master Naruto ordered secretly track and protect Naruto Uzumaki's life. If you don't have a last resort, you can't do it?" "Yes." Hayato breathed a sigh of relief. Naruto sat on the swing after taking the 3 Shenzhen exam, feeling depressed. When the battle was over in the afternoon, the students who were determined to pass the graduation examination got together in 2s and 3s and discussed happily. Naruto's mood fell to the bottom. What hurts more is the ridicule and gloat of those villagers who don't know the truth. At this time, Mizuki appeared, pretending to be a good person, and telling lies. Like a drowning man seeing a straw that saves life, Naruto really thought that as long as he learned the ninjutsu in the Book of Seals, he could graduate from the ninja school. Haha, naive. Naive Mizuki. Why does he think that Naruto can steal the sealed book from the heavy guards in Enbi? Had it not been for Sarutobi Hizen to withdraw the guards deliberately, Naruto would not even be able to enter the threshold of the Hokage building. Mizuki was definitely not in Sarutobi's plan at the beginning. Hayato reported the dialogue between Mizuki and Naruto to Hokage. A plan was formed in Sarutobi's brain, so he just calculated it. The plot goes on the same as the original. Naruto successfully stolen the Book of Seal, and was found by Iruka first. After Iruka learned of Mizuki's conspiracy, Mizuki appeared on time and was responsible for explaining everything. Knowing the truth, Naruto was emotional, and then Iruka was injured in order to protect Naruto. In the end, the excited Naruto used the multiple shadow avatar technique and released hundreds of avatars at once. The chakra saw that Hayabusa's eyes were green and his saliva flowed. The 9-tailed chakra leaked by the loose seal and the huge chakra volume of the Uzumaki family itself. The combination of the two, the 12-year-old Naruto's chakra volume easily crushed the upper end. Mizuki had ambitions, but did not have the strength commensurate with his ambitions. After Naruto broke out, he was beaten by more than 100 clones. In that scene, those who saw the sadness were crying. One word to describe: miserable. Who? Naruto suddenly yelled at the place where Hayabusa was hiding. Huh? Hayato made sure that he did not expose his breath. Could it be that the 9-tailed chakra leaked, and the beast's intuition has been strengthened correspondingly? Hayato simply walked out of the dark. "Falcon, Hayato boss," Naruto said uncertainly. "Sure enough, this mask is used to deceive yourself. Anyone can recognize it." Hayato smiled bitterly. Iruka said, "You are Hayato, Hyuga Hayato? I haven't heard from you for a long time, so I joined Enbi." Although Iruka didn't teach Hayato, he definitely knew Hayato. In the graduation exam last year, Iruka was one of the examiners. He was shocked by witnessing Hayato's exam throughout the whole process. "Mr. Iruka, you are injured." Hayato stepped forward and tapped twice at the injured location to stop the bleeding. "Stitches." The chakra thread, which is thinner than the hair, stretches out from between the fingers and sutures the blood vessels and wounds one by one. From the surface, there is no trace of injury. If it wasn't for the wounds that were still aching, Irika suspected that he had been illusioned. No bones were hurt. "I'll be fine in a few days." Ilika said, "Thanks, Hayato. By the way, why are you here?" Hayato said, "I follow Naruto-sama's order to protect Naruto." Ilika is a good person, naive, but it doesn't mean he is stupid. The one-to-one correspondence, he quickly understood the cause and effect, and then smiled with relief. "Hey, what's your comfort? You are also a pawn in Sarutobi Hisaki plan, okay? Forget it, this brainwashed wool of fire. P.S. Thanks to Huang Shumi, Niu now for 1 recommendation vote, Liao Wei's 11 recommendation vote, thank you. P.S. When watching Naruto, it's a bit awkward. How did a ninja school student steal such an important and dangerous book of the seal so easily? P.S. The next chapter, tomorrow afternoon. Chapter 33, Nine-Tailed Demon Fox, Repair. Whether or not it was Sarutobi's plan, Naruto's trouble was a fact. So Irika grabbed Naruto to meet Naruto-sama. Naruto lowered his head, probably knowing that his stabbing was not small this time. "Boss Hayato, have you heard everything?" "Yep. It's the thing about me being a demon fox." "Oh, you said this, from the beginning, that is, the first time I saw you, I knew it?" Did you see my eyes? The white pupils. It's quite special, you can see a fox in you. So you are not a demon fox?" Hayato asked, "It is not you who are afraid and hate, but you. The demon fox. So, in a sense, you, who held the demon fox, are Konoha's hero." "Really?" "Since childhood, he has always been regarded as a bad boy, even a monster, and was called a hero for the first time." Naruto was shocked and unbelievable. "Of course it's true, did I lie to you?" Hayato smiled. "You lied to me, the One Piece thing was lied to me." Naruto muttered. "Ha, ha. Don't worry about these little things." Hayato said with a dry smile, "Aren't you going to inherit the title of Hokage? The so-called Hokage is a person recognized by everyone. Then start with the grumpy fox in you." Is it okay? I didn't even know that there was a fox in my body, and I never spoke." "Then have you ever dreamed of a dark room?" "Yes, often. That fox is in that room. Next time, you try to chat with it?" Hayato patted Naruto on the shoulder and said, "The fox has been in your body since you were born, knowing it better than anyone else. Your grievances, your loneliness. Besides, the demon fox has been locked in your body for 12 years, in a dark room without even a speaker, so it's very lonely, right?" Naruto nodded thoughtfully. "Take Naruto back." With a look of shame on Ilika's face, he whispered, "Hayato, I remember your parents were there too. As a teacher, I can't accept Naruto, understand him, care about him. Ilika is just an ordinary civilian ninja." Before, he really believed that Naruto was the incarnation of Kyuubi, and Kyuubi was the culprit who killed his parents. Forgetting, forgiving, understanding, these words are easy to say, but those who have loved know how hard it is to forget. People who have been deeply hurt understand how hard it is to forgive. Ilika has done a good job, at least he tried to get in touch and understand without harm. If the Hayato were not a traverser, and did not understand the truth, he would probably have done more than those civilians. If you can't find a target for venting something like hatred, you will devour yourself. To be honest, as a traveler, Hayato will understand Oita, Nagato, and Madara. Because it's too painful. Will understand their thoughts, but from Hayato's perspective, he will not approve of their behavior. When you are in pain, come to destroy Konoha. When you are in despair, you come to avenge the society. This is not the truth. Some people will think, is it good to read unlimited month? Everyone will be happy, read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Yes, some people think so, and many. The biggest problem with Uchiha Madara is that he deprived many people of their freedom. Some people would rather live in painful reality than in false happiness. Hayato guarded the door while Naruto was being trained. At first, Naruto could still hear yelling, and only a small sob was left behind. When he came out, Naruto's eyes were red, but there was a smile on his face, and the haze disappeared. A simple person is good. Negative emotions come and go quickly. I haven't had a good meal today, Mr. Irika. Well, Yul ramen, my treat. Long live. This is Naruto's cheers. This night, Naruto had a dream. In his dream, he was in a dark room, and the darkness around him was real. I have had similar dreams before, and for the first time, I even woke up because I was too scared. In the next few times, after exploring, the darkness seemed to be endless, emptiness, and every time I woke up from a dream after exhaustion. Mr. Monster Fox, Mr. Monster Fox. Naruto called cautiously. The darkness seemed to fade. Are you here? The darkness was dissipating, turning into a bloody mist. A row of huge railings lay in front of Naruto, and behind the railings lay the huge fox. The fox was orange-red, and 9 huge tails dangling behind him. The fox's eyes were cold, but I don't know why, Naruto's heart jumped, and after the fear, it turned out to be a familiar feeling. Hello, I am Naruto Uzumaki, please advise me more. Naruto bowed at 90 degrees across the railing. Humph. 9-tailed nose sprayed out white and snorted coldly, little devil, untie the seal, or I will kill you immediately. Naruto looked at the seal on the railing and said, after you let go, will you do bad things to Konoha? 9-tails showed sharp teeth, and said bitterly, I want to trample on this broken village. No chickens or dogs will stay. Thinking of the years of imprisonment, 9-tails raged, seemingly endless chakras came out, far away. From a distance, it looks like wearing a red coat. Facing the coercion of Kyuubi, Naruto gritted his teeth and said, that won't work. I want to inherit the name of Hokage and surpass the name of Hokage. I want to protect the village unless you promise not to harm the village or others' people, otherwise I won't give up until I die. Kyuubi squinted his eyes, I promised, will you let me out? Aren't you afraid that I will regret it? Naruto said, if you regret it, Naruto Uzumaki will seal you up even if I fight for my life. Innocent kid. Kyuubi sneered and raised his sharp claws. I'm going to die, I'm going to die. Naruto closed his eyes in fright. Opening his eyes, Naruto found that he had fallen off the bed, and it hurt. Naruto stood up reluctantly and found that it was already bright outside. Opening the window, facing the rising sun, Naruto smiled brightly, as Hayato said, Mr. Demon Fox is really irritable. As for the sealed space, 9-tails snorted coldly, that kid from the Hyuga family is really nosy. After speaking, he curled up, his tail covered him, and fell asleep. Naruto office. The worried look on Sarutobi Tambamomo's face has not completely faded. Father, is this really good? From the current point of view, it's pretty good, isn't it? The plan is very successful. Naruto is a good boy and will never do anything harmful to the village. Sarutobi Cut said, I'm sorry Naruto for so many years. Sorry Praetonam. Sarutobi Tambashao anxiously said, Father, everything you do is for Konoha. Sarutobi slashed, but it is also a fact that it hurts Naruto. Take the wind, Tetsuya, Shisui, Shimao, Itaku. Sarutobi thought of some people who have passed away, those who have not died, but who have made great sacrifices for Konoha. At the beginning, he seemed to be muttering to himself, and his tone became more and more determined. In the end, Sarutobi-san said in a solemn voice, I have few days left. Konoha needs to change, must change, and this cycle must be broken. After being silent for a while, Sarutobi Tombagard said, Heyman has completed many B-level missions and is already competent for Zongnan. After completing a few A-level missions, he can be promoted to Special High Ninja. Do you want to? Sarutobi Hidari waved his hand and said, No need, Hayato, I have my own arrangements. It's getting late, you go home first, otherwise Konohamaru will make trouble again. Yep. When the eldest son left, Sarutobi Hizen picked up a stack of documents on the table. They were all interrogation reports of a ninja who tried to steal information from the Death Forest. Although there was no useful information, Sarutobi Hizen saw the style of Ashimaru. Ashimaru. Sarutobi Raisaki's face showed a look of recollection. Let me teach you another lesson as a teacher, the last lesson. The faint light of the tobacco burning in the pipe was so clear this night. P.S. Thank you for M1A 2.91 recommendation vote, the protagonist's father's 2 recommendation votes, and a monologue. 3 recommended votes for the harmless ghost, 4 recommended votes for Liangsheng Wuliang, 5 recommended votes for the Lao Wang next door, 6 recommended votes for mosquito soup, and lemon dumpling sauce. Thank you for your support. P.S. Thank you for the 100 rewards of lemon dumpling sauce, thank you for your continued support. P.S. See you tonight in the next chapter. Seeking recommendation and collection. Chapter 34, Nation of Wave Mission opened, repair. Hayato felt a little strange when he heard that Naruto summoned him. Ordinary tasks are communicated by other Umbu colleagues, and important tasks are also heard by Captain Hato Heiji. Could it be that Naruto stole the sealed book before? Hayato doesn't remember what he has done outrageous. Let Naruto and Kuwabai communicate? Doesn't count? Master Hokage. Hayato knelt on one knee and bowed his head. Okay, Hayato, don't be polite in private. Sarutobi Hizen said kindly, knowing you don't like these red tapes, take off the mask. If it's someone else, maybe you should be grateful. Well, Hayato is actually not completely indifferent. Plus 1% to Sarutobi Hitachi. Sarutobi Hizen lit his pipe and motioned, don't mind. Mind if you don't smoke. Do not mind. Sarutobi ridiculed himself, smoking is harmful to health, smoking is tantamount to chronic suicide. It makes sense, but without this thing, I can't live for a day. How should I answer this? Could it be that you are almost in your 70s, and you are getting better in a few days? How much can you draw, and that you can make more money? Or, you are Hokage, should you lead by example, stay away from tobacco, and start smoking cessation from you? The gap in status is there, and Hayato says nothing is inappropriate. When you are chatting with your boss and don't know how to answer the conversation, and you don't know how to change the topic, just giggle. Hayato smirked, his expression stiff. Fortunately, Hayato didn't embarrass for long. Sarutobi Hizen asked, you know Naruto? How is the relationship? Hayato's heart jumped. Could it be that he got too close with Naruto and caused Sarutobi's attention? Hayato calmly said, I have known each other for a long time, and occasionally eat ramen together. This kid likes pranks and wants to pay attention, but in fact there is nothing bad about it. Sarutobi laughed openly. Hayato? Did I tell any jokes? Could it be that Sarutobi Hizaki's smile is stranger than Hyuga Takashi? Sarutobi slashed and said, you are also a year older than Naruto, and this kid, look at your old-fashioned look. Well, the past life and this life add up to a psychological age of more than 30, subconsciously will treat Naruto as a child. But it seems that when you get along with Zishin and Ninkai, you don't have such thoughts? Is it because Naruto's lack of care since childhood inspired Hayato's motherhood? Wait, isn't motherhood unique to women? Hayato smiled awkwardly, saying that he didn't know how to explain. After laughing, Sarutobi Hizen begins to get into the topic. You know Naruto is special. Yes it is. Read more at hotuntalnovel.xyz. Hayato did not deny, nor did he need to deny. The chakra in Naruto's lower abdomen is as dazzling as the sun in his white eyes. As long as he is not blind, Hayato can see it. Sarutobi Hizen asked, how much do you know? The demon fox in Naruto's body should be the nine-tailed demon fox that attacked Konoha 12 years ago. It is a kind of chakra aggregate called tail beast. Hayato replied, like Naruto, seal the tail beast on the body. The people here are called Renzolai. Sarutobi slashed, it's worthy of being behind the famous section. Hayato. The Hyuga clan must have a record about the tail beast, but it is top secret and cannot be accessed by the Hayabusa. Since Sarutobi Risen automatically replenishes his brain, that's great. Sarutobi slashed, your parents were also sacrificed on the night of the nine tails. Don't you hate Naruto? No hate. Hayato shook his head, Naruto is Naruto, and Demon Fox is a demon fox. Naruto used his body to close the demon fox. We should thank him. Sarutobi Hizen sighed, it would be nice if everyone could think like you. Hayato said, there will be one day, Naruto has this ability. Sarutobi slashed, you are right. Then he sighed in his heart, unfortunately I can't see it anymore. Renzhuli is a sharp weapon. If used well, it can deter opponents, but if it is not used well, it will hurt oneself. Despite this, Renzhuli is still coveted by the major ninja villages. Unless war, most of them can only last their lives. Stay in the village. Sarutobi cuts, I hope Naruto can exist as a ninja, but a weapon. Ah! Hayato smiled in his heart, isn't the ninja a weapon? Sarutobi slashed, the village decided to let Naruto out of the village to perform the task, and it needs a secret team to protect it in secret. Yes. What else can Hayato say, except the order? Sarutobi slashed and said, you can't make a move unless it's a matter of life and death. Hayato said that he understood that it was the same last time. He was worried about Naruto's safety and wanted to let Naruto grow quickly in danger. Lord Naruto. It's hard to be a bodyguard. Is promotion and salary increase? This is just the Hayato spitting out in his heart. In fact, this task is very easy. Because the core of the mission is to ensure that Naruto is immortal. So will Naruto die? Take a look at Naruto's attributes and equipment. The physique of the Maelstrom family, physical strength and resilience +9. Seal the 9 tails in the body and carry a level 99 pet with you, the full level is the 10 tails at level 100. Bofen Watergate and Whirlpool 9 Sina Chakra Canyon, the great guardian power of parents. Azura reincarnated as Chakra, and Hokage, the master's inner power initiation routine, is also popular. Guardian of the 6 Immortals Canyon, GM is paying attention to you, how to write the word dead. Naruto at this stage is very weak, but it is really hell difficulty to kill him. Even if it is killed, Huanquan Pure Land may not dare to collect it. The explanation is complete. Hayato. Sarutobi. Hayabusa said, Hokage-sama, where's the task book? Sarutobi slashed, oh, it's handed over to Hayato. Hayato. The tasks have been assigned, so why do you call me, Chad, amuse me? The above is a powerful complaint from the Hayabusa. In fact, Sarutobi Hisaki has a good intentions, hoping that one of the guards protecting Naruto understands his existence. In this way, protecting Naruto is no longer just a task on paper. But in this way, the task will inevitably be mixed with personal feelings. So, Hokage-sama, do you trust me that way? Or that Hato secretly accepted other tasks, and will eventually fill all the loopholes one by one? Back to the Umbu office. Shaluologo said, where have you been? There are tasks. Hayato complained too much and was tired. He weakly said, I see, where is the captain? Shaluolodo said, "Go to you. I'll go to the captain." The Hayato grabbed Sililo and said, "Don't go, just wait here. Otherwise, if the captain comes back in a while, I should look for you, and then you come back, and I'm not here, so the captain will go find me again. Loop, understand?" Shaluolodo curled his lips. "I don't understand, I don't want to understand. Isn't it just waiting? Why are you talking so much?" Hayato said that his heart is more tired and he has no common language at all. Therefore, Zishin is a good comrade, no matter what the stalks are meaty, plain, obvious hidden, he can understand it in seconds, and then connect. It turns out that Hayato and Zishin are like homage. P.S. Thank you M1A 2.90 for the 2 recommended votes, the blindingly colored 2 recommended votes, the 3 recommended votes for Huaji Pancake, and the 6 recommended votes for Guyuixing's Fatty. P.S. See you tomorrow afternoon in the next chapter. Today, I received a notice to test the water push on Sunday, that the lunatic fungus will be on the battlefield. Seeking equipment collection, seeking food and grass recommendation ticket. Give me strength. Chapter 35, Ghost Brothers come on stage and receive a box lunch, repair. Kakashi felt like a nanny, and the scene seemed familiar, but the nanny at the time was his teacher, Bofeng Shuman. Naruto is like the stubborn character who brought the soil, the tail of the crane, and Hokage as a dream. He didn't hit the south wall, even if he hit the south wall, he wouldn't look back. Sasuke was like himself at the time, closing his heart, turning himself into a hedgehog, covered in thorns, hurting people who wanted to get close to him. Haruno Sakura. Okay, Haruno Sakura and Lin are not alike at all. Haruno Sakura is a girl who is more rigid on the outside, who dares to love and hate, while Lin is a gentle and a little shy girl. Kakashi felt a pain at the thought of bringing Tu and Lin. No matter how many years have passed, it still hurts. The tragedy must not be allowed to repeat itself. Kakashi looked at Sasuke. This young man with only hatred in his eyes was the detonating talisman in the team, which would explode at any time. What should I do with him? Yep. Kakashi felt it, and then she glanced at the dense grass not far away. Envy. The other side seemed to expose his whereabouts to himself, the secret guards. Naruto is Ren's Huli, so you can't be too careful. Kakashi understands Hokage's approach, and the Umbu takes the initiative to expose. Is it a kind of good? Wait, there are 2 more people. Kakashi finally noticed 2 breaths in the other direction. Enemy. Damn it! Kakashi scolded himself secretly, immersed in the memory, but did not find such an obvious enemy. Was Naruto being targeted, or? Kakashi looked at Dasuna, who was rude and worried on the surface with a drunken look, and touched his chin thoughtfully. In the grass. Shaluolodo complained, "It's so humid, a sea-level mission, led by the famous Konoha first technician is not enough, but also the protection of the secret team. The old Hokage smokes too much, is he drunk?" Hato patted Sililo on the back of the head, and said, "You are not allowed to speak ill of Naruto-sama behind your back." Cut. Shaluolodo curled his lips. "If you don't say it, don't say it, Hokage is great. Also, don't shoot the back of my head, it will become stupid." Hayato comforted Sililo, "Don't worry, you are already stupid to the end, no matter how stupid you are." Shaluolodo smiled brightly, grabbing the Hayabusa's loin, turning left 180 degrees, and turning right 360 degrees. Hayato grinned in pain. It hurts, how come you are like the blackened Tien?" Shaluolodo said, "Every day? Which little girl, how did you deceive people's feelings, frankly confess." Cough, cough. Chimuheta coughed lightly. "The task, don't make trouble, be more serious." Sililo reluctantly let go of the spiral hand, eager to try. "Should we take care of the 2 little mice?" The little mouse in Cilolo's mouth refers to a ninja hidden not far away. They wore screaming Misty Village protective foreheads and antivirus faces, and they wore tattered cloaks written by fishing gulls, and followed Kakashi's group secretly. Think with your toes and know that it is the enemy. Shallow was irritated, and wanted to find someone to explode. Irritable. Could it be, relatives are here? Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. The meat on the waist still aches, and Hayato decides that it is better to keep Shirano less in the past few days. Hayato shook his head and said, "No, Master Naruto's order is to protect secretly, don't do unnecessary things." Shallow gritted his teeth, old Hokage again. Once again, he pinched the soft flesh of Hayato's waist. Caught off guard, Hayato almost yelled, "Salala! What are you doing?" Shallow turned his head, smiling at the corners of his mouth, unapologetic, "Twist, what's wrong? I'm in a bad mood, men can't be so stingy." Hayato is speechless, "You are a woman, you are great." At least Hayato was sure of one thing, Cilolo's relatives really came. "Humph, you deserve your aunt at the age of 13. The ghost brothers of Wuian village still set up crappy traps on the road. Kakashi should have seen it through, and Suzuki actually noticed it. Shallow commented, "This newbie handsome guy is not bad." Seeing the chain with the sickle shattered Kakashi's stand-in, Hayabusa said, "Catch the thief first, and the first target is Senior Kakashi." "It's okay. The chain works seamlessly with the heavenly clothes, and the power is huge. What are you afraid of playing a group? Afraid of teammates catching meat tank and desperately throwing skills, let the ADC unlimited output. Afraid of teammates' coordination mistakes, the control was overwhelming, and he saved the opponent with a kick to help the wounded." From these 2 points, the Ghost Brothers are just players in the golden segment. Shallow spit, "Can you fart? The feeling of cutting a human body with a chain is the same as cutting wood. These two idiots." The Ghost Brother has no problem choosing the output target, and there is no problem with the skill coordination, but there is no shortage of skills. Even if the skill is empty, I didn't notice it. I thought the output position was in seconds, and it was stable. My self-confidence. The Ghost Brother who thought to kill Kakashi in seconds turned to attack Naruto. Meiji turned his head. When Naruto faced Sickle Chain and Ghost Brother, he was too nervous to move. Don't blame Naruto. Originally, Naruto had no friends and was squeezed out by others. How many practical trainings did he have? Let a Black Iron player play the golden game, and he can't be blamed for being abused. However, will the Naruto who has been practiced by Hayato from time to time be the same as before? The answer is Naruto rolled around with a lazy donkey, avoiding all attacks. If he throws 2 more Konoha to attack the Ghost Brothers in the process of rolling again, Hayato will give an excellent evaluation. However, for the Black Iron player, it is enough to wave the equipment and not give away the head, and still expect him to fail in carry? Suzuki's reaction was quicker. He jumped up and took out the shuriken and kuna. The shuriken nailed the sickle chain to the tree, and the kuna nailed the round hole in the middle of the shuriken to further strengthen it. The technique and accuracy are not as proficient as a novice. Brother Ghost habitually pulled the chain, but didn't pull it back. Suzuki took the opportunity to land on the shoulders of the 2 of them, kicking the Ghost Brother's head with both feet. Sarora couldn't help but said, "Good job, Uchiha brother. It is really beautiful. This wave of operation is not black, and the details are full." The Ghost Brothers are also Zhonren. They were kicked and unchained at the same time. As soon as they landed, they got up and went straight to the target Dazna. There are no mouthpieces, no harsh words. The Ghost Brothers may be rough in technology, but they are true assassins, cruel and ruthless, trying to achieve their goals without compromise. Suzuki blocked Dazner in front. Naruto was a little slower, but also supported. "Is the target really you, Mr. Dazner. Kakashi, who was hiding in the dark, confirmed his guess, appeared handsome, and strangled the Ghost Brother's neck with one blow. Ghost Brother Gigi led a lunchbox, and completed his great mission. Shaluolodo said, "You said Kakashi will continue the mission? The employer has obviously concealed it. Why is it also a B-level mission?" Kimuheidu said, "We don't need to consider this." Hayabusa said, "Make a bet, I bet that the task will continue. The essence of this escort mission is to train Naruto, and Kakashi will not give up because of a little accident. Besides, there is a small team of Umbu secretly. If there is a peach field in front of him, will Kakashi continue?" Hayato and the others didn't know, except that Didai didn't kill this elite monster. There were even bigger surprises. Haido said, "I bet that the task will continue." Shaluolodo raised his hand, "Me too." Hayato rolled his eyes and chose one side. He won without a loser to bet on a ball. The plan to be able to pit a little bit was shattered. Peace. Thank you Meng Lingyu, book friend 2017072165301014 for 1 recommendation vote, color blindness, 2 recommendation votes for Niu Now, 3 recommendation votes for Lutianyi, Huaji pancake, 6 recommendation votes for mosquito soup, and lemon dumpling sauce. PS special thanks for the 100-point rewards of Ayiyo, and the 100-point rewards of lemon dumpling sauce, thank you. PS tomorrow at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the 2-dimensional test will be launched. Those who have a ticket will hold a ticket, and those who don't have a ticket will hold a private one. Chapter 36, Tao De will not cut the ginseng again, repair. Nami country is a small island country, separated by a strip of water from Konoha and across the sea, but as poor as the author, there is no ninja, and it can't afford the cost of a ninja. Now, the country of Poland is occupied by a man named Kato. Kato controls the economic lifeline of the country of Poland by sea. In the country of Poland, it is like a native emperor. Dazna wanted to build a bridge to connect to the outside world. But many people opposed it, and some of them were the islanders of Poland. They think that being bullied by Cardo is at best a little poorer, a little bitter, and a little less dignified. However, after the bridge is connected, the isolation from the world is broken and the ninja comes. When a ninja comes, he will die. This is the struggle between the ideals of living in vain and dying with dignity. The most violent opposition was Cardo, because the bridge would break the monopoly of the shipping company, threaten his status as the emperor, and violate Cardo's bottom line. After several warnings were invalidated, Kato decided to hire a ninja to assassinate Kato. The Ghost Brothers Yetu and Mingtu are the first wave of ninjas. Now they have received their lunch and went to Konoha prison to start their next performance. Under Kakashi's questioning, Dazna began to confess the truth. Together, Kakashi and the others decided to continue the mission at a loss. Although Hayato also sympathizes with the situation of Dazna and the people of Poland, Dazna's initial deception is undoubtedly wrong. If Naruto is not sending Kakashivan, but other weak teams, it may be encountered. The Gitu brothers are about to die. By then, Dazna will definitely not survive. It can be described as harming others and self. Nami is pitiful. Should Konoha's ninja deserve to die? Soon, Kakashi crossed the strait and entered the country of Poland. The news that Dazna was not dead had long been heard by Kaduo. Although Didai was unhappy with Kaduo's attitude, she decided to go out in person, and after considering whether to get the reward, she should slash Cardo. Even if it's rebellious and a little bit down, the cards of the 7 ninja swords are still needed. Taoti's appearance without cutting is very blasting. The decapitating knife was spinning, whizzing across the heads of everyone, and then stuck on the tree. Didai stood on the hilt of the knife without cutting, with her back facing Kakashi and others. Without eyebrows, decapitated with a broadsword, 2 obvious characteristics coincided. Kakashi recognized Didai and did not cut it again. Hey, This is not the betrayal of Wuyan village. Do you not cut Didai again? Kakashi greeted in a relaxed tone. If Didai is not malicious, please come down for tea and chat. However, Mamaji will not be able to cut the pit anymore. This appearance is just to say hello. Do you leave after saying hello? Kakashi was not so naive. He looked relaxed in his tone and body, but he was actually ready to take action early. Only Naruto, who didn't know what was good or bad, wanted to prevent Sasuke from showing up, so he rolled up his sleeves and wanted to go up there. One word, reckless. Kakashi stopped Naruto and told him, "Brother, you are not foolish, let me come." Didai also recognized Kakashi, but he is also a well-known figure, and he has not counseled at all, or he has never counseled. Even Shui Ying dared to assassinate people. What else can be counseled? Saying that he is lawless, not an exaggeration. Of course, Tao Di's exquisite assassination technique gave him a positive confidence, which was completely different from that of Mizuki's cheating. Read more at hotandlenovel.xyz. The trio hiding in the dark also lost their relaxed look. Hayabusa said, "The ghost Peach Land will not be cut again." One of the 7 ninja swords, the user of the beheaded sword, once assassinated Tsukage, defected after failure, and is proficient in silent assassination. As long as there are famous names, such as Yellow Flash and Konoha White Teeth, it represents strength in itself, and those who do not deserve their name have long been dragged to exchange gold for bounty. The title of Ghost has already explained the problem. Shaluo worried, "Do you want to shoot?" He put his hand on the handle of the knife, ready to go. Haido said, "Look first, Kakashi is really moving." Copy Ninja, Konoha number 1 technician. Kakashi is also a well-known man, equally worthy. The other 4 burdens Sharano worried about. That's right, Naruto and the others are a burden when ninjas of Kakashi's level are real. Kakashi removed his forehead, revealing the scarlet 3 Guyu writing wheel eyes. At this time, Sasuke was overwhelmed and there were countless questions. Obviously, there are many questions that have to be held back, and the timing is not right. Forbearance. The technique of fog hiding. A white mist filled with water. What a thick fog. Shaluo couldn't help saying. The technique of mist hiding is only D-level ninjutsu, but the concentration of mist is related to the amount of chakra. With this concentration of visibility almost zero in front of him, Didai's strength without cutting is visible. Shaluo said, "Falcon, the technique of concealing fog should have no effect on white eyes. Can you see clearly?" "It has an impact." Hayato said, looking at the blurred figure in the fog, "A lot of chakras are dissolved in the fog, and the enhanced white eyes are actually the chakra vision, which has a certain effect, but the problem is not big. Naruto's 9-tailed chakra is like a bright moon in the dark no matter what the environment is." Hayabusa said, "The technique of concealment of fog has certain investigative ability. Pay attention to concealment." After speaking, he contracted chakra acupoints to minimize the leakage of chakra. Shaluo's figure became transparent through escape. And the color of Hatoki's body became the same as that of the bark, and he couldn't detect it without putting under his eyes. The battle between Heiji Kakashi and Mamakai never cut again continued. 8 places: the throat, spine, liver, lungs, carotid artery, subclavian artery, kidney, heart. Then, which one should I choose? The sound of Tao De no longer cut his nails and scratched the glass. It seemed to be in the front, and it seemed to be in the back. When listening carefully, it came from all directions, empty and unpredictable, and it was really maddening. In fact, the murderous aura of Heiki Kakashi and Mamaji no longer slashed Min Senzuo's wool, and fostered fear. On the contrary, Naruto, who was a bit nervous, was better. Perceiving Sasuke's abnormality, Kakashi said, "Don't worry, I won't let my companion be killed." At the same time, the chakra was released, dispelling the dense fog. But this was only temporary. As soon as Kakashi's movements stopped, the fog slowly filled up again. Next, Kakashi and no longer swapped their bodies. Basic operations, no need to describe more. The turning point of the battle soon appeared. To the effect, Kakashi was kicked and fell into the water, and was trapped in the water prison. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura face Momoji and never cut them. Shaluo was in a hurry, and his transparent body showed part of his figure. Hayato pressed her shoulders and said, "Don't worry, what you are facing with Naruto is just a water body, and the water prison technique can't trap Kakashi, who has a writing wheel. Don't worry, I'm prepared." Hayato raised his hand, and the 5 transparent threads slowly grew longer and stretched towards the fighting place against the ground. Although it was certain that Naruto would not die easily, but Naruto was not the only one present. Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura, whether they like it or not, they are all from the village of Konoha, and they will be partners who will fight side by side on the battlefield in the future. Besides, there is Itachi standing behind Sasuke. If Sasuke dies here, it will be blackened. P.S. Thank you for M1A 2.90s 1 recommendation vote, Nayuneo's 2 recommendation votes, Youth's 3 recommendation votes, Yao Xinmiao, The Harmless Ghost, The Other Side's 4 recommendation votes, Call Me the Old King Next Door, Shinichi Kudo, and 5 recommended votes for Mayor Elon, 6 recommended votes for Riding the Wind and Treading Waves. Thank you. Peace. Thank you for the suggestion and reminder of lemon dumpling sauce. The schizophrenia is cute and new, and I don't understand a lot. P.S. In the next chapter, at 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, I will test the water to see you, and ask for collection and recommendation support. Chapter 37, No Longer Cut the Curtain Temporarily, Repair. The situation has taken a turn for the worse. Naruto was still scared. People are afraid, especially when facing enemies that are much stronger than themselves. The moment you overcome this fear means that you have grown. What does that famous saying say? Anything that cannot destroy me will make me strong. Put it here: whoever can't scare me will make me bold. Like the original work, Naruto transformed into a wind demon shuriken through the cover of various shadow clones, and successfully approached the real body that controlled the water prison through Sasuke's shadow windmill. This perfectly perfect strategy, under the tacit cooperation of the two, made the flaws appear in the non-cutting, resulting in the technique of the water prison being cracked by Kakashi. Kakashi, who was liberated from the dungeon, began to use the Shulanyan to replicate the water escape of No Slash, and used the illusion of Shulanyan to make No Slash produce hallucinations and confused thinking. In the end, without cutting the water escape that was copied by Kakashi, the technique of the Great Falls was hit head-on, rushed out several hundred meters, and was pierced in several places by Kakashi, which seemed to be doomed to escape. Both Hato and Shaluo breathed a sigh of relief, but also a little happy. Tao Di is still alive and kicking as the felon of Wuyan's rebellion and assassination of Shuiying. I don't know how many times he has been chased by Wuyan's Umbu. If such a number one person is killed by Kakashi, it will be inspiring internally, show force externally, and will happily smoke the face of the village. Hayato's expression was more focused. Because of the vein movement that has been hidden in the dark. In the original book, Bai just showed up, stuck 2,000 books in the neck of No section, and then took away the corpse that was not beheaded. Wouldn't Kakashi doubt his identity without wearing the mask of the shadowy part of the mist? Doubt. The custom of Umbu is to dispose of the corpse on the spot, taking the head away when necessary. As the old driver of Enby, when Bai said that he would take away the corpse, Kakashi had determined that Bai was an accomplice who would not be beheaded. However, Kakashi at this time has been drained by the writing wheel, and it is only the end of the fight. Isn't it good at writing round eyes? That's quite powerful, not only powerful, but also can be upgraded continuously, 1 Go Jade Rightward Arrow 2 Go Jade Rightward Arrow 3 Go Jade Rightward Arrow Kaleidoscope Rightward Arrow Eternal Kaleidoscope Rightward Arrow Reincarnation I, upgrade to the first level to get a big gift package, not the cow. However, such an excellent pen must pay a price. Hemorrhagic disease, blindness, and a lot of mental problems. This is one of Uchiha's internal responses to the extermination of the clan. Sometimes the Uchiha tribe can't bear the consumption and physical burden of chakra, let alone the transplanter of Kakashi, a foreign tribe. Kakashi wished to take it away quickly without cutting off. Hayato was worried that he changed his mind in vain and suddenly made a move. This is not a comic after all, and people's behavior is often just a matter of thought, and Bai may not have noticed Kakashi's strengths. After all, Bai didn't make a move, and disappeared with no cut. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Hayato couldn't figure out why he didn't cut and Bai did not shoot together. Even if the initial plan is to obtain Kakashi intelligence, can't the plan be changed? If in the original work, Bai shots, does Sarutobi Hizen also arrange an Umbu team to protect him in secret? Many coincidences. You understand it as the protagonist's halo, but luck is also a part of strength, isn't it? Kakashi, who sang Empty City Planning, finally fainted to the ground. 1. There were twists and turns in the process, and the result was a terrible victory. No longer cuts to show good ninjutsu and physical skills, strategic ability is no less than Kakashi. Kakashi's writing will copy ability and illusion ability are quite amazing. Generally speaking, the scenes of the two men fighting each other with the technique of the Dragon Ball and the technique of the big waterfall are quite spectacular and gorgeous. Hayato observes Hato. He wears a mask on his face and can't see his expression clearly, but his body language shows his inner contradiction at the moment. Ninjas of the same Higaki clan, Kaido and Kakashi have very different fighting styles. Hito's style is partial to skill, and he uses swordsmanship to decide the outcome. Kakashi's style is tactical, and his tactics are based on writing round eyes. It is impossible to talk about who is better. Everyone looks at it from a different perspective, and the conclusion is different. There are many factors that determine the outcome of a ninja's battle. A powerful ninja can always survive the battle, and a great ninja is always sacrificing for others. Nagato is dead, Taoju is dead, Madara is dead, Kagaya is sealed again, but the Ashimaru who was hammered along the way not only survived, but also washed white. Only because of the Xiaoqiang trait that can't be beaten, Dashimaru is considered powerful. Perhaps in Suzuki's view, it is the writing will eye that makes Kakashi so powerful. But in the eyes of Hato, Kakashi was dragged down by writing rounds. Shaluologo had a dull look. What is that guy with no eyebrows doing? Isn't it a slack to release ninjutsu? This guy is really one of the 7 ninja swords, and the nickname Mist Hidden Ghost will not be cut anymore. Wouldn't it be the transfiguration technique pretending to be? In the eyes of No Longer Cut, Kakashi's movements are synchronized with him, but that is just his illusion. Naruto and the others didn't notice the small time difference, but they couldn't escape Sarolo's eyes. In the end, ninjutsu was not released after the completion of the Great Falls. In Sarolo's eyes, it was a simple desertion. Illusion, idiot. Hayato was unable to vomit. He didn't respond for so long. Is there paste in his mind? Illusion? Illusory. Oh, what about Kakashi? I don't know, I'll test you guys, ha, ha ha. The dead duck's mouth insisted on a guy like Sarolo. The injured Kakashi moved into Dasuna's house. There are 2 other people in Dasuna's family, his daughter-in-law and grandson. The daughter-in-law is a gentle and virtuous woman, but his grandson Inari is a bare child, and because of the death of his stepfather Kisha, he no longer believes in the existence of a hero. Inari tried every means to get rid of Kakashi and the others. He didn't believe that Kakashi and the others could defeat Kato, and didn't want them to die in vain like Kisha. Simply put, Inari is helping others in an unpleasant way. We usually call it tsundere. Kakashi shocked them by explaining to Naruto and the others that they were still alive without cutting them. After the shock, Naruto and Sasuke were eager to try, which made Kakashi very pleased. Then Kakashi announced the three's training plan to deal with the re-attack of No Slash. At this time, Inari came out. Inaris do not believe in Hiro's remarks, on the contrary, aroused Naruto's fighting spirit. At dawn the next day, Kakashi took the three of them to the woods to practice climbing trees. Hayato has also practiced climbing trees and climbed for a whole week. At that time, Hayabusa was over 4 years old, and I don't know how many times he fell. It's not just a question of pain, but the study of chakra practice and ninjutsu is actually very boring, and Hayato sticks to it with tenacious perseverance. A person can endure any kind of life if he knows why he lives. The experience of climbing trees and treading water between Shaluolo and Hatehate was about 5 or 6 years old. Naruto was excluded from childhood, Sakura's ninja father was mediocre, and Sasuke's family changed drastically when he was about to learn. Therefore, they started to be taught by Kakashi at the age of 12. Hayabusa and the others squatted in the distance, hushing. There was an inexplicable sense of the old students watching the military training of the new students. Hey, it's your turn. Peace. Thank you for 1 recommendation vote of Arashimi, book friend 2017101203830557, 3 recommendation votes of lemon dumpling sauce, 6 recommendation votes of mosquito soup. Thank you for the recommendation votes. P.S. Special thanks to the 100-point reward of lemon dumpling sauce. P.S. The first time I went to the starting point of the recommendation, I was a little nervous. I just hope that the data will not be too ugly. I ask for support. There will be more at night. Chapter 38, The Decisive Battle Begins, Repair. As the saying goes, men and women match, work is not tired, especially 2 men and 1 woman. Oh, the self-esteem of a man. Haruno Sakura's talent for climbing trees, that is, the ability of chakra's precise control, stimulated Naruto and Sasuke, especially Sasuke, who has always been a genius. Coupled with the competition between Naruto and Sasuke, the two people's enthusiasm for tree climbing training is in full swing, and the effect is far beyond the planned schedule. Because of the interference of nine-tailed chakra, Naruto was inherently weaker than others in chakra control, and had to work harder than others. That night, Naruto practiced climbing trees all night, and fell asleep directly on the ground tired. A young girl in a sleeveless kimono with a big brown polka dot with a foundation carries a basket and gathers herbs among the trees. Oh wait, isn't this white? The Hayato who was changing the guard's eyes widened in disbelief. These delicate facial features, delicate skin, sweet smile, oh, the old man's girly heart, is this a man? I don't listen. I don't listen. I don't listen. The important thing is said 3 times. I do not believe. I do not believe. I do not believe. Even if Bai said it in person, I don't believe in the information in the official formula book. Seeing is believing. She is more cute than the girls that Hayato has ever met. Falcon's mind appeared in Chirano's sometimes natural face, and he shook his head quickly, saying, the evil spirits will disperse, the demons will disperse. Let's put it this way, unless Bai took out Tintin on the spot, Hayato would not believe that she was a man if she was killed. Oh, don't you expect to wake up someone who pretends to be asleep? Many people in previous lives said that Bai's surname was Shueiguo, but it was wrong. Bai's mother's blood succession boundary came from her mother, and her mother was not born in Shueiguo, but a clan of Shui. As for Bai's father, comics and official information have never been set, and it is impossible to verify whether he belongs to the Shueiguo clan. Bai's childhood was very miserable. His father killed his mother and wanted to kill Bai. At the critical moment, Bai Bing escaped out of control and killed his father. From then on, the young Bai lived in this world like a wild dog, unconscious and not needed by anyone. Until Bai met Didai, he would not cut again, and from then on, he would follow by his side as a follower, taking himself as a tool, and guarding that he would not be cut as the whole of his life. Perhaps this is sad, even ridiculous. But similar things happen every day in the world of ninjas. No, in the real world, some dark corners are also happening quietly. The reason for the human tragedy that happened to Shiro was the harsh policies of the fourth generation of Mizukage Tachibana Yakura, and Yakura was manipulated by Uchiha syllabus. Uchiha is creating countless tragedies for a beautiful new world. He called this a necessary sacrifice. Bai is the victim of ignorance. If it were you, would you be willing to be that victim? Therefore, Hayato wants to bring down Nagato, bring down the soil, and bring down Madara. No matter how great your ideals are, don't hurt the people around me. No matter how powerful you are, dare to hurt the one I love and break your 5 legs. When Shiro saw Naruto's Konoha forehead, his murderous aura leaked irresistibly. At that moment, Hayato pressed her index finger with her thumb, and the line was ready. If there was an abnormal movement, the transparent gaze would pierce the back of her head for the first time. Yes, Hayato understands Bai's encounter and situation, but as mentioned earlier, Naruto is the person next to him. Bai's nature is kind, not a real tool of killing. He didn't hurt Naruto after all, just chatted happily, and then left. Before leaving, Bai said, "I am a man." Almost dislocated Naruto's jaw. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Days pass in the training day by day. On the other side, the body that was not cut is gradually recovering, which means that the day of the decisive battle between the two sides is approaching. Bai sometimes thinks of the yellow-haired boy with clear eyes. Bai asked himself, will I be successful? Then, soon he gave himself a firm answer: in order not to kill Mr. He can incarnate a tool for merciless fighting. Anyone can kill, including himself. What are you doing? I didn't hire you for charity. Hey, don't cut it anymore, can you hear it? Hello. Kato's noisy voice came from the walkie-talkie, and I didn't cut it anymore. And at the same time made up his mind that even if his whereabouts were revealed, he would cut off Cardo anyway. Let's go, bye. Yes. On the unfinished bridge. As the injured worker fell to the ground, the fog gradually shrouded. Kakashi realized that he would not cut it again. Kakashi was not surprised by the arrival of No More Cut, although it was faster than expected. The battle is on the verge. When Naruto dealt with Cardo's 2 rookies and rushed to Ahashi, the battle between Shiro and Sasuke had come to an end. Sasuke's small wounds all over his body fell into a disadvantage. Heiji Kaido said, well, if I remember correctly, it should be the bloodline of the Shue family in Wuyan village. Sasuke's writing wheel has not been opened yet, it is difficult to win against this person. Hayabusa said, you don't necessarily win when you turn on the writing wheel. Bai's combat experience is not comparable to Sasuke. It is difficult to make up for it with talent. Shaluoluo pouted, you two are the little brothers who can't see Uchiha. Are you jealous that he is more handsome than you? To shut up. Hayato and Haido said in unison. Just our prosperous beauty, what is jealousy, can you eat it? What a joke on the country. The appearance of Naruto gave Sasuke a chance to breathe. It's a pity that Naruto made a big fanfare in order to show off. Solilo covered his face, this fool. Hayato smiled, squatting in the grass, and stuck in the field of vision has never been Naruto's style, not now, nor will it be in the future. As a teammate, there may be unreliable places, but as a friend, I feel at ease. Shaluoluo sighed, can we just watch? I haven't done it for many days, my hands are itchy. Hayato stepped back calmly. What kind of duck are you staring at my loin? At this time, Naruto took the initiative to enter the scope of the white dot magic mirror ice crystal. Several times the multiple shadow clones were all in vain, unable to break through. Higaki Kaido said, the semicircular cover surrounded by the ice mirror made by the multifaceted secret technique, the false image created by the reflection of the mirror, and the mirror can be used to move quickly. It is very tricky. If it is you, what should I do? Hayato. Hayabusa said, destroy the ice mirror. Hido said, it seems that those mirrors are immune to damage, and they don't seem to be easily destroyed. Hayabusa said, the ice mirror is made by chakra after all. You can see the chakra flowing with your eyes. As long as you have enough time, you will be able to find the weakness. Shaluologo said, then you have to have enough time as you said, people will kill you in a second. Hayato rolled his eyes and said, you just like to stand up against me, you can do it? Of course I can. Shaluologo said with a smile, although that guy can move quickly between the mirrors, but they are all straight, seizing the opportunity to slash him. Although Solilo is suspected of lifting the bar, the fast movement can only be a straight line is indeed one of its weaknesses. If Suzuki turns on the writing wheel eye, with the dynamic capturing ability of the writing wheel eye, he can indeed see the clear movements. Although there are many images on the mirror, there is only one real body, so you can see through it in minutes. What's the use of seeing through? People move fast, you can't even touch the corner of your clothes. I can. Chi Muhai fought over his forehead, and the two enemies got on the bar again. Peace. Thank you book friend 201707291653010114 for 1 recommendation, M1A 2.90 for 2 recommendation, 1 for 3 recommendation, 4 recommendations for the other side, reverse, Cao Wanju, harmless ghost, 5 recommendation for a good man. PS thanks to Zhao Banquo for the 100-point reward, Mosquito Sue's 500-point reward, thank you for your support. PS, 2 changes tomorrow, there will be surprise characters on the stage. Chapter 39, Undead Duo Debut, Repair. Hayato stood up suddenly. Hido and Shaluologo think that Naruto and the others are in a major crisis. Hayato solemnly said, Sien, summon Ryu Wangmaru, we need support. Sharano glanced at the serious Hayato, then at Hato. Although she didn't have any problem with Hayato's commanding tone, the captain was Hato, and the captain should give orders. This was the rule. Although Hato didn't know what had happened, it was the first time he saw such a Hayato, and he nodded. Shaluologo said, the distance is so long, Kakashi and the Misty Ghost will be aware. She reminded her teammates that this means that the mission of secret protection is no longer secret, and the mission is on the verge of failure. Hayato was already preparing for battle, and Hato nodded again. Shaluologo no longer hesitated, and summoned Ninja Wolf, Dragon King Maru. Hayabusa said, Black level help, reverse spiritism. At this time, even Hato was moved. The black level is higher than the red emergency request. It means that the support troops must be prepared to be killed by all rescued teams. Hato couldn't help but said, Falcon, what's the matter? Hayabusa said, there are new enemies. He pointed to the direction of the bridge. There are 2 new enemies. There are 5 independent chakra systems in one of the bodies, and each one is of the upper ninja level. The amount of the other chakra is also above the upper end, and the color of the chakra is a weird black-red, full of bloodthirsty, chaos and frenzy. Undead Duo. The Hayato, who was so familiar with Hokage, immediately appeared in the mind of 2 people. The first generation of Hokage of the 800 miles ago dynasty threw a shuriken horns and likes to die at the end of the flying section. The flying section is okay. The combat effectiveness is extreme. If you don't know the information of the Death Division by blood, Fei Duan Lianying might be killed. On the contrary, he is an elite upper-level player who relies on immortality and various reckless physical skills. The tricky thing is that Gyoudu, no matter how the netizens in the previous life ridicule, the combination of Gyoudu's 5 attribute heart, ground grievance and decades of combat experience, is a proper shadow level, although it may be a relatively weak shadow. As long as it is a shadow rank, whether it is strong or weak, it is not something Hayato can despise now. Damn it! How could Akatsuki appear here? There is no such thing in the original Daxia Poland missions. Is it the butterfly effect of self-traveling? Is the target card or not? Jiaodu is in charge of the money bag in Akatsuki, and Kato is a rich man. On behalf of Jiaodu, Xyale negotiated with Carduo friendly, hoping that Carduo would invest in Xyale, which is reasonable and reasonable. The last user of the decapitation sword was Loqua Chuzo. At this stage, Xiao Zheng is short of manpower. It's okay to invite the current owner of the decapitation sword. No longer wanted to join Xiao, but it was rejected by Ataka because of the existence of Bai. With the temperament not to be cut, it is impossible to go back to the grass. If the undead duo are allowed to come into contact with the two parties on the bridge, will they help Kakashi, or will they not help? With their personalities, it's normal to cut them all. Either leave Naruto and the others to escape, or stop the two of them. This is Hayato's only choice. I want to leave Naruto and the others, not to mention that Hato and Moonlight Solilo are opposed to it. Hayato himself can't do it, not because he is afraid that he will become Konoha's rebellion after escaping, but he has abandoned his beliefs. If you abandon your beliefs if you are afraid of death, what has been your hard work over the years? A joke. When a man has the belief, brother and woman, that he will fight to death without regret, then he is a real man, regardless of his wallet, house, car, height, or appearance. Besides, it's just to prepare for the worst, and it's not certain who will die. Hato asked, very strong. Hayato replied with 2 words, horrible. Read more at hotentalnovel.xyz. After Hayato became a teammate, Hato witnessed Hayato's growth. Hayato and Kaminen did not fight once or twice. There were hard fights and injuries, but Hayato never described others as terrible. If you don't cut it anymore, Hayato's evaluation is very strong. That is to say, the strength of the new enemy will not be cut at least, and 2 at a time. This problem is no longer a headache, but a head burst. At this time, Shaluo had already sent away the Ryuwangmaru inverse psychic, and Chakra consumed a lot. Haido said, Sien, you go to help Senior Kakashi, quickly solve the ghost, and then support me and Falcon together with Senior Kakashi. This is the safest strategy at the moment. Shaluo shook his head, I don't. Chi Muhai said in a grudge, defied the captain's order, you. Shaluo still shook his head, eyes filled with tears. Hayabusa said, Captain, let's go together, it's not lost. Strategy is strategy, and when he is a Hayato, he is not willing to let his teammates face strong teammates. Let's go. Hayato said calmly. The calm before the storm. Shaluo looked at Hayabusa and said, is this the mask from your family? It's pretty good. That's right, Hayato put on the mask of Ichigo, Chakra plus 20%, recovery speed plus 10%. Ding. The system that hadn't seen any movement for a long time made a crisp sound. Host, Hyuga Hayato. Lottery task, repel the undead duo organized by Akatsuki. Task reward, a grade A lottery. Additional rewards, every time you destroy the heart of a corner, you can get a C-level draw, and kill one to get an S-level draw. Failure penalty, none. Whether to accept the task? Yes. Hayabusa did not hesitate. The task was to repel rather than kill. It seemed that the system was not optimistic about the possibility of Hayabusa killing the two. As for the penalty without failure? Oh, if you fail, you will die. Do you need any more serious punishment? The 3 Hayatos no longer hide their breath. In particular, Shaluolo's spiritism and reverse spiritism are nothing short of fanfare. Although Heiji Kakashi didn't know what had happened, he had an ominous premonition in his heart. Didai no longer sneered and said, "So there are other players, Konoha style, but how did they go? They've been hungry after squatting for a long time, so go for a snack. It's a pity that the Hayabusa is not here, otherwise I will complain about Tao D if I don't cut it. This year's power is enough." Seeing Konoha's Umbu appeared, although they didn't know why they didn't make a move, they walked away, but Didai didn't cut her mouth easily, but knew that the longer it was, the more disadvantaged she would be. He shouted in a deep voice, "White. Bai's perception is better than not cutting again." She discovered the existence of Hayato earlier, so she naturally understood the meaning of not cutting again. There must be a quick fight, in order not to cut Mr. Laugh. Bai Fei left the ice mirror. The goal was Naruto, who was overexhausted and lying dead on the ground, and no longer deliberately avoided the vital points. In the battle, Sasuke opened the will of writing, knowing that it was a trap, but didn't hesitate to rush forward and stand in front of Naruto. Great insight, great movement speed, great judgment. Beifo hit the ground and exclaimed, but, the plan was successful. While hitting Shiro, Bai's Kyanben and several Kyanben stabbed Sasuke's body. Bai's target was Sasuke from the beginning, and Naruto was the east who hit the west. It's really amazing. Bai admired again. He avoided all the vital points in an instant. As long as this child is given time to grow up, he will soon surpass me. Without killing Sasuke with a single blow, Shiro sighed with relief. Thinking that Sasuke was dead, Naruto's Kyuubi seal was stimulated by strong emotions. The 9 tails of the sealed space showed Bai Sensen's teeth. "Little devil, this is not for you. The more chakra leaks, the faster the seal will loosen, and the closer it will be to the day when the old man can regain his freedom. Humph, unlock the seal. After that, the first one tore you." After speaking, Kyuubi closed his eyes and ignored everything outside. Naruto has 9 tails, scarlet vertical pupils, sharp canine teeth, more obvious beard lines and long nails, without tails. Unforgivable, I am going to kill you. On the bridge. The battle has become fierce. P.S. Thanks to Book Friends 2017. P.S. Thanks to Book Friends 201707291653010114 for 1 recommendation, M1A 2.90 for 2 recommendation, Yang Xiaoling, Mosquito Sue's 3 recommendation, Call Me Next Door, 5 recommendation votes, Lemon Dumpling Sauce, Guyuixing Fatty's 6 recommended votes. P.S. Special thanks to the 100-point reward of Lemon Dumpling Sauce. P.S. There is a chapter in the evening. During the trial and push period, whether you are killing or fattening, collect it if you like. Chapter 40, The Immortal Body of Feiduan, 2 halves. Jiaodu and Feiduan wore black windbreakers embroidered with red clouds and walked slowly on the dirt road. Hey, I said Jiaodu, is it another mission to make money? This small country where birds don't lay eggs, can I kill it? It's been a long time since there has been a sacrifice, Lord Thulhu will be angry. Hey, you wouldn't it be boring if I didn't speak for a whole day? Me, it's terribly uncomfortable if you don't speak for a while. Oh, why are you staring at me and want to kill again? Can you do it cleanly? Kill, don't feel embarrassed, sometimes it's too boring, I will kill myself for fun. As a talker, Feiduan was talking to himself there, ignoring that his face was as dark as the bottom of the pot. Yep. Jiaodu suddenly kicked and kicked. Feiduan was chattering endlessly. Halfway through the conversation, the man flew 5 or 6 meters in the air and rolled 3 or 4 meters like a gourd. It hurts. Jiaodu, UBD, are you really going to kill me? Feiduan got up from the ground and accused Jiaodu, and then he found a hole in Jiaodu's calf, with black tentacles squirming. It's a pity. The Hayato who used the overstrike twist whip in the distance secretly regretted. He aimed at the fly section's neck, as long as it hits, With the power of overstrike the whip whip, the fly section will surely separate the corpse. Although it can't kill the fly section, it is enough to make him temporarily lose combat effectiveness. Oh, thank you, Jiaodu. I didn't expect that there are ninjas in such a rural area. It was a bit surprised. My head almost broke. It's dangerous, dangerous. Feiduan has some mental problems, but IQ is normal. Jiaodu's green eyes stared at the Hayato in the distance. Let's go, fly, and meet him. The way the other party greets guests is a bit special. Hayato did not try to hide again. He stood quietly in the middle of the road, waiting for the undead duo. Hey, the masked man, did you want to kill me just now? The mask looks good, how about giving it to me? In that case, I will. That's it? Forgive me. Hayato interrupted the flying section. Ha ha ha. As if hearing a super funny joke, Feiduan raised his forehead and laughed. It's been a long time since I met someone as funny as you. Forget it. Seeing you make me laugh so happy, it will make you die faster. Right. Jiaodu, don't make a move. No, wait. It's too late to beg for mercy. Just die obediently as a sacrifice. Hayato sternly said, it's not begging for mercy. I want to say, if I want to fight, can I fight the old man with green eyes and gloomy face behind him, as if everyone owes him money? Feiduan was taken aback. Why? Hayato grinned and said word by word, because, you are too ugly, too. Flying section, ######. The thunderous flying section directly threw the bloody March sickle, and the sickle slashed from top to bottom. Jiaodu said, the boring radical method. Hayato dodged sideways, and the sickle sank into the road fiercely. Hayato said relaxedly, will you do it then? Jiaodu said, no, not really. If you can kill him for me, I would be very grateful to you. The flying section yanked the telescopic rope attached to the sickle handle, and the sickle tore the ground. UBD, can you concentrate on fighting with others, polite and polite, no one taught you? Go to hell. I have to say that the face segment has a bad brain, but his physical skills are really good. Hayato didn't dare to be careless. Once he was cut by the three-stage blade of the sickle, the consequences would be unpredictable. The sickle, which has a huge attack range, must be dealt with first. 5-color thread. Read more at hottentalnovel.xyz. 5 transparent silk threads are cut on the retractable rope of the March sickle. The telescopic rope was undamaged. It is actually made of twisted thin steel wires. If you want to cut it, you must use Shishimaru. It's a pity that Hayato's swordsmanship is so bad that he dared not use it on such occasions. For a while, Hayato was chased by Phaeton in a panic and fled around. Jiaodu suddenly said, hey, I said Feiduan, you are really hopeless, he deliberately consumes your energy. The three-blade design of the bloody March sickle, coupled with the wire-stranded telescopic rope, constantly wields such a heavy weapon, it must consume a lot of physical strength. Hayato stopped and said, I said the old man, didn't I say that I can't make a move? Jiaodu said, did I take the shot? For this kind of life-saving old fox, psychological tactics are really useless. A hole, dare to fool me. Feiduan dropped the bloody March sickle, and a sharp jet-black spear slid out of his sleeve. He leaped high, like a frog jumping up. Is it because you have become angry and lost your mind, or how could you use such obvious tricks as flaws? Or is it arbitrarily reliant on the immortal body? Hayato's hesitation was only momentary. It was at that moment. No hollow profound meaning. Dance of the Three Suns and Moon. The three Sharano clones attacked from 3 angles. Boom. The clone disappeared after one blow, and there were 3 more bloody wounds on Feiduan's body. Moonlight Juhi. First quarter moon. In the transparent, Shaluoluo showed his figure, drew his knife and cut diagonally, forming a knife light like the first quarter of the moon. The knife slashed between the chest and abdomen of the flying section. Because of the huge power of the slash, the untouched flying section rose into the air again, sprinkling a lot of blood in the air. The first quarter moon became bloody. The flying segment that jumped up like a frog fell on its back to the ground, its limbs twitching like a frog. Fix 1. Shaluoluo grinned. Hayato complained, "Didn't you let you chop off your neck, head, hands, and feet?" Silalo. The intestines are flowing out, and the heart can be seen. Isn't that critical enough? But Saralo quickly understood why Hayato said that. Really, my uncle actually had such a miserable day, and it hurts me so much. The flying section lying on the ground sat up with support, stuffed his internal organs back into his abdominal cavity, and looked at his bare heart with interest. Hayato noticed that the heart was not beating. This is the same as Hayato's previous speculation. The reason for the undead body is that his body is already dead. In addition to the function of nerves, ingestion, and extraction of energy, other parts have been sacrificed to the evil god in some way. The relationship between Thulhu and Fudan is a bit like the relationship between a psychic beast and a contractor, but in this relationship, Thulhu is dominant. Jiaodu, sew it for me, hurry up. Feijuan yelled. Jiaodu said, "Didn't you tell me not to take action? How do you feel like you were almost finished?" Even with that, Jiaodu still stretched out slender tentacles on his hands and sutured the huge wounds between his chest and abdomen. Feijuan shook his head, and stood up as if nothing had happened. If it weren't for the stitched wounds and blood stains, Shaluoluo doubted whether he was hit by the knife. "Sooner or later, I will kill this BD Jiaodu," Feijuan muttered, raising his head to look at Hayato and Sharano. His eyes became frenzied. "It's been so miserable for a long time, I don't know why I am so excited. Could it be that Lord Thulhu particularly likes these two sacrifices? Ha ha ha. You two are more worthy of cursing." Hayato glanced at the corner. Jiaodu seems to understand what Hayato means. "Don't worry, it's not my turn to take action. Also, the flying section is a lunatic, but not a fool. You had better not underestimate him, he will die." Has Hayato underestimated the flying section? No, it's just not as important as Jiaodu. Feijuan defeated the two Yumiren with his own blood, although the Muren underestimated the enemy and lacked intelligence. But as a perfect human pillar power, Yumiren's strength is no small thing. In the original work, Feijuan did not show other ninjutsu except for physical exercises and death by blood. Feijuan can only use these two knives? Obviously not. Looking at Feijuan's enthusiastic eyes and an addict-like expression, Hayato exhaled. "Let the storm come harder." P.S. Thank you for M1A 2.90s 1 recommendation vote, Eulafly Flies 2 recommendation votes, and the Harmless Ghosts 4 recommendation votes. P.S. See you tomorrow in the next chapter. For the book friends group, it's not necessary now, just leave a comment and I will reply. Chapter 41, Repel the Undead Duo, 1/2. Great Lord Thulhu. Feijuan held his hands high, his expression becoming more and more frenzied. Suddenly, turn the arm inside. Puff. Feijuan's arm was inserted into his chest, and a bright red heart was held in Feijuan's hand. Bright red blood dripped from his fingers to the ground, and Feijuan used his feet to draw circles on the ground. Hayato remembered the formation of the Death Si Pinksuo, and quickly threw out the kunao with the detonating talisman. Ding! 2 kunao crashed in the air, and the detonating talisman exploded. Hayato and Horn made eye contact. "Hayato, didn't you say that you can't do it?" "Jiaodu, I just did it." Hayato really can't do anything. Anyway, punching the chest with a small fist is the ultimate forbidden technique, and it doesn't need to be killed. After drawing the big circle, Fei Duan drew another small concentric circle, and then placed the heart on it. "Give me strength, forbidden curse body!" Fei Duan shouted, a strong animation style in the second stage. Fei Duan's skin became silvery white, with black bone patterns on it, similar to the change in the death of Si Ping Shui, except that the black and white were reversed. "Hey hey, ha ha ha." Looking at Hayabusa and Chirano, Fei Duan laughed nervously, in the abyss of blood and darkness, confessed to the eternal evil god, pain. After speaking, Fei Duan rushed up with a jet-black spear, all over his body with flaws, only attacking but not defending. Nando Water Bird Fist. Fei Lu Yan Wu. Hayabusa wrapped chakra around his hands and brushed past the flying section, cutting through the flying section's limbs and neck. Nando Water Bird Fist is a fist that can cut people with a stick. It is gorgeous and fierce. However, only a wound of 1 or 2 centimeters deep was left on the body of the flying section, which was also fatal to other people. Fei Duan turned around to stab the falcon, and Chiroro made several heavy slashes and threw Fei Duan to the ground, leaving no deep cuts. "Ha." Fei Duan got up, the wound on his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then rushed up again. During the fight, Hayato found that Fei's skin was getting tougher and tougher, the wounds left by the two were getting smaller and smaller, the healing speed was getting faster and faster, and the strength and speed were gradually increasing. The so-called one loses the other long-term defense will lose. Hayato and Chirano began to feel a little unbearable. Could this guy turn the damage into chakra? Hayato glanced carefully. Really? The chakras of the flying segment have not decreased but increased. Hayato said to Shaluo, "I will entangle this lunatic, you go to destroy the formation." Shaluo flew away from the entanglement of the flying section and swung his knife towards the formation. The horns all crossed their arms and used hardening to resist Shaluo's slash. Sparks are flying everywhere. Chirano was numbed by the shock. Lay done. Pseudo-dark. Jiaodu's shot was the B-class thunder dun, and several sharp Lei Ji spears shot out from Jiaodu's mouth. Lei Dun's speed has always been known for being fast, and at such a close distance, Shaluo couldn't hide it completely. Lei Zi's big spear brushed Shaluo's left foot, blood dripping immediately, and at the same time, Shaluo's body was paralyzed. Wind escape. Suppress. The horns continued to seal, and the injured and paralyzed Sololo had no time to escape. Sorolo. The Hayato's eyes were splitting, and he wanted to rescue Sololo, but the flying section was like a dog-skin plaster and couldn't get rid of it. Puff. Half of the knot was printed, the corners were all bowed, and a knife tip was inserted from the back, and the front chest emerged. What do you want to do to my lovely subordinate? Hato suppressed his angry voice from behind Kotato. Boom, read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. At the same time, the detonation talisman blasted the flying formation and the heart to smash. The black and white lines on Fei Duan quickly faded away. Hateful. The fly segment attack that was restored to its original state became more and more crazier, but it was a pity that he was so powerless and slow to attack even the corner of the Hayabusa. The Hagiwakaido sword was pulled out, and the horns fell to the ground, as if dead. Hato Hatake helped Chirano to withdraw. He remembered Hayato said that this green-eyed guy had 5 independent chakra systems. Combined with the situation of the undead lunatic, Hato Hatake didn't think that horns were so easy died. Sure enough, Jiaodu saw that Hato did not relax his vigilance, so he slowly got up from the ground. He tore off the black windbreaker from his body, revealing the 4 masks on his back. Fei Duan gloated and said, "Hey, Jiaodu, your heart is broken. Are you going to die here today? The weather is pretty good." Jiaodu gloomily pointed at everyone present. "How dare I destroy my precious heart, the price of doing it? You, all of you will die." Fei Duan smiled carelessly. "Ah, Jiaodu, what are you pointing at me? Do you count me? Haha, I'm a heartless person, just blown up. Close your mouth. The corners can't wait to sow Feiduan's mouth with grievances immediately. His throat let out a low roar like a wild beast, and 4 black tentacle mask monsters separated from Jiaodu's body. One of them was pierced by the sea fighting, and after landing, it fluttered a few times without moving. Kakuto continued, speaking of your physical skills and swordsmanship, you are familiar with it? If I'm not mistaken, you are Konoha's ninjas. Although the leader has explained, don't provoke Konoha's ninjas for now. I went to my door to die. I miss it very much, the Konoha ninja who first played against me, the first generation of Naruto. Hayato sneered. Jiaodu said angrily, little devil, don't you believe it? No, no. I believe it. Hayato waved his hand and smiled. I was just thinking, did the original Hokage-sama rub you on the ground or hang you with a hammer on the tree? By the way, how did you escape? Like. Got into the soil and escaped like a bug. At this moment, even Shaluologo and Haido laughed, but the happiest laugh was the flying section. He clutched his stomach and leaned forward and backward with a smile, almost rolling on the ground. Jiaodu gritted his teeth and said, you stinky kid, die. Water escape. The technique of a big waterfall. Lay done. Walk on the ground. The 2 masked tentacles release ninjutsu separately. The electric light of the ground walking meanders on the water surface of the great waterfall technique, and the range is more than twice that of the original place. This is the power of combined ninjutsu, and when used well, it is not necessarily worse than some blood inheritance limits. Hayato hurriedly jumped onto the tree. There seemed to be crackling electric lights on the water under the trees, which was shocking. Haha, now you have nowhere to run. Feijuan yelled strangely while attacking the Hayabusa. Sharanyo and Kaido want to support Hayato, but they are stopped by Kodato and 2 masked monsters. Be careful! Sarolo suddenly yelled. A masked monster suddenly appeared behind Feijuan. Huo done. Hard work. A large range of ninjutsu is enveloped together with the flying section. Falcon. Sololo yelled desperately. Jiaodu sneered, little devil, you are still too tender. The fire gradually receded. Hayato's figure emerged from the dissipated flames, and his clothes changed from Anbi's clothing to fiery red fur. Fire Rat Chu Fire Ninjutsu Defense plus 80%. Fire Rat Chu's effect is really leveraged, soaking in the fire escape, warm and warm. Super Strike Whip. Snapped. Hit. The monster's mask was broken into hundreds of pieces, and the universal glue couldn't stick it back. Jiaodu's complexion changed drastically, and his fire-attributed heart was destroyed. While facing Hato, he gloomily watched the Hayato strolling in the afterglow of the flames. I said, Shaluologo, what are you crying for, it's too ugly. Sarolo slapped Hayato on his chest, UBD, you scared me to death. Hato sighed with relief, obviously, it can be used to defend against the sky. It's really not that simple. Destroy another mask. It's good. Hayato rubbed his chest and said, Mr. Jiaodu, are you still fighting? Do you have to split it up? It seems that we don't have such a big hatred. Sniffing his nose, Hayato smelled a scent of meat. Feijuan got up and scolded, a hole, you obviously attacked me first. Is that right? Hayato was not embarrassed at all. Then I apologize. The horns squinted, you run out of chakras, and your little lover is almost the same, and he is injured. Shaluologo tweeted, who do you think is the little lover? Hayabusa said, Mr. Kakuto is really observant, you can see this, haha, but our captain is almost full. If you continue to fight, at least 1 or 2 hearts can be killed. After dragging it down, Konoha reinforcements arrive. I'm afraid you really want to explain here. Feijuan shouted, Jiaodu, You wouldn't listen to this BD, right? I'm very annoyed. If you don't sacrifice them, Lord Thulhu will be angry. Shut up. The horns gritted their teeth and looked at Hayato. Boy, what's your name? Hayato chuckled and said, Umbu wears a mask to hide his name. It is not convenient to disclose the name, but you can call me Tianyasha. Tianyasha. Jiaoduo chanted twice in a low voice, and said loudly, Little devil, don't die casually, you will be charged for your life. Water escape. A big burst of water rushes. Lay done. Liun cavity wave. After the mask monster released the two ninjas, he went back into the body of Jiaodu along the gap in the skin. The corners were holding the flying section that was still yelling and left. A parting gift. Bagua Palm. Huishan. The semicircular chakra shield enveloped the three of them, bounced off the approaching water and lightning one by one. Fu. The battle has come to an end. Peace. Thank you book friend 201809051550426686, M1A 2.90, my name is Xia Bing Hai, 1 recommendation vote of CAI 1987625, book friend 20172202049453 is blindingly colored, 2 recommendation votes of The Wind That Imprisons Freedom, Yang Xiaoling, The Flower is the Pancake 3 recommended votes, Fang, Xiao Xiao, and Sleep Peacefully, 4 recommended votes for The Contractor of the Wind, 5 recommended votes for A Good Man, 6 recommended votes for Lemon Dumpling Sauce, 8 recommended votes for Xinjia Wuhan. Brothers are awesome. PS to report, test the water and push the 10th among the 20 on Sunday and Monday, and the newcomer author is already satisfied. See you tonight in the next chapter. Chapter 42, Post-War Lottery, 2 halves. Seeing Jiaodu and Feiduan leaving cleanly and neatly, Shalolo was a little incredulous, just left. Hayabusa said, otherwise? It doesn't matter if someone like Jiaodu becomes a monster in order to survive. Even if he is superb and experienced, he can't change his fear of death. Such a person is strong, but he lacks desperate efforts. Courage. Especially when life is threatened, the habitual will retreat strategically. Strategic retreat. Just run away. Sharano nodded, so he and the first generation of Naruto-sama really fought against each other, but it was a strategic retreat in the end. Hayabusa said, who knows? Should I ask when I reincarnated from the dirty soil between Senjuju? However, it is very unlikely to remember the thick lines between Senjuzuzu to show off his personality. Unless Jiaodu left a deep impression on him at that time. Hato was looking around. Shalolo asked, what are you looking for? Hato replied, the body of the destroyed mask monster is gone. Hayato didn't pay attention either, probably because the horns were taken away by the chaos. Shalolo said, such an enemy, I don't want to run into it again. Hayato smiled bitterly, Konoha and Akatsuki were opposed to each other, and sooner or later they would meet. Phaeton is the bottom of Akatsuki, that is, there are 8 such enemies in Akatsuki. It hurts to think about it. Ding. The crisp sound of the system relieves Hayato's headache in time. Host, Hyuga Hayato. Lottery task, repel the undead duo organized by Akatsuki. The task has been completed. Bonus, destroy 2 of the hearts of Jiaodu. Currently draws are available, once for a level and twice for C level. Is there a lottery? Lottery. The first is the A-level lottery draw, which is still the Jagaga card lottery. After the white light passed, a card appeared in Hayato's mind. This is, the Black Ghost. The Black Ghost is a human-shaped ghost composed of unknown substances in demi. The whole body is wrapped in a bandage, which is similar to the existence of a clone. Humans with black ghosts are called demi-humans. Some people have suggested that demi-humans are actually a new species and can no longer be called humans. Demi has an immortal body. After death, the body will be recast and restored to its best state. It is a more genuine existence than the undead body of flying section and angle. Does the system reward the undead if you fight against two undead? Can you fly so much in the future? Do you want to merge? The system prompts. Fusion. In fusion, fusion is successful. The system prompts again. In the virtual panel of the system, there is one more item, Chakra Ghost. The idea was focused on the Chakra Ghost, and immediately there was information showing, the Chakra Ghost is composed of the host's special chakra. The Chakra Ghost disappears when the ghost suffers fatal damage. It takes 30 days to regroup. When the host is fatally injured, can be transferred to Chakra Ghost. Although it was far inferior to the Black Ghost, which was equivalent to a life-saving item once a month, Hayato was very satisfied. In contrast, there were two C-level lottery draws, one for flexible love and one for parasitic line. Love that stretches freely is the thinking ability of Hisoso in Full-Time Hunter. After fusion, the thread of the thread fruit is more elastic and sticky. The parasitic line is one of the original abilities of the line fruit. After fusion, it can only be used by people with low strength. The greater the difference in strength, the lower the difficulty of manipulation, which is a bit tasteless. It is partially similar to the puppet line in function. The result of the lottery was satisfactory, and sure enough, my system did not cheat the host. The battle between Kakuto and Haiden requires concentration. During this time, Hayato did not pay attention to the situation on the bridge. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. At this time, Hayato looked at it with white eyes. It was similar to the original. Suzuki was lying injured and breathing weakly, but in fact there was nothing serious. Naruto didn't even have a wound. Bai was lying on the ground, breathing had stopped, but the chakra system was still running, in a state of suspended animation. If there is no first aid, fake death becomes real death. No longer cut the scars, the ultimate mouth of Naruto and Kakashi burst into tears. Probably knowing that his death is approaching, let his true feelings be revealed. Hato asked, "How is the situation?" Hayabusa said, "Everything is fine." Hato breathed a sigh of relief. If the mission did not fail, that would be great. Hayabusa said, "Let's go, and take a look on the bridge." Shaluologo said, "Don't hide and seek." Hayabusa said, "I've been watched, what else are you hiding?" Shaluologo's lips moved twice. Hayato clearly heard a voice, and couldn't help but wonder, "What are you talking about? Speak louder." Hato smiled and said, "It's really nice that she said Hayato is okay. For it. Just move your lips twice, and the content is so rich. Could it be that women's lips are stronger?" Hayato looked at Sarolo suspiciously. Shaluologo habitually pinched the soft flesh around his waist, staring at Kimuhatu. "I want you to talk more." "Hayato? You stare at the captain, but why do you pinch me? A creature like a woman is sometimes very cute, sometimes very unreasonable. Most of the time, they are unreasonably cute women. Boss Hayato." Seeing Hayato, Naruto ran over with his nose and tears. Suzuki, wow. Even after changing the mask, Naruto recognized Hayato at a glance. Hayato put his hand against Naruto's forehead. "If you dare to put your nose on me, I won't save your good friend." Naruto was taken aback. "You mean Suzuki?" After sighing, Hayato walked to Suzuki and said to the tearful Kozakure who was lying on the ground, "Hey, pink-haired girl, please let me please." Without waiting for her reaction, Hayato pointed at Suzuki's chest. Cough, cough. Suzuki exhaled the stagnant foul air in his chest. "Don't move." Hayato stopped Suzuki who wanted to sit up. "I will touch the numb point on your body, don't resist, so it will be less painful when I pull out Kanben." "No need." Suzuki gritted his teeth and pulled out Senbon one by himself. I probably want to remember this painful feeling. Anyway, Kyanben avoided the key. No matter how he pulled it out, Hayato didn't bother to care about it. Only Kozakura saw tears from the side. Thank you, Suzuki said. Hayabusa said, no, you can't die anyway. Hayato got up and walked in front of Bai's corpse, reaching out and tapping several acupuncture points. No longer screamed, what are you doing? He dragged his bloody body and rushed over. Why do they all like to slap so much? Naruto is like that, even if he doesn't cut it, it's obviously different age groups, so why is the behavior the same? Hayato was polite to Naruto, not polite to not cutting again, and fell to the ground with a punch. Kakashi came over and said, what's the matter? Hayabusa said, this person hasn't died yet. If you don't save it, you will really die. Do you want to save it? Struggling on the ground without beating again, then suddenly kowtow, save her, save her. Hayato looked at Kakashi. Kakashi thought about not cutting the original blood and mercilessly, then looking at the current one, and finally sighed and said, save it. Hayabusa said, I have said in advance that this person has injured his heart and damaged meridians. Even if he is saved, he may not be a ninja anymore. After thinking about it, the tools may not be useful. Save. This sentence is for no longer cut. Boom. 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 He didn't say anything again, and answered Hayato with 3 rattles. Suture. The thread thinner than the hair enters the white body and repairs the damaged heart and blood vessels. Kakashi opened the writing wheel and watched with interest the Hayato using sutures to treat whiteness. The use of sutures was quite a waste of energy. After all the sutures were completed, Hayato wiped the sweat from his forehead. Shaluoluo said sourly on the side, holding on the girl's chest all the time, you should be sweating and drooling. Hayabusa said, what little girl, this is a man. Man. Sarulo's eyes widened, the same expression as Hayato had before. I don't believe it, I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Impossible, impossible, impossible. How could there be such a cute boy paper? If it is placed in a previous life, book friends will definitely say, so cute, it must be a boy's paper. Peace. Thank you for M1A 2.90, 2 recommended votes of Blinding Color, 4 recommended votes of Tei Immortal King, 10 recommended votes of Shishinai 110, thank you for your support. PS special thanks to the 100-point reward of lemon dumpling sauce. PS 2 more changes will be made tomorrow. Seeking collection and recommendation is related to the next website recommendation. Chapter 43, Cardo with Cup, 1/2. Just when Didai's cold-blooded person setting completely collapsed, Cardo, the special money-dropping mob appeared. Oh, the battle was unexpectedly tragic. If you don't cut it again, it looks ugly and disappointing. But, anyway, I didn't intend to let you leave this country alive, so I dared to squeeze my wrist. Cardo continued to exert his spirit of death, and behind him stood a large number of strangely shaped thugs. It can be seen that he is full of confidence. If he knew that there were 10,000 enemies in this world, and the group of 5 dregs under his team were not even bean sprouts, he would not know what he would think. Of course he didn't know, so he could only dominate in a closed island country like Poland. Of course he didn't know. The results of his desperately making money were threefold. First, to raise funds for Didai not to seek a country of water. Second, work for Xiao organization. Third, Konoha is cheaper. Either way, the ending of Cardo is destined to be miserable. So far, the final winner belongs to Konoha. Konoha obtained Kato's huge wealth, and then used it to build the nation of waves. The country of Poland gets funds, and the development process of economy and people's livelihood produces the task of hiring ninjas, which is mutually beneficial, and everyone is happy. Someone asked, why invest in Poland and increase tasks to earn rewards? Wouldn't it be more straightforward to put Cardo's money in your pocket? Not like this. For the ninja village, funding is the foundation of the development of the ninja village. Increasing the strength of the ninja through tasks is the means, and training a strong ninja is the ultimate goal. Ninja village needs money, but whether it is strong or not depends on the number and quality of ninjas. Mamaji no longer swayed to stand up, and said to the falcon, "Let me give you a hand." Hayato blinked, "Will you pay it back?" Why are you looking at me like this, borrowing and repaying it? It's not difficult to borrow again. Do not cut the peach land again, 0. Why don't you play your cards according to common sense? Hayato smiled and said, "Just kidding, what are you doing so serious? Just now I was fighting to death. Is it a joking situation now?" Everyone was speechless. But Hayato was so gagging, the atmosphere was much more relaxed. Hayato said to Mamaji again, "Your blood is almost drained, and you will die if you mess up. You owe me a favor, and you may have to pay it back. Wouldn't it be a bit excessive?" Everyone nodded together, "Excessive?" Only Dai nodded solemnly, "Yes, I do owe you a life." Hayato said to the people, "Look, this is a high level of mental awareness. The grace of dripping water will be reported by the spring. I know how many meals have you eaten me, and what. Please give me some kindness in time." Shaluolugo turned his head and looked at the sea level where Tianshui meets in the distance. "Why is the sky so blue? Hayato is talking? Why can't I hear a word?" Well, Hayato gave up and watched Naruto Uzumaki. This kid often yelled for a treat, but every time his wallet was empty. Why take your empty wallet with you every time to lie to yourself? Forget it, it seems that I can only get rid of Zishin. Somewhere. UNV Zishin, who was on the mission, suddenly had a chill, and suddenly sneezed. The teammate cared, "Have you caught a cold?" UNV Shishen shook her head, "No, it just kind of itchy nose suddenly." He also felt a deep malice. Regarding this malice, the experienced woman Zishin thought of Hayato for the first time, and at the same time was deeply worried about her wallet. On the bridge. Seeing the ninjas chatting and laughing, without any fear, Cardo felt that he was ignored. If he asks, "Do you bastards look down on me?" Hayato will tell him with certainty, "Yes, just look down." Cardo was furious, and shouted at the miscellaneous players, "Kill them. I'll give 1,000,000 taels." Cardo offered a seemingly extremely high price and yelled with excitement. A bunch of idiots who have never seen the world. If all the corners are there, you must shake your head and refuse no answer. The price is too low. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Hayato suddenly waved his hand, "Everyone, give me a face, don't make a move, let me do it myself. Just finished playing the King's round, come to the Bronze round to relax." Although the Bronze players may be unpleasant, but who can you blame for the match, God? And it just happens to be able to try the new ninjutsu just got. For Hayato's request, most people took 2 steps back, expressing that they would be happy to see the result. Dasuna expressed concern. Suzuki looked unhappy. Naruto is more direct, the technique of multiple shadow clones. A group of Naruto rushed up. What if teammates want to grab the head? It's very simple, grab the skill with him. Parasitic line. A large group of threads flew out of the Hayato's fingers, scattered in the air, and then fell like a meteor shower, and inserted into the bodies of the group of young men. "Ah, I can't move. The body is moving by itself, what's the matter?" "Don't." The little guys screamed in horror, chopping their own and each other, and the scene was weird. Although Naruto rushed forward, in the face of such a situation, he didn't know for a while whether he should make a move or how to make a move. After hesitating for a while, Naruto found that all the enemies had been injured and fell to the ground. On the opposite side, only Kaduo is left. Hayato looked at Cardo with a smile. Cardo was still in shock, and it took a while to react. He turned around and ran desperately on his short legs. Want to run? A parasitic wire is inserted into the back of the card. A frog with a mouth, 2 eyes, and 4 legs, jumped into the water with a plop. Hayato controlled Cardo, making him leap towards the beach like a frog. Let me go, I have money, all to. Puff. Before he finished speaking, Cardo jumped into the sea from the bridge, and the possibility of surviving was extremely low visually. Hayato took out his wallet from his body and patted it a few times. Task, it sounds like I have no money. Although it's only a few hundred taels. No, it should be more than that, Silalo. Silalo pretended to pick his nostrils. What are you doing? Don't call me if it's okay, don't call me if it's okay. Yesterday you bought teriyaki, and you ate it too. It was delicious when you ate it, but now it hurts pee. Hayato, oh. Yesterday, I thought it was Hato's treat, and I had a very happy meal. The extreme of happiness creates sorrow. Forget it, it's unsatisfactory to meet people. Hayato had no choice but to comfort himself. At noon, the first wave of support arrived. It was actually the third class, Kaiban. How are you? Hayato added spices to the grilled fish and said in surprise. Hayato, it's you. Lee Look didn't expect that it was Hayato who asked for help, and shouted happily. Everyday complained, isn't it about super emergency rescue? We didn't have any food, and we ran all the way. Hayabusa said, it's super urgent. Wait, the fish is going to be scorched. I will turn it over. I said, why are you looking at me like that? I mean the situation was super urgent at the time, not that the fish was turned over. It was really urgent. Yes, am I such an unreliable person? Ningsi, I said, yes. Hayato covered his heart, am I the kind of person in your eyes? My heart hurts. Lee Look said anxiously, what's wrong with Hayato? Is it heartache? Did you get hurt during the battle? Medi said on the side, Lee, hurry up and put Hayato on his back, let's go to the doctor. Ningsi, I. Every day caress the forehead in speechless. Hayato saw Lee Look, who had squatted down, and his expression was like this, 0. The teasing behavior of these two goods is not once or twice, but I can't get used to it at all. Hayato sighed, Lee, I'm fine. Lee Look worried, really alright. Hayato said, it's okay, since I haven't eaten yet, just sit down and have some. Silalo. Hayato yelled loudly while pulling his throat. On the surface of the sea was rolling, and Silalo jumped out of the water, carrying a fish on his shoulder, a shark. Boom. Saralo threw the shark nearly 2 meters long in front of Hayato. I want to eat this. Every day, why are you here? Call. Hayato, #. Hayato told himself to be calm and angry to hurt the liver. Peace. Thank you for M1A20.90, Niu Now, Zionio for 10 days, Evil Dragon Flying Feather CBVBF, Miracle Color Hyuxia Red, Stretched Waist Fairy, the protagonist his father. Cowardly, Shinayu Yingyi, my name is Xia Binghai, book friend 201712202049453113, book friend 201703220106122118, 4 Cats Yang Fat, fall in love with ZDY, Wu Xie, Yang Xiaoling, Qingxian Side, Fenjiun 3 Kingdoms, Tai Fairy, the Contractor of the Wind, L, the Remains of the Gods and Demons, a Good Man. Can't See, Lemon Dumpling Sauce, Mosquito Soup, Harmless Ghost, I like to read more, Shishinai 110 recommendation ticket. Peace. Thank you for the 100-point reward of Lemon Dumpling Sauce. P.S. There is one more chapter in the evening. Seeking collection and recommendation, the ranking rose by 1, thank you for your support. Chapter 44, Whole. The shark meat smells of urine. If you want to eat it, you need special treatment. Obviously, there are no such conditions at the moment. Sililo did not eat shark meat in the end. In fact, as soon as the meat is put on the fire, the smell makes everyone flee. After eating and drinking, Sharonola went to the beach every day to pick up shells. The boys sit on the beach and chat. Liluo said solemnly, "Hayato, thank you for your ninjutsu scroll." "Oh, you said Nail Fist, I don't need it anyway," Hayato said. "In fact, it's not that it's not useful, but that it's not growing well. The upgrade of nail boxing requires pure steel boxing and super strong physique, while Hayato's route is soft boxing and ninjutsu. If Hayato directly uses the scrolls, he can directly obtain the triple nail boxing, while Liluok needs to learn from the double nail boxing. If Hayato wants to upgrade Ding Quan, he needs to rely on the system. But Liluok doesn't need it. He only needs to master the skills, and then as his strength grows, the nail boxing naturally continues to evolve. Imagine that Liluok, who opened 5 doors, can at least use 12 nail punches. How many seconds can Gaara's sand armor hold in front of him? Maybe Junmaro's bones can hold it, but the destructive power of Nail Fist is a deep thrust, and hard bones alone cannot completely defend it. Liluok was defeated by Gaara and Junmaro, although there were 2 turtle-like defenses that restrained Liluok, and the lack of powerful destructive tactics was also one of the reasons for his defeat. Kai's Yekai is actually a kick, and what really destroys the world is the power that destroys the world under the 8-gate Dungia formation. That kick almost made the finale. Imagine even more boldly. Kai, who opened the 8 doors, used infinite nail punches. Can Madara be able to resist? At midday, Konoha's second wave of support arrived, coming from Shiranui Genma, Jingzuotong, Daiwahi, and an Umbu team. The 3 of Shiranui Genma were the guards of the 4th generation of Meme Hokage, and they were deeply trusted by the Bofen Water Gate, and were personally taught the Flying Thunder God art by the Bofen Water Gate. It's a pity that the 3 of them have limited talents, and they can only form a formation in the end and use the formation of Thunder God. Flying Thunder God's array can transfer objects or human bodies in the array to other places. Sarutobi's intention is very clear. When necessary, the 3 will use the Thunder God array to teleport Naruto and Sasuke away. I don't know if it was originally known, or was told by the 3 previous generations of the mission. The 3 already knew that Naruto was the posthumous child of the 4th generation of Hokage, and Naruto's vision was obviously different. The NB squad has 4 people, 3 upper ninjas and 1 medical ninja, and the lineup is quite strong. The leader of the team is Nara Saltwater, and the members are Santanaka Yamanaka and Naoki Irie. Nara Saltwater is Hokage's confidant, and he often runs errands for Hokage, so he has a relationship with Hayato in several ways. Hayato and Yamanaka Santan are the most familiar. They used to interrogate prisoners together in Konoha prison. Hayato was deeply impressed by the mysticism of the middle family of Santianchan in the mountains. When Nara Shuijin saw that all the ninjas in Konoha village had all their tails, he was relieved, and at the same time he was muttering whether it was too exaggerated to ask for help in black. Next, everyone came to the scene where Hayabusa battled with Angle and Flying Section. The scene of the battle, just like the scene after the natural disaster, stunned those who came here for the first time. Nara Saltwater no longer doubted the necessity of Black asking for help, and instead expressed his admiration and gratitude to the death of Heidoki Kaido's squad. The IQ of Nara Saltwater is extremely high, and the course of the battle can be inferred only by the large traces left over from the present. However, there are so many things that make him puzzled. Nara Salt had to ask Hato, read more at hotuntalnovel.xyz. Hato said helplessly, "The main force of the battle is Hayato, so let him answer your questions." "What?" Nara Yenhui couldn't help but exclaimed, and everyone looked at Hayato with incredulous eyes. Being able to participate in this level of battle is already very impressive, and I didn't expect that the young man in front of him was the biggest main force. Hayato waved his hand again and again, saying, "It's the captain who exaggerated it." Nara Shuijin said in his heart, "Sure enough, it's just Hato Loki, which makes sense." Hayato started his story with a sneak attack using the Super Strike Whip. Then he was immediately interrupted by Nara Saltwater. "You said you were sniping 200 meters away, how powerful is it?" The reason for asking this is that most of the ninja's ninjutsu are mid to close range attacks. 200 meters are already in the category of ultra distance. Nara Saltwater doubts Hayato's so-called sniper ability. Super Strike Whip. It's complicated to say. Hayato didn't bother to say it and just demonstrate it directly. Boom. 200 meters away, a thick tree with a thick sea bole broke, and its crown slammed on the ground and roared. Others present couldn't help but put themselves on the ground. When faced with such a sniper, could they avoid it? Many people sweated coldly. Nara Saltwater stated on the Kakuto intelligence, high vigilance and quick response. Next, when describing the flying section using the Bloody March sickle to fight the Hayato, Nara Saltwater stated on the flying section's intelligence, wide range of weapon attacks, flexible landscaping. Speaking of flying high with a jet black spear, Nara Saltwater added, arrogant and reckless. Then, it was the 3-day moon dance with Sa Luoluo's timing close to perfect, Moonlight Juhi. The first quarter of the moon did indeed cut the mid-flying section of the chest and abdomen. Nara Yanhui was considering whether to delete the information on the fly section. After all, he was a dead person. Wait, you said that the flying section is okay, and it's not the same as everyone else, are you sure? Then Nara Yanhui was shocked again. Are you sure you are not describing the characters in the novel? He looked at Hato and wanted to confirm whether it was Hayato. Hato knew that some things were hard to believe without seeing it with his own eyes, so he nodded solemnly. The ninja itself is beyond common sense, isn't it? Nara Saltwater hesitated to add, immortal body to the information column of Phaeton. Then, forbidden curse body, horns are almost physically immune to hardening, 5 hearts and 5 lives. 4 tentacles monsters, 5 types of ninjutsu attacks all kinds of situations like a fantasy. Until Jiaodu and Feijuan retreated, everyone was shocked and numb. In the end, Nara Shuishi stopped questioning, and merely recorded the information mechanically. As expected of Konoha's strongest clan. Everyone sighed with emotion. Hayato? What's the matter with the Hyuga clan again? Obviously it is me, a wave of perfect show of Hyuga Hayato. Forget it, anyway, if you encounter something beyond the scope of understanding, everyone will explain the reason to the Hyuga clan. This saves the Hayabusa a lot of trouble. For example, Fire Rat Chu. Well, the collection of the Hyuga clan, do not explain. After a long time, Naruto still looked unbelieving. This is ninjutsu. This is not ninjutsu, right? This can't be ninjutsu. Ning Si was silent, the fire in his eyes was burning. Lee looked admired. He deserves to be the Hayabusa who defeated me. Sasuke clenched his fist tightly. I also want to become stronger than everyone else. Hayabusa said, by the way, from the point of view of the forehead, the flying section is the rebel of Tangian village, and the immortal body should be related to a certain Thulhu sect. The horns are the rebels of Takan village, and they have fought against the first generation. There may be records in the database. After repeated confirmations, the Shiranui Genma III used the Thunder God array to send the salt water back to Konoha. Not only because of the weird and powerful abilities of Jiaodu and Feiduan, but also because the two of them wore uniforms, indicating that there may be a hidden organization behind them. Such important information needs to be reported to Master Naruto immediately. P.S. Thank you for M1A 2.90s 1 recommendation vote, Urans Cummings 3 recommendation votes, 4 recommendation votes of God falling in the mortal world, and 5 recommendation votes of peak blood water. P.S. In the next chapter, try to be as early as possible tomorrow, ask for collection, today's rise is less, ask for support. Chapter 45, Hayato Style Beak, 1/2. After the battle was over and the intelligence collection was completed, the 3 people and the remaining Umbu did not leave immediately. They surveyed the surrounding area of Poland to make sure that the undead duo would not kill a carbine. Salilo, Suzuki, and Kakashi were originally minor injuries. After being treated by a medical ninja, they recovered within a few days. The supporting force left on the 3rd day after arrival. Cardo's body was found, or part of it was found, most of it went into the belly of the fish. The construction of the bridge proceeded in an orderly manner and in full swing. Kakashivan and Hayabusa each continue their mission, but Hayabusa no longer needs to hide in the dark. The tree climbing training of Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura is coming to an end. Naruto occasionally finds Hayato to practice. On this day, Hayato easily beat Naruto to the ground. Sasuke's eyes were so hot that he finally couldn't help it. "Old Hayato, boss, please fight me." Sasuke learned Naruto's name for Hayato, probably feeling awkward. After all, Hayato's age is there, such a name is full of shame, only Naruto's natural name. "Call me Hayato, I'm 1 year older than you." "Yes, Hayato-senpai." Sasuke did not call his name directly after all. "Why do you want to fight me?" Hayato asked. Sasuke replied, "I want to become stronger, I want to know my strength, please fight me seriously." Haha. Hayato smiled, "Do you think Naruto played a trick when I played against it?" Sasuke was silent, it seemed to him that way. Hayato said, "You recognize Naruto's efforts, but you don't seem to recognize Naruto's talent and strength. In my opinion, Naruto's talent is not inferior to you. If you continue to hold such arrogant thoughts, Naruto will surpass you one day." "No. You can't beat Naruto now." "Impossible." Sasuke didn't believe it at all, especially after opening the writing wheel, his confidence was very swelled. "How impossible? Don't forget that Naruto defeated Bai." "Haha. You think Naruto is lucky, or you think it's not Naruto's drag, and the one who defeated Bai is you." Hayato continued. Kakashi said, "Bai is better than him. Although this is open to question, Bai's strength is beyond doubt. So, how did you and Naruto last so long under Shiro? Bai had been merciful from the beginning. Not only do you look down on Naruto, but you also look down on Kakashi-senpai. Copying a ninja is not based on writing round eyes. You think so? Let me tell you 2 facts. First, Senior Kakashi became the Zenin at the age of 5, and at the age of 12, he was promoted to the Shangnin when he was the same age as you. No one can ignore this talent. Kakashi's predecessor is the deceased Sakumo predecessor Konoha White Fang, your father, the legendary son, and must respect him. 3 points. With talent and family heirlooms, you think that Kakashi was the result of writing Lunyan, but in fact, it was the writing Lunyan that dragged him down. You have opened your eyes, and you know the most about the consumption and burden of writing round eyes. Second, the usual Naruto's chakra volume is 10 times that of yours, and even 100 times that of yours when it breaks out. This is one of his talents. Why do you think you can easily defeat Naruto?" After listening to Hayato's words, Sasuke fell into a kind of confusion. Hayato continued, "In some religions, there are 7 original sins among the evil deeds of mankind, from the most serious to the least. They are arrogance, jealousy, rage, laziness, greed, gluttony, and lust. Arrogance comes first. Read more at hotentalnovel.xyz. Hayato took off the mask and said, "You should be familiar with these eyes. White eyes, writing round eyes, and the legendary reincarnation eye are also called the 3 pupils. You come to me to fight with you, not to Kakashi Sr. The big reason is because of these eyes. Your arrogance makes you think that you have the right to fight against Xiao Lunyan with a blank eye, right? Sasuke, arrogance makes you look up at the sky like a frog at the bottom of a well. Wow, the sky turns out to be the size of the wellhead. Tell me, why do you want to become stronger? Sasuke gritted his teeth. Is there a man I have to kill with my own hands? Uchiha Itachi. Do you know that man? How can I say that I am also a member of the Hyuga clan? I still know the secret. And Uchiha Itachi has a legendary existence in Enby. Hearing that Hayato knew Itachi, Sasuke became excited. Senior Hayato, please tell me how strong that person is and how can we beat him? How strong is Itachi? Itachi is very strong. This is Hayato's answer, but Itachi's power is not only a kaleidoscope of writing round eyes, but also his reaction and strategy in battle. The latter is abstract and difficult to describe in detail. After thinking about it, Hayabusa said, do you know the two monsters that fought with me the other day? N. Sasuke nodded. Hayabusa said, it's hard to imagine that such a monster exists, isn't it? Sasuke nodded again. So, things beyond common sense in the ninja world abound. Don't let yourself be a frog at the bottom of the well. But Hayato turned around. What I want to say is that the two people tied together are not enough for Uchiha Itachi to fight alone. It is not Hayato to tout Uchiha Itachi, or to overestimate Uchiha Itachi's strength. Uchiha Itachi's Amaterasu completes the immortal body of the Kifi I section. Can't be hacked, right? Burn to ashes to see if you die? Kakuto may be a little troublesome. I don't know if the illusion of writing round eyes is useful for him, but the existence of the need to be able to make Kakuto's 5 attribute ninjutsu is greatly reduced. The odds of winning in front of Itachi are infinitely close to zero. Hayato's words plunged Sasuke into deep pain. He imagined the power of Itachi. When this power was beyond imagination, he was lost in confusion. Can I surpass such a person? If not, how can I get revenge? This kind of bewildered person has a deep understanding, because he has also had it. Uchiha Madara is so powerful, Kagaya him is so perverted. Can I surpass them? Can I defeat them? Hayato enlightened Sasuke with the self-enlightened words at the beginning. If a tree is 5 meters high and 10 meters high, we will climb it up, but when it is 10,000 meters high, we will be confused, but the tree is there. Climb 1 meter. It's 1 meter close to the top of the tree. Those who stay under the tree and look up are always under the tree. In the second half of the sentence, the Hayabusa did not say, when you climb to 10,000 meters, the tree grew to 20,000 meters, then it really hurts. Life is not a comic. It is impossible for Hayato to be after a few sentences. Sasuke is like Daigo enlightenment and enlightenment. For 2 days, Sasuke seemed to disappear from the world. Brother Ying looked at the Hayabusa very resentful. On the 3rd day, Sasuke came to Hayato again. His face was a little haggard, but his eyes were bright. Hayato knew that Sasuke had no problem, but he didn't know how much he heard. Senior Hayato, please advise. Sasuke used the word enlightenment instead of the previous competition. Please advise. Hayato also said, teach others not to be arrogant, first of all to be humble. Hayato also wants to fight against Sasuke, to see the ability of writing round eyes, even if it is only a weak Sasuke. Maybe Hayato and Sasuke will have a life and death battle when they grow up, let alone Uchiha Dado and Uchiha Madara. It's a bit to accumulate a little experience. P.S. Thank you Zilong Fiiu, my name is Xia Binghai, CBVBF for 1 recommendation, Tianlong Pashuang for 3 recommendation, Super Salty Caviar 5 recommendation, 6 recommendation for Lemon Dumpling Sauce, Yezinyun, Shishinai 110 of 10 recommended votes. P.S. There is one more chapter in the evening. Chapter 46, Back to Konoha Dinner, 2 halves. Sasuke and Itachi have similar fighting styles, they both pay attention to details and are good at spotting the enemy's loopholes and weaknesses. In other words, Sasuke, who once admired Itachi, is still imitating him unconsciously. Naruto and Sasuke are making rapid progress, especially Sasuke. At the beginning, Sasuke held it for 30 seconds and it was already Hayato seriously released the water. About a month later, Sasuke's riding wheel eyes were able to see through Hayato's lines and acupuncture points. This means that Sasuke can hold him for a minute or two under Hayato. Seeing through does not mean cracking. Seeing through means that Sasuke is not so embarrassed when he dodges, but he does not have enough power and speed to crack and counterattack, and the result is nothing. As long as he is tapped by Hayato, Sasuke GG immediately. Sasuke is trying to see through the acupuncture points with his eyes, but he has not succeeded yet. Naruto's multiple shadow clones are used more and more skillfully, and the ways of using them are more diversified. The nonsense applications of the seduction technique and the harem technique are two of them. Putting aside the prejudices, Sasuke found that Naruto's seemingly reckless operation had some unexpected details in the practice with Naruto. To the effect that he might overturn the car at any time, he had to treat it with caution. After pressing Naruto to the ground again, Sasuke said with disdain, "Naruto, want to defeat me, and practice for another 10,000 years." Naruto was so angry that he yelled and jumped up to fight again. Sasuke refused decisively. "It's not like everyone is like you, chakra can't use it all." Hayato watched. Sasuke said disdainfully, but his eyes were very cautious. He probably agreed with Naruto's strength in his heart, and it was more like a habit between friends. Time flies quickly, and the construction of the sea crossing bridge in Namibia is coming to an end. Kakashivan's mission was successfully concluded. Saying goodbye to the Dasna family, everyone embarked on Konoha's return. In June Mizuki, the group finally came outside the gate of Konoha village. The gatekeepers are still the two salted fish, Shinayu Izumo and Gangzite. After registration, I just entered the village. Naruto looked at Kakashi expectantly. Now, Mrs. Kakashi, I have been away from the village for so long, so I miss the food in the village. Let's go and eat ramen." Kakashi asked Hato, "Are you guys going to eat ramen?" Hato Higaki said, "We want to go to the Yoshimaru barbecue restaurant. Hayato is the super VIP there. Not only does it offer a 50% discount, but also gives a lot of gifts." Sakura licked her lips and said, "I heard that the Yoshimaru barbecue restaurant has launched the Binghu Double Heaven Supreme Denying Beef and Rainbow Barbecue. The scores are very high. The Fire Country Daimyo also specializes in tasting. The appointment has been queued to the end of the year, and most people eat it." "Not yet." After finishing speaking, I was completely disappointed. Shaluologo said, "I don't know if others will go there. If Hayabusa goes, there must be." Why?" Shaluyo proudly said, "Haha, because denying beef was invented by the Hayabusa, and the rainbow barbecue dish was also his creative idea." People who didn't know this time were surprised. The Hayato is not surprised, and hands freely, expressing basic exercises, not 6. Cough, cough. Kakashi said, "Raise your hand in favor of going to Yul Ramen." Read more at hotuntalnovel.xyz. I. Naruto raised his hands in approval. Sakura glared at Naruto. Assistant Zo put it in his pocket, coolly expressionless. Kakashi said, "The minority obey the majority," and set off, Yoshimaru Yakiniku restaurant. "How can this be done?" Naruto wailed. Kozakura stared and clenched her fists. "Are you going or going to FK off?" Naruto immediately admitted, Go, why not? Anyway, it was Mrs. Kakashi's treat." "Kakashi? When did I say to treat?" "Long live teacher Kakashi." Coincidentally, the 8th class and the 10th class are having dinner together. The leader of the 8th class is Yurihong, and the 10th class is Sarutobi Asma. The two are lovers, so the two classes often have dinner together. Yo. Red, Asma, long time no see. Kakashi greeted the two. Kakashi, it's been a long time since I saw you, do you look like you just came back from the task? Asma beckoned, would you like to fight the table and eat together? We just arrived. It can be seen that there is only sauce on the table, and the meat and vegetables have not been served yet. Then let's go together. The two tables are put together, 15 people are eloquent, and the relationship is so complicated that they can make a youth idol drama. Suzuki is the most dragged, and he has a normal relationship with the 8th and 10th groups. Hayato suddenly remembered the girl in the flower shop near Konoha Hospital. It turned out to be Yamanaka Ino. At that time, her hair was not tied into a ponytail and she didn't recognize it for a while. Why does Hayato remember that time? Because Yamanaka Ino looks good. Hayato glanced twice more. Shaluoluo viciously pinched Hayato's thigh, his eyes warned, what to stare at the other girl. Hayato's eyes were innocent, when did I stare at it? Besides, where is the younger one? Shaluoluo smiled, his hands getting harder and harder. Heian comforted himself that a man who has not been bruised by a woman is incomplete, and just very complete. Not to mention the private communication between Hayato and Salilo. Yamanaka Ino also likes Suzuki, so he and Harano Sakura are both friends and teammates. Hyuga Hinata in Class 8 is the ancestor of this generation of Hyuga. Seeing Hayato, Hinata blushed and greeted in a low voice, Kun Hayato is also here, how come with that, this? Hinata likes Naruto. She probably wanted to ask Hayato how to eat barbecue with Naruto. Oh, I just ran into it? Hayato replied with a smile. Yurihong let out a sigh of relief. She knew about the existence of Hyuga Niji, and also knew his resentment towards the clan. This resentment was transferred to Hinata, whom he once liked. She was afraid that Hayato was the same as Niji, which was definitely a big blow to Hinata. Fortunately, the relationship between Hayato and Hinata is not too close, nor too distant. Inyazuka, with the red inverted triangle pattern, stared at Hayato curiously, and said, you are a member of Hinata's tribe, with the same white eyes. I'm Hinata's teammate, Inyazuka, please advise. Oh, I'm Hyuga Hayato, please advise. Inyazuka's personality is active and strong, and he is in a competitive relationship with Naruto. Hayato did not expect that he would greet him so politely, which was a bit surprised. Hayato looked at Shino who had no sense of existence in the corner. Hey, Shino, what are you doing, pretending to be air? Don't you say hello when you see me? Brother Hayato. Wow, so reluctant. You are really blaming me. Hayato sighed, the purpose of putting a bucket behind the door you passed by is to exercise your reflexes. Pushing you into the river is to let you learn to swim and spray in your room. Insecticides are to improve your insect adaptability. You were only 5 years old at that time, why do you hold such grudges? If the ink in the bucket is not difficult to clean, if there are no crocodiles in the river, and if the insecticide is not specifically aimed at the bad bugs, I almost believe what you said. Unishina said quietly. Everyone looked at Hayato. Are you the devil, doing such a terrible thing to a 5-year-old kid? Hayabusa said, look at what I do. It wasn't me who did it, but Zaishin did it. Yuzino said, it's true that you didn't do it, but you are the one who laughs the happiest. Hayato laughed dryly, ha, ha, you might not believe it, I was more naughty when I was a kid. Peace. Thank you Meng Lingyu, the protagonist's father, God's Wanjiao for the 1 recommended ticket, and the Fantasy Tour Repair 2 recommended ticket. The harmless ghost and the light smile fall asleep peacefully. The 4 recommended votes of the Wind Contractor, the 5 recommended votes of the Old King Next Door, and the 6 recommended votes of Hole. PS Thank you Sex Angel for the 500-point reward, thank you. PS The next chapter, see you tomorrow, please collect and recommend. Chapter 47, The Upcoming Chunin Exam, 1/2. Good wine and good food should be shared with good friends. In that case, the wine will be more mellow, and the food will be, not enough. If you don't have enough food, you must grab it, and the grabbed will be more delicious. In that atmosphere, even Nara Shikamaru, who has always been tired, couldn't help eating a few more pieces of meat. However, the one who ate the most quickly was Chiudaidinkai, the little fat guy. Taking Shikamaru as a unit, the amount of appetite in the autumn roads is approximately equal to 3 to 5 Shikamaru. During the meal, everyone mentioned the Zongnan exam, which is probably held every year in the season. There was a lot of news about Zongran's exam, and various gossips were flying in the sky. Shaluologo said, Hey, Hayato, you'd better take Shinobu. Shouldn't you take the Zongnan exam, right? Suzuki, who knew Hayato's strength, turned dark. If Hayato participated, it would be too bully. Hayabusa said, No, if you count this mission, Naruto-sama will have to get me a promotion and a salary increase. You can't ask the horse to run fast without letting the horse eat grass. Saying that, Hayato had an ominous premonition in his heart. It stands to reason that the quantity and quality of the tasks completed by the Falcons should have been promoted long ago. If in the age of war, they might have been alone in the forbearance. Naruto asked, Teacher Kakashi, shall we also take the Zongnan exam? Kakashi said, Look at your next performance. Okay, you just sign up. If you don't be embarrassed. Naruto is full of fighting spirit, Yoshi, I will do my best. Sarutobi Asuma said to Shikamaru and the others, the same goes for the three of you. It doesn't matter if you can't participate, it's too troublesome. Nara Shikamaru was lazy, not giving up any face, making Asuma quite embarrassed. Chiudao Dinkai gnawed wildly while holding the grilled steak. Yamanaka Ino is holding his forehead, two teammates who can't make people complain about it. Kakashi asked Yurihong, What about your class, what are your plans? Shirihong said, I plan to recommend and let them sign up. Everyone did not expect Shirihong to directly express his position. Some people looked at Hinata, although it was a bit impolite, but Hinata looked a little weak in his usual way of being conscientious. Ya said loudly, Hinata can, because she has been working very hard, very hard. Shino didn't speak, but he obviously supported Hinata. Naruto also said loudly, I believe in Hinata too. Ya said louder, almost shouting, I believe in Hinata more. Inyazuka is a strong boy, and his dream is also Hokage, so he thinks about Naruto to compete for high and low. Naruto refused to admit defeat, and the two of them stared with big eyes, like two cockfighting. Hinata blushed, almost steaming on top of his head, that, big, don't quarrel for me. Yeah, don't mess around. Shirihong spoke. I don't know why Inyazuka's impulsiveness listens to the gentle Yuhihong's words very much. Maybe it's one thing but one thing. Although not reconciled, Ya still mumbled and sat back, struggling against the barbecue steak, seemingly imagining the steak as Naruto. As for Naruto, the efficiency of reasoning is extremely low, and the efficient method is like Hayato, with a thump on his forehead. To deal with bear children, a beating is the correct educational posture. If not, it must have been beaten hard enough. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Boss Hayato. Naruto yelled aggrievedly, then sat back obediently. Look, it works. Yurihong joked and said, Naruto, how did you know Hinata Yuki? You don't know Hinata very well, don't you usually follow Hinata secretly? Clang. Hinata had mosquito coil patterns in her eyes, and her neck was red as if bleeding was about to ooze. She buried her head in front of Yurihong's huge breasts and wailed like a kitten. However, Hayato just wants to say, Comrade Asuma, this wave is not a loss. Why do you say that? Naruto was very nervous and didn't hear Yurihong's naughty, and said seriously, because Hinata is the same clan of Hayato boss. Hayato boss is super powerful. Asuma and Hong couldn't help but look at Hayato a few more times. This gray-haired, always smiling boy has a very good relationship with Naruto, Dingji, Shino, and Shikamaru, although Shino and Shikamaru would not admit that they were killed. Moreover, Sasuke Uchiha, who has always been arrogant, actually agrees with Naruto on his face, which is a bit unbelievable. Hayato waved his hand, low-key, nonsense. Well, he is a good boy, who is occasionally showy and often babble. Generally speaking, the gathering of Xiaoqiang who made up the 9th of the 12ths is complete, has universal social significance, is full of positive energy, and is expensive. I don't know how much, even if it's a 50% discount, Kakashi still has a pain on his face when he digs out his wallet. How ashamed to let you treat me. Asuma said with a smile, walking side by side with Shirihong, 6 quiet or unquiet little quails in front of and behind her. I'm sorry you have some blood, Kakashi rolled his eyes. Asuma just couldn't see, Shiren left. After Kakashi disbanded the team, Hayato and the others went to the Hokage building to report on the mission. This time you did a great job. After listening to the report, Sarutobi Hizaki happily stamped the mission receipt. Well, you should be very tired. I will give you a few days off and take a good rest. Hayato, you stay, I want to talk to you about something. Yes, Master Naruto. When there were only 2 people left in the office, Sarutobi Razan took out a top-secret scroll with heavy seals on it. It's the investigation report of the 2 ninjas you encountered on this mission, look at it. The seal was released, and it turned out that Phaeton and Gyoudu's investigation report were inside. Phaeduan was born in Tangian Village. Tangian Village is rich and peaceful, and the Fey section who is eager to fight is very dissatisfied, so he joined the Thulhu cult with the purpose of killing. In a certain Thulhu experiment, the flying section who volunteered as a sacrifice accidentally gained cursing ability and immortality. Haydn once carried out a big killing in Tangian Village, and Konoha Ninja got information from the survivors, which is definitely very important information. Maybe in the future, Asuma will not die under the curse ability of Phaeduan. The corners of Haydn's partner were born in Takigakura Village. Although Takigakura Village has declined, it is no longer the village where Hokage was assassinated, but now it is Konoha's ally. Regarding the information that Kakuto Heiji complained, Takigakura almost gave it with both hands. The intelligence is similar to the conclusion that Hayato has drawn in the battle: 5 hearts, 5 attributes of ninjutsu, and 5 lives. What's interesting is that from Konoha's aging data, we found the record of Koto's assassination of the first generation of Hokage. The description of Kakuto in it is a certain landscape ninja, there is no name, there is no battle process, and it is regarded as a trivial matter. Poor Cock always talks about it as a glorious record. After Hayato finished watching, Sarutobi Hizen asked, if I meet these 2 people next time, are you sure to keep them? Hayato thought for a while, and said, I can't do it alone. I need at least 2 or 3 teams to work together. The point is to separate the 2 and break them separately. Sarutobi Hizen nodded in satisfaction. Well, if there are these 2 whereabouts, I will give you 3 teams, and you will bring their bodies back. Okay. Hayato agreed. Anyway, he will always face Shang Xiao in the future, and he will be strong first, kill one by one, and reduce Akatsuki's vitality. After hesitating, Hayato asked, these 2 people should be members of a certain organization. Do you have information about this organization? Sarutobi shook his head. Hayato was a little disappointed. Uchiha Itachi was Sarutobi Hiden's undercover who inserted Akatsuki. How could he not have information about Akatsuki? This shows that Sarutobi Hisen's trust in Hayato still has a certain limit. Peace. Thank you Yuzu. Ubinye's 15 recommended tickets, Yuenkai Longlong's 10 recommended tickets, 6 recommended tickets for 3 hours, Hyuga Invincible, Lemon Dumpling Sauce, 5 recommended tickets for Ulung Si, L, Drink Ma Hanhai's 4 recommended votes, Hwaju Pancake, Yang Xiaoling, Tianlong Pashuang, Zionayantu's 3 recommended votes, Book Friends 15142020329820's 2 recommended votes, Niu Now, Book Friends 2018020901055819, Meng Lingyu, the protagonist's father, 1 recommendation vote of Xia Binghai, who is one of all things in a lifetime. P.S. There is a problem with the investment in the new book of the starting point. Let me ask the editor. Thank you for the reminder of the lemon dumpling sauce. There is also a chapter in the evening, asking for the support of collection and recommendation tickets. Chapter 48, Fool, Lunatic and Actor, 2 halves. I have a task here to hand it to you alone. After Hayato finished reading the information of Hijuan and Kakuto, Sarutobi Hisen said unhurriedly. Just me. You know, the Zongnan exam is about to start. There will be a shortage of people in the village. It is impossible for a small team to protect Naruto and Sasuke. This task can only be carried out by you. The people protected include Sasuke. Yes, and it's mainly Sasuke. There is intelligence showing that a certain extremely dangerous person is eyeing Sasuke. Someone who is extremely dangerous is Oshimaru. Oshimaru kept making small movements in private, and Sarutobi Hizaki could not be completely unaware. When Seiin village proposed a joint examination, Sarutobi Hizaki guessed that Oshimaru and Logosha must be embarrassed. It's just that Sarutobi Risen did not expect that Oshimaru would directly kill Logosha and appear directly as Logosha. Logosha knew that the cooperation with Oshimaru was only to use each other, but he didn't understand until he died. Shouldn't everyone stab each other after the victory over Konoha? The dish hasn't been served yet, why did you lift the table? Logosha was thinking, Yuan, you're afraid you are not a lunatic. If Oshimaru knows Logosha's thoughts, he will probably smile evilly and give a thumbs up, brother Dei, you are right. If Sarutobi knew it, he would probably laugh at Logosha. You are trying to cooperate with a madman, for fear that you are not a fool. But these are not important to Sarutobi Hisaki, what is important is that he knows that Oshimaru will appear. As long as the big snake pill appears, the conditions are in place. This is a show, a political show in the world of Naruto. The stage is Konoha. The actors are Sarutobi Hizaki and his rebellious protege Osamu. There are 2 possible endings for the script, one is to kill Yuan, the other is to be killed by Yuan. Either way, Sarutobi Hisaki can accept it. In fact, he knew in his heart that most of the ending was the latter. Sarutobi is old, and there are not many days left. He didn't want to die in the sickbed, he wanted to be like his idol the first generation of Naruto, his teacher the second generation of Naruto, and his disciple the fourth generation of Naruto, died on the battlefield. He wanted to use his own death to arouse the grief and anger of the Konoha ninjas, and then turn the grief and anger into strength, and continue to advance with this strength. Sarutobi was not a good husband, not a good father, and even as a person, he was not a good person. But for Konoha, he is Hokage, who dedicated all his life, including death, to Konoha, and he can be called a saint. The reason why Hayato couldn't communicate with Sarutobi Hidori was simple: the saint was immortal, and there were more thieves. Every time I saw Sarutobi Rizan before, this Hokage was always worried, and was always buried in piles of official documents. Although he was not smiling at this moment, Hayato could feel the ease in his heart. Probably this is the joy at the moment when the performance of a dedicated actor of a lifetime is successful and the curtain falls. Hayato took the task. He took the Zongnan exam as a previous graduate, and then performed the task of protecting Naruto and Sasuke during the exam, while collecting intelligence when he had spare capacity. Sarutobi Hizen promised that as long as the mission is completed, Hayato will be unconditionally promoted to Shinin. Does Hayato care about the title of Shinobu? I really care about it. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. The salary is high, there are many tasks to choose from, and you can instruct your subordinates. Why should you not care? Kun Hayato. When he returned home, Hayato met the unexpected person Hinata. Oh, Hinata, why are you here? In public, Hayato calls Hinata the eldest, and in private, he calls her by name. I'm waiting for Hayato-kun here. Oh, that made you wait a long time. There were some tasks on the task just now. It took a while to finish. Is there anything? Hayato asked. I also just arrived. I want to talk to Hayato-kun about the Nikanin exam. Hinata said with a blushing face. Will this cause Hayato-kun trouble? Of course not. Hayato thought for a while and said, I know there is a meatball shop nearby, so why don't we go sit there and talk while eating? Although at the door of the house, it is not easy for Hayato to invite Hinata to his home in public or private. Okay. Hinata didn't think so much, and agreed. 3-color meatball dim sum shop. Hayato ordered 2 cups of black tea and 6 skewers of 3-color balls. Hayato first asked, Hinata, what do you want to talk about the Chunin exam? After hesitating for a long time, Hinata said, Hayato-kun, do you really think I am qualified to take the Zongnin exam? Unexpectedly, Hinata was still struggling with this issue. Think about it, too, Hyuga does not look like a good chat with her daughter, Hyuga is too small, and other tribes are respectful to Hinata, and they can chat to death when they speak. As Hinata's teammates, Yuzino and Inyazuka's evaluation of her is inevitably unobjective, so Hinata came to Hayato. Hayato asked back, to participate in the Zongnin exam, apart from the status of Shinin and the recommendation of the teacher, do you need any qualifications? Hinata said, I just don't know if I can pass the Zongnin exam. Hayabusa said, if you know at the beginning whether you can pass, why do you hold an exam? The exam is just like that, only if you try it, don't you know? And Hinata, you have been working hard, don't you think your efforts are worthless? I want to ask you, do you want to participate? Yes. Hinata nodded, but Ms. Hong is willing to recommend you, you want to participate, that's enough. Whether you can pass is after you participate. Hayato interrupted Hinata, but Hinata, as far as I know, Ninkai will also participate this time. Chunin test. What will he do if he meets Niji in battle? Are you mentally prepared? In the battle, will Hinata and Niji match up as the original? Hayato thinks so. The manipulator behind the scenes is definitely the head of the Hyuga clan Hyuga Hizus. For others, this is just a battle between ninjas, but they just happen to be of the same race. But for Hinata, this is the final test of Hyuga-nissa's qualifications for her heir. At the same time, it is also Hyuga's further understanding of Ninji's strength. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. I know. Hinata said in a low voice, Brother Ninkai feels bitter and has always been bitter, but I will not shrink back. At the end, Hinata's voice became more and more determined, as if said to Hayato, and seemed to encourage himself. Hayabusa said, Niji might fight you with the idea of killing you, are you sure? Hinata nodded heavily. Hayato sighed, don't blame Niji. Hinata shook his head, I know, it's not Brother Ninkai's fault. It's not your fault, silly girl. Wait, Hayato condensed his eyes, and I drank a few sips of tea and ate a bunch of meatballs. Why was the plate empty? Hayato's eyes fell on the tabletop in front of Hinata, where there were 5 bamboo sticks made of skewers. Hinata clutched her red cheeks, this, it seems, it's so delicious, it just. Hayato can't laugh, almost forgetting that Hinata will be the record holder of the Il Ramen Big Appetizer competition. In the barbecue restaurant, there are so many people, Hinata is reserved, how can he let go of his hands and feet to eat? I'm hungry now. Madam, let's have 10 more 3-color balls and 2 takoyaki. No no. Hinata waved his hands again and again, then lowered his head in the face of Hayato's smiling non-smiling expression. I'm sorry, it's rude. Peace. Thank you for the shutdown. M1A 2.90, 1 recommendation vote of Huang Shumi, 4 recommendation votes of Harmless Ghost, and 10 recommendation votes of Shishinai 110. Thank you for your support. P.S. Tomorrow in the next chapter, I heard that the person who collects and recommends this book will become handsome. I don't know if it is true or not. Try it without taking your morals. Chapter 49, Chunin Test begins, 1/2. In late June, the registration for the Chunin Test began. Sarutobi Hizaki found 2 temporary teammates for Hayato, 1 male and 1 female. The man is a little older and looks like he is 16 years old. He has dark skin, strong muscles, a Hyuga character face, thick eyebrows and big eyes, and he looks very hardy. The female Hayato recognizes that colleagues in NB are just unfamiliar. Hayato originally wanted to find Yuuki Shin and Nara Tamachi. However, Tamachi Nara has actually improved Zhongren in an exceptional way, and Ungo Shishin has a physical problem. She is wrapped in white cloth and covered with various spells, and she may have to lie on the bed for a long time. Kuazalian introduces herself first. Hello, my name is Shigego. I am good at physical skills and soil escape. Please take care of me. Hyuga Hayato, the white eyes of the blood inheritance limit and the Hyuga family secret technique, please take care of it. Nishijimarin, good at illusion, please advise. Shiga just smiled and said, although it is a temporary team, it is better to take this opportunity to have a dinner. No. Nishijimarin flatly refused. Why? Shigagang's smile solidified. Ren Nishihime said, it's meaningless. Shigagang said helplessly, well, it's okay now anyway. How about we decide on the captain? I have taken 2 exams before and I have rich experience. I recommend my own. Ren Nishijima sneered, I haven't participated twice, let you be the captain. Will you continue the 4th exam next year? Shigego and Nishijimarin should have known each other before, and they spoke very casually. Is Nishijimarin's poisonous tongue a map gun type or just for Shigego? If it is placed before, Hayato does not matter if he is not the captain, but this exam is for the task. Being the captain is good for the task. Therefore, Hayabusa said, I also recommend myself. Then I looked at Nishijimarin, wondering if she would participate in the competition. Ren Nishihime said, I support Hayato. Okay, Hayato is determined. Not only did Shiga and Ren Nishijima know each other, but Shiga just offended Ren Nishijima. The vote was 2-1, and Shiga just waved his hand to show that it was indisputable. Hayato thought he was going to fight a game and divide the outcome. On the first day of July, the application form was submitted, and the Zongnan exam officially started. When Hayato came to the venue, Suzuki and Lee Rock were fighting. To be precise, it was Lee Rock who unilaterally beat Suzuki. Compared with the original work, Suzuki has made obvious progress, and Xiaoli is the same. Kick. Suzuki's Erguyu writes that the wheel turns, sees Xiaoli's movements, and then defends. Lee Look's kick broke Suzuki's defense and knocked Suzuki to the ground. If it hadn't been for the last moment, Suzuki would not be able to stand up. Straight punch. Suzuki wanted to hide, but his fist had already hit him when his body reacted. Seeing through, the body can't keep up, this is Suzuki's biggest problem at this stage. Just like a top-level engine with junk accessories, it can't perform top-level performance. Stop it! Hayato's forearm was against Lee Rock's lower leg, and Suzuki's uppercut was held in his other hand. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Falcon. Senior Hayato. The two shouted at the same time. Seeing that someone had begun to watch, Hayato couldn't help but drag them to the corner. Why did you fight? Hayato asked sternly. Suzuki said, he provoked it first. Lee Look said, I just want to see what level of this year's best newcomer is. Hayabusa said, I have seen it, what level? Lee Look said, it's pretty good. Xiaoli, you are swollen. Hayato asked Suzuki, how do you feel? Suzuki was not convinced, I feel that my eyes have adapted, and my body can keep up. Hayato sneered, don't you think this is Xiaoli's limit speed? You didn't go to the graduation exam last fall. Ask Naruto, he was there at the time. Naruto touched his chin and said, 100 times. 100 faster than it is now? Suzuki almost choked on his saliva. Hayato said to Suzuki, what you want now is not to defeat Xiaoli, but whether you can keep up with Xiaoli in a year. Suzuki, the world is broader than you think. Hayato actually didn't think that Suzuki had no chance of winning. If he continued to fight with Suzuki's ability, he would soon discover that Lee Look was a pure physical ninja. Whether he was ninjutsu or illusion, there was always a way to limit Lee Look's speed. By then, Lee Look would never be able to write so easily. Suzuki made a flat mouth and did not refute. There is one thing Hayato is more concerned about. In the original book, Lee Look fell in love with Haruno Sakura at first sight. Now he has hooked up with Tomomi Morita of Konoha Hospital. It shouldn't happen again. It seems that it didn't happen. After submitting the test application, the first test, the written test, will be conducted on the same day. Although it is a written test, it is actually a stress test, a test of mental endurance, a test of one's determination and the trust of teammates, etc. The examiner is Marino Ibiki. Marino Ibiki, the special shinobu of Konoha village, serves as the captain of the Konoha NB torture department, and is good at manipulating the spirit of the interrogator. His face is covered with scars left after being tortured by the enemy. He looks like a sadist, but he loves Konoha deeply, and the steel surface is gentle with fingers. Outside the examination room, Hayato first saw Yakashitu, a legendary figure. At this time, the pharmacist wears round eyes and is gentle, which makes people feel trustworthy. I also saw the 4 people from Union and the 3 from Cheyenne village. Toss of Union also clashed with Do and broke Do's glasses. This is a scene, the director is Yakushido, the purpose is to attract the attention of Naruto and others, and to get closer to Suzuki. Hayato watched the whole process, with the harshness of the film critics, but his acting skills were superb, not to mention the broken glasses, he pretended to be injured. So that Hayato couldn't give a bad review without conscience. In addition to the pockets, the most eye-catching thing is the gourd baby Gaara. There is a red love on his forehead, no eyebrows, and dark circles as thick as ink. Gaara was full of manic chakras in the intensified white eyes. Gaara suddenly covered his forehead, squeezing a low growl from his throat. Hayato felt a chakra full of malice. Sure, he noticed it? So keen? Hayato was startled, and quickly lowered his head, reducing his breath. When Hayato spied on Kyuubi with white eyes, Kyuubi's movement was not so great. It seems that the seal of the ghoul and the seal of the seal Shao'er are not the same. No wonder Gaara has smoky makeup on her face. Gaara patrolled the crowd with bloodthirsty eyes, looking for voyeurs. Tamari and Kankuro didn't know what was going on. They only thought that their moody brother couldn't help making trouble, and quickly grabbed Gaara and whispered in his ear to calm Gaara. Gaara's fierce gaze really frightened a lot of people, and began to wonder whether he was wise to take this Zongren exam. After all, there are exams every year, but there is only one life. This wave of cooperation between Hayato and Gaara directly caused the number of people who passed the first exam to be one-third less than the original. Hayato raised his head, just in time to meet the gaze of Pharmacist Pocket. Tou smiled slightly, his eyes very gentle. Hayato grinned, "What are you looking at?" Pocket. On the morning of July 1st, the first exam was over and the second exam was about to begin. Hayato wants to say hello, Uncle Snake, hello. P.S. Thank you for the one recommendation ticket of Sever non-existent, Niu now, danger, my name is Xiaoping Hai, and Gul Gul, Yang Xiaoling, Wuxin, Huia Pancake, now under the stars say I love you, 3 recommendations on the Qingxian side tickets, 4 recommended votes for the Wind Contractor, Shining Yuhuang, 5 recommended votes for the Comma in the Dream, A Good Man, Katofli, 6 recommended votes for Lone Wolf Mosquito Soup and Lemon Dumpling Sauce. P.S. There is a chapter in the evening, thank you for your recommendation and collection support. Chapter 50, there is this kind of operation, 2 halves. In the afternoon of the first day of the exam, the second exam begins. The test location is in the Death Forest. The examiner is Mitere Ajaki. The rule is to carry 1 sky or earth scroll in each group, and if you can bring 2 scrolls to the central tower 10 kilometers away from the entrance within 5 years, you will pass. Over time, the squad is not full, and those who peek at the scrolls in advance are considered failures. Hayato saw from a distance the Dashimaru who used the art of dispelling face to disguise as Kushin. It can only be said that it is a big snake pill, no matter what it becomes, it can't conceal that cold and gloomy temperament. After submitting the consent form, the Hayabusa team got the scroll of the sky. Enter the Dead Forest. Ren Nishihime said, "Captain, what should I do?" Hayabusa said, "The sky is nice, I know there is a river near here, Shiga just said excitedly, "Would you like to ambush those candidates who are looking for water by the river?" "Well, that's a good idea." When the conversation was interrupted, Hayato didn't feel unhappy, and continued, "Let's take a rest by the river and eat some grilled fish by the way to fill up our stomachs." Shiga just looked at Nishijima Ren. "Ren, are you sure this captain is reliable?" Ren Nishijima glanced at Shiga, then turned his head and said, "The captain makes sense. Don't worry about it, and recharge your energy. Then go, follow me, don't lose it." The 3 walked for a while. Shiga go. Omega. At the same speed as your leisurely walk, I won't be lost even if I am blind or lame. The entrance chosen by Hayabusa was very close to the river, but half an hour later, it hadn't arrived yet. Shiga just couldn't help it anymore and said, "Captain, do you know the road? We seem to have taken a lot of turns, right?" Hayabusa said, "Yes, I know. That's still around." "Shut up." Glancing at Shiga Gang, seeing that he still wants to distinguish, Nishijima Ren said, "You fool, such an obvious trap, you can't step on it if you don't bypass it. Some traps are simple and some are hidden." Ren Nishijima only discovered after Hayato detoured. What will Nishijima Ren support Hayato as the captain? 1. Order. 2nd, fight against Shiga Gang and add a blockage to him. But now, Ren Nishijima faintly thinks that choosing Hayato as the captain is a good choice. Hayato asked Ren Nishijima, "Ren, are you good at arranging traps?" Ren Nishijima nodded, "I learned it, it's okay. Trap layout is a compulsory course in Umbu. Among a bunch of trap masters, it's okay to feel yourself, at least at the proficiency level." Hayato nodded, indicating that he understood. Shiga just thought that grilled fish was just a reference, but he didn't expect Hayato to actually start a fire, catch the fish, open the fish, and set it on the fire. Shiga said, "Smoke will attract people over." Hayabusa said, "I know. Read more at hotentalnovel.xyz. Well, you know again." Shiga just murmured, "It would be fun if everyone was attracted." Hayato explained while applying seasoning to the fish, "Don't worry, everyone will not be attracted. If you see such a stressful exam environment, there are people grilling fish leisurely, what do you think?" Shiga had just racked his brains and thought for a while before he said, "Three fools." Ren Nishizhima sneered, "Idiot." Shiga just suddenly said, "Oh, it's not three fools, but three fools." Ren Nishijima wanted to cut Shigego's skull with a knife to see if the brain had become muscled. She gritted her teeth and said, "I mean you are an idiot. Most people think it's a trap." Shiga just scratched his head and smiled, "Haha, I am a fool." Hayato glanced at Shiga with the look of an idiot, and then asked Ren Nishijima, "He used to be your teammate?" Nishijima Ren nodded. "I feel so tired." Hayato expressed sympathy. Although most people think it is a trap, they are always a little confident. Even if it is a trap, they can fight back. Hayato laughed suddenly, smiling very happily, and said to Nishijima Ren, "True north. Set up traps." Nishijima Ren jumped not far away without saying a word, and began to arrange traps. As for what traps to set up and how to set up traps, Hayato should not worry about it. Shiga just asked, "What can I do?" Hayato asked, "Are you good at setting traps?" Shiga just shook his head, thought for a while and said, "I am good at stepping on traps." Hayato was silent. "What can I say, Nishijima Ren Shinobu Shiga has just been so long, and he is just a poisonous tongue, and is already a virgin." Ren Nishijima moved quickly and hid nearby after setting up the trap. Not long after, three sneaky figures appeared on the traps arranged by Ren Nishijima, and stepped on them with a frizzy foot. The caregiver is from Takanan village. The two walking in front suddenly looked grim and beat each other, as if they were wearing a green hat with each other. Illusion trap. For the teammates' inexplicable behavior, the last person realized that he wanted to retreat after a brief period of confusion. But it was too late. Nishijima Ren put Kumo on his neck, "Call out the scroll, or you will kill you to take it yourself." In the end, the three of them had to hand over the scroll obediently, just like Hayato and the others. It was a scroll of heaven. "Wait." Hayato called the dejected Takigakura trio. "We have all handed over the scrolls, what else do you want to do?" One of the bruised people said indignantly. "I didn't fight, so why are you angry at me?" Hayato smiled and said, "We are also the scroll of the sky, and your scroll is useless to us, so, do you want to take it back?" Hayato showed a nice, warm, sunny smile. For some reason, Shiga shuddered just now. After a while, Shiga just looked at the thick stack of silver bills in front of him, and he felt that he was beginning to lose sight of the world. Hayato pushed a small stack of banknotes in front of Shigego. "Although you didn't contribute much, you have a share of those who see it, 30,000 taels." After putting 30,000 taels in his pocket, Hayabusa said, "You have contributed the most, 100,000 taels, do you have any objections?" Ren Nishijima put the silver tope into his ninja bag. She said, "There is actually this kind of operation, I can't understand it." The spoils are divided. After the fish is finished, Hayato counts the time. Naruto and the others should have solved the three little friends in Yuyan village. What are they called? Hazy, Dreamfire, Camp. At this point in time, the women's magnate Shiwan should have appeared. Speaking of which, Yuan is a super gangster in the women's gangster world. Others wear women's clothes at most, stuffed with silicone. Yuan is really ruthless and wears a woman's body directly. The extreme sports or performance art of women's clothing has directly achieved unprecedented success. "Let's go," Hayato said. After the Hayato changed his previous Buddhist style, he would dismantle when he encountered a trap, and hammer when he encountered a block. When the Naruto trio appeared in the white-eyed vision, there was an earth scroll and a few silver tickets in Hayato's pocket. At the same time, there was also a big snake pill hiding in the dark to prepare a yin person. Hayato didn't know that Ashimaru sensed that he was not. Maybe not. Maybe there were, but he wouldn't care about a few grasshoppers jumping around. P.S. Thank you for the 11 recommended votes of Flame Mythology, 5 recommended votes for A Good Man, 4 recommended votes for Pickup Ape, 3 recommended votes for Hyuga Invincible, Tianlong Pashuang, Niu Now, M1A 2.90, and Everything in Life is 1 recommendation vote of the person, thank you. P.S. The test will end tomorrow, thank you for your support during this time, thank you.